Hello, hello. Can you hear me? What about now? All right. How do I do this? How do I share the live? Avatar, there you are. Hey, I can't figure out how to share it. Maybe you can help me by it. There you go.
Hey,
How's it going?
good, beautiful setup, man. Love this setup.
Hey, thanks. Yeah. Hey,
We'll share post.
yeah. The only problem is right now there's no AC. So
Oh my God.
if you see me constantly rubbing my head, but then again, I think you already know about that. So anyway, you wanna jump in and or let me start off, and and then
Yeah.
you can follow up. But the prompt says, can you hear me clearly when I'm leaning back like this?
Yes.
All right, cool,
No, very clear. Yeah.
nice. Why is it that the trees that shout their religious belief the loudest bear fruit that tastes the most like ego?
Whoa.
Yeah, the obviously we're referencing the Bible here when it talks about the trees bearing good fruit. Um, but I think the part that might be kind of lost on a lot of Christians' ears, especially modern day, is the term ego itself. But we'll save going into depth on that for a little later. But the ultimate question, why is it that I guess you almost have to address ego now. And so in that, I guess on that note, I'll go ahead and help people understand that this life is transient in nature, it's impermanent, and all things that make up this reality are passing. This is why I
Hmm.
love the what is it? That coin that was given to King Solomon that always
Yes.
made him feel good when times were bad, and it made him feel uh, level-headed when times were good. And the coin basically said on both sides, this too shall pass. And so, when you're looking at the purpose of this reality, this experience of life, this existence, which I think fundamentally is at the core of everyone's mind ultimately, whether it takes you 60 years to start thinking about it or you start thinking about it in your 20s, we've got the ultimate question of what is the purpose of this reality? And so in the Bible, it says that, you'll know a tree by the fruits that it bears. And I love that quote. This is why that, along with a handful of other
Hmm.
quotes, in fact, all of the quotes in red letters that Jesus Christ spoke, I resonate with it, and it makes sense. It's when people start talking about religion as a sort of purpose to this reality and shouting it from the rooftops, not only just sharing it but or shouting it, but judging other people based on that, and it's the judgment of others in a way that transcends the fundamental experience, which is ultimately what we take with us. That's when it becomes a problem, and then that's when it becomes tied to your ego.
Yeah.
Is Oh, looks like we lost Frankie. I was going to say, I'll let him speak on it, but yeah, I think what where humanity is going is a place where we understand that all of these games that our ego, plays, all of the masks that we wear,
Mm.
those are a result of the ego that is part of this construct, and it's inwardly, that inward journey that you discover the deepest layer, the truth of the nature of this reality, which is that, call it the divine spark, or that unconditional love, as a lot of modern day NDEers and out-of-body experiencers are talking about. And I think that's what we need to be focusing on, because, again, that's in line with exactly what the Bible says. And ultimately, it's not about that egoic game of well, my culture and my sacred text and my the prophets that provided us this at that time. That's the truth, and that's where the ego comes into play, and that's where we lose sight of what actually matters. Which, again, this is why I'll end it with this. This is why I like the near-death experiences so much, because they come back talking very clearly and very matter of fact, and just, with conviction that, hey guys, humanity, woo-hoo, hey, we've actually missed the whole entire purpose of this reality. Even though Jesus Christ said, love God above all things and love your neighbor as yourself, we've actually gotten lost in the translation and all of this, and all of this bickering about the true faith and judging other people about who's saved and who's not. None of that matters. When you have your life review, the only thing that we take with us to the other side is how we treated other people. Like, those are the moments that are recorded in, what I think, if you go into like the esoteric conversation, they call the Akashic
So
records. So anyway.
why does why does people start to treat others based on not their understanding, but just a statement out of just a statement? Why do you think is that? Why that happens? Because they treat you in a organized way, you could say. Your belief system is organized, and they trying to get you into that belief system rather than they questioning themselves. Why don't they question themselves? Why do you think is that? Even a question of doubt. Is this what I'm doing worth it? Or is this my life? Or anything like that?
Yeah, I honestly think it goes back to the original purpose of institutionalized religion.
Hmm.
I'm actually open and accepting of the idea that Jesus Christ was, the consciousness of the totality of all that is in human form. I'm okay with that.
Hmm.
But I don't tell people that they must understand it to be that way, or else they're going to risk the state of their soul, because now you're injecting fear, which is ultimately coercion. And then ultimately, I don't think that was his message. And so I think the reason that it was initially sold, or told to people that way, was for
Hmm.
the purpose of imperialism, for civilization building, conquest, all of that. If you had the people that were willing to be unalived for this way of life, and then you were able to unite your community behind this belief, and then
Yeah.
on top of that, you could convince them that, because of the Old Testament, where it tells you that heretics should be, either stoned alive or burned at the stake. I mean, now you have this atmosphere and this recipe for control. And so I think it's just that continuing on, and so people in today's world are still latched on to that idea that if we
Yeah.
don't obey the men that came before us, or we don't at least accept their narrative and their model for the nature of reality, then we should be afraid. And And the funny thing is, a lot of
Yeah.
Christians will say that, well, that's not our message. But the truth is, as soon as you start dealing with one of their loved ones, as soon as they start perceiving one of their loved ones as not proclaiming to believe what it is that they think that you need to believe, now all of a sudden their tune changes and it's a big deal. And I only know this from my own family. So anyway, I think that entire discussion is missing the point. The idea that we would be concerned with what we believe more than being concerned with how we treat each other and how we coexist is the fundamental problem that needs to be addressed. And then the question is, how do you address that? Like, where does humanity go from here? And then why, again, why is it like that? Like, why is it that we have missed the message of this simple concept of you will know a tree by its fruits? How have we missed that?
So only I see it's with the discussion that we can change anything. It's just like turning to your brother and ask, hey man, don't you think there is something wrong with what we are like following right now? Like there have been, how can we believe something that is said to us coming through lots of changes, meaning like thousands upon changes upon literature, scriptures. Yeah. And they
I think that's one of the first questions to ask, but we got a new guest, so let's let him or her
hey,
jump
welcome,
in away. Is
T-Bone.
that T-Bone? So it's probably
T-Bone.
T.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Boy, talk about my kind of topic.
Go ahead and share with us what's on your mind.
Yeah, you're a little bit. I can't hear you very good. A little
My
distant
bad.
from your
What
mic.
about now?
Yeah. I just want to let you know for your
No, I
quality.
appreciate it, bro.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't get very far with people before I'm asking them about their fruit. So, yeah, I mean it's not awkward. It's just I get there or I want to talk to them about what they're doing, what they did today, or what's something that happened recently. I'm always trying to get people there to have that conversation because that's where I share from.
Now, help me understand. So, with all due respect, I'm trying to follow. Maybe understanding your position first, or I guess I hate asking that question because I just want to have a discussion. Like, what are you saying that, or just re-say what you said again? I apologize.
So, for instance, today I was in a live for many, many hours, but it was unique because it was another man's page, another man's platform, but it was all the same people that I've been hanging out with for the last 10 months. And there was just a freedom and a conversation that was free flowing, uninhibited, no judgment, no trolling, so much fun, so much play, so much freedom. And that was like the proof of what's been building to get to that point. Yeah, like the stars aligned. We were talking about a town that we could build of sovereign people. And like what would you do in the town? It was just this fun, imaginative, free conversation. But
Nice.
yeah, I mean, yeah, it was
That's what we are
awesome.
also, our belief system is that exactly as you say, T-Bone. That's what we are trying to do, connecting with people and just try to,
I've been getting to know
DaVinci here,
Star a little bit.
like sweating a bit, but it's all right.
I've been getting to know Star a little bit, so it's nice that being
Okay.
able. Yeah. So
She's
So,
been a huge part of this, and I can't thank her enough, and I'm glad to have her, working with us directly on this. We're in the ground stage of this, but ultimately, I think it's a matter of just reframing the discussion, or not reframing it, but just bringing people into a discussion that isn't about that never-ending debate of who's going to be in hell forever and who's not going to be in hell forever. And that, that gets deeper into how have we ever even come to that discussion. But I think we're at a point now where the very book that the people that have fed us this narrative, that very book that they have used against us in what I believe to be, providing a narrative that isn't the true nature of reality, it now, with the internet and the ability to communicate around the world instantaneously, we're having these discussions using that same book and taking the very quotes that, Jesus Christ himself said, and just giving it right back to them and saying, maybe it's actually about love, and maybe, that simplicity stands to potentially unite humanity if we just focus on that. And I think the answer is obviously yes. It's just a matter of getting there collectively, and I think that's what these lives and all of these communities that are sprouting up and all these discussions like the ones you mentioned a second ago, that's what these are all leading to.
Yeah, there's going to be this organic, magical knitting together of all these little groups of sovereign individuals that, like, I had to liberate myself after having a long, many decades of struggling with my flesh and with understanding the Christ, being brought up in Christianity and stuff. And I lost my legs in 2020. And I just was so disturbed. Yeah, I was just so disturbed and fed up with hiding and all the personas and all the trying to be that right person for every individual instead of being me and letting them see, like, hey, you need to be yourself around me. I'm not going to cater to you or people please you or whatever. You learn, turn the other cheek and, be a good person and all this stuff. And where did it lead me? An alcoholic at 40, losing my legs, So I just had to liberate myself. And for 7 years, I just been, that thing about Star, she's very passionate. She cares so much. And I really connected with her in that way. So yeah, I think a lot of people are catching up to some of us. I think some of us are way out ahead. So it's just kind of like,
so help me understand, if you don't mind sharing a little more. Like, so your background was Christian, and then you're saying you've slowly evolved after the experience that you went through with your
I went through so obviously I've stayed sober, and I finally put the nail in the coffin with my flesh over 3 or 4 years of just not living in sin and just like feeling that tearing away of the flesh and just that liberation that you get when you no longer have desire and you no longer are chasing, and just all those painful human, the feeling of being just like parting with the world, and just money can't buy anything that I need anymore. It doesn't, there's nothing
that was a result of your situation, or you're saying?
Well, I'd always failed. I'd always gone back to my vomit. I'd always go back to my sin. Like, I would have a good couple years with God and with myself and doing what's right, but I would always fail. I would always get weak and fail. This time I wrote it out, and I just grind. I'm getting older, getting a little wiser, getting a little more fed up. And I just said, I want to be able to. Christ is a starting point. Christ isn't something we try and be good enough and say, God, he was so great, and you like spend your whole life thinking you can never be that good. Like, the path of Christ, like his walk in the desert and coming out the other side, not having given in to temptation, like that's the starting point. Then we walk like Christ. Then we are greater things will you do type of situation, So I just think the narrative is like way dumbed down, and the bar is way too low for people to get away with being lukewarm and getting spit out all the time. That was me. I was always getting spit out.
Yeah, no, I mean, I could probably go back and forth with you for hours on my history as well. Like, I've lived the exact opposite of what it looks like to identify as love and to actually value the most in my life my interactions with others and the service that I can provide them just at at the smallest level, you know, like especially with strangers and things like that. Like those are the things that I think when you have this paradigm of thinking that it's all about what God thinks of me and what I believe, and as long as I believe this, then I'm good and I can find comfort and support, you know, through Jesus. All of that is true. That's the irony of the whole thing, is that, like, and this is why I believe that, I don't know, most people haven't gone down these rabbit holes of, like, trying to understand the nature of this reality in terms of the ancient calendars that talk about the great year, whether it's the zodiac or the Hindu yuga cycle or, you know, the Mayan calendar, what have you. But once you do, you start to see that we're at a point right now, as we speak, of massive growth in terms of consciousness and awareness and our understanding of our relationship to reality. And so, you know, when you go through that experience, as I have, and it sounds like as you have, what we're witnessing is, like, there are people that have their belief system rooted in what the past 2,000 years of human experience were literally for the purpose of, right? Like, I don't look back at the last 2,000 years and say, humanity, we were just so dumb. Like, I can't believe we believed. No. Like, if you think about us as eternal beings and this life as a temporary experience, as a physical, you know, soul, even though, I mean, a physical experience, even though we're eternal souls, well, then what you would want to do if you're an eternal soul is to come in specifically to experience certain things. And so maybe these 2,000 years were for the purpose of seeking to understand our relationship with God outwardly, you know, only for then the whole stage play and the Bible and the, you know, the narrative and all of it to now come full circle 2,000 years later at the point at which we're transitioning out of this, whether it's the Hindu Yuga cycle talking about the Kali Yuga or the Zodiac talking about exiting the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. It all matches up to our growth in terms of our awareness. And so what could that possibly mean is, if we look anywhere, just honestly, intellectually, and try to see and try to validate, could that be true? When you look around, it's absolutely true, because it represents exactly your story. It represents my story. It represents thousands upon millions of other people that are essentially waking up to the simplicity of the nature of this reality. And it's not about, you know, being told from day one, you're a sinner, you can only rely on this figure, you know, that represents God and the totality of all that is, and it's all about his, you know, being in his good graces. Like, sure, there's truth to that, and yes, that served the purpose for the 2,000 years, but now we're transitioning, and I think it's clear there's a paradigm shift happening where we're going from this master-slave relationship to one of, you know, oneness, and recognizing that, oh, this was already spelled out in the Bible. He says we are all heirs to the throne. He's obviously not talking about a throne here on earth. He's talking about, like, a spiritual throne. Like, we're going to do greater things than he did. We, you know, ye of little faith, ye are gods, or, you know, God does not reside within walls that are man-made. He's inside each and every one of us. And how we treat each other is literally how we're treating God. And yet Christians, and a lot of, you know, Christians and Muslims especially, will tell you, well, we're not God. And I'm like, but when it's best for me to think that you are God. Because if I perceive you as God, and I perceive the flower as God, and I perceive a newborn baby as God, or I perceive everything as God, I'm going to treat you and everyone else with the highest degree of respect. So why are you telling me that I must not believe that we are divine manifestations and expressions of God? And their answer is, well, because this book tells us, and this was written by these people that heard this from this prophet, and sure, that's great. I'm not here to disrespect you, but again, there's enough evidence to believe that we're transitioning out of that. And I'll end it with this. Sorry, that was a lot. Appreciate y'all for listening. I think that when you look at what is being proposed in terms of what we're transitioning into, it makes more sense. It's in line with the ancient mystery schools, the secret society initiates that wrote thousands of books that have been hidden from us. It's in line with modern quantum day physicists and their attempt to now address consciousness and build a model of reality that transcends materialism. Like, it's all lining up to this moment of awakening. And what do you know? There's a global awareness that this is humanity's great awakening, and then the question ultimately becomes, how does this all unfold? What does it look like? And I think conversations like this are exactly where that, foundation is going to be laid. So anyway, I do want to let T-Bone Amputees. I do want to let you respond, but I also want to acknowledge Truth and Love. Thanks for coming on, man. Glad to have you here.
Hey, peace and love, host. It's good to listen to you, man. You were, hitting a lot of good topics there, and I think it's important for a lot of people to, if you're not gonna, absorb it as your truth, listen to it though, because you may find a puzzle piece that's gonna connect to something else, that's gonna connect to something else, and when you reach down and you start to, wonder what and then it almost hits you like a ton of bricks sometimes, and when that happens, you'll be grateful for places like this, because you can come and, get those answers to what you're seeking, because it can be overwhelming at times. And,
Yeah, and not to mention, this is the one live, this revolution is about dialogue. This is about accepting that we're in the process of discovery. I'm not here to tell you people you must believe what I say. I'm here sharing this with an open mind, like wanting feedback, as part of, again, what I believe to be an ongoing, well underway awakening for all of humanity. So, yeah, and on top of that, lastly, you can call me a piece of crap. You can make fun of me. You can tell me I'm dumber than rock. It doesn't matter. Like, this revolution is meant to be a place where the people that hate us can come tell us they hate us without us reacting in any way other than love. And it's also a place where people that want to ask difficult questions can come ask the questions without us cutting us off the live and telling us, I can't believe that guy believed that. Ha ha ha. Can you believe that? Oh, he's so dumb. And then, the entire live is making fun of you for like 5 minutes after you've already been gone. And it's just like, is this Christ-like? Like, it blows your mind. But anyway, T-Bone Amputees, I want to let you respond, and then the new guy, I'll let you go after him.
In the first 30 seconds I was down in the chat when I popped in here, I heard you say how we treat each other. It was probably about 8 months ago or something. I've had a lot of really challenging times, and I was laughing to myself. It hit me. All the stuff we're doing with each other is secondary. It's all the stage that we use to play out how we're treating each other. That's the primary thing.
Yes.
If you're my mirror, if you're my reflection, if I have in me this humble, meek greatness that can't get out, and the only way I can see myself is through your reflection, well then I better get to not being the smartest guy in the room or something, or get to change and becoming that, so that I can, and it's in our reflection. So how we treat each other is where, for me, has been where all the magic is, all the mystical, great, unworldly experiences that I've been having for the last 7 years that make it all worth it, right? That, like, these embodiments of joy, these long durations of serenity. Just, I mean, yeah, if you know, you just got to let people kind of start dabbling and dipping their toes in with it, and until they're ready to commit to it. So
yeah, no, you're right. And let me ask you real quick, are you familiar with NDEs?
I don't know that acronym.
Yeah,
No.
near-death experiences.
I've had like 20 of them.
Oh.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
I'm not even exaggerating.
Okay, all right. Well,
You
then
might
It's ridiculous.
share that.
I'm
Please share
surprised.
that.
Well, okay. So are you familiar? Have you, after having them, have you done any research on your own, like the hearing of other people's testimonies and experiences?
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by it. So a lot of stuff that's crossed my path and still does, and I always stop to hear. And
Well, hey, you're not going anywhere immediately. Are you cool chilling for a second?
oh yeah,
All right, cool. Because I
absolutely.
want to hear more about that, but I also want to just acknowledge the new guy that came in. I think it's Russell, but yeah, Russell. What's up? What's on your mind? You want to respond to the prompt or?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I love the prompt. Can you define to me why is it that the trees? What are you defining as the trees? Or what
That's
am
a
I
really
missing in the
good
context?
that's a really good question. When I put that prompt together, I had a little bit, or I kind of went over this in my head because when I read the Bible, and when you read the Bible clearly talks in metaphor, and it refers to things that it refers to humans in ways that aren't human, and it refers to either organizations or things that aren't human in ways that you would refer to a human. So I myself have used this quote from the Bible that you'll know a tree by the fruit that it bears. I've used that philosophically when debating different worldviews or different religions, right? Or talking to Christians about their worldview. And I've used,
That I understand.
I've used that idea of the tree being your worldview. Now, at the same time, I think it still applies to the individual. Now, it's less applicable, I would argue. Well, no, it's the same. Okay, let me hear me out real quick. The individual, we all know we're not perfect, right? So the quote that a good tree doesn't bear bad fruit, it doesn't necessarily apply to individuals. But the same goes for like a worldview. Like, that's not to say that you can have a worldview that's not based in truth, that isn't based in love, and it's not going to bear some good fruit. So I don't take it to be literal when it says a good tree doesn't bear bad fruit and a bad tree doesn't bear good fruit, because you could poke holes in that. But I think the overarching message applies to both the individual or specific philosophies or worldviews. And so I use it in either way, but what are your thoughts? How do you perceive it?
My immediate reaction is if a good tree is planted in bad soil, does that automatically make the fruit not worthy? That's my immediate mindset.
Wait, you broke up. Did you say the
Because
fruit not worthy, and then you broke up? Did you say something else after that?
yeah, if a good tree is planted in bad soil, does that automatically make the fruit not worthy? I
Well,
guess would be the best way to say
on
it.
that analogy real quick. Just to play on that analogy real quick, I think that soil is that foundation, potentially philosophically, and your relationship to the world.
Right.
And so,
Now, I want to preface this with where I'm coming from, so you understand me and we can have a conversation.
that's
I'm
fair.
not here
That
to
makes sense.
combat.
Yep.
I am not here to be argumentative. I'm not here to be that type of guest by any
Well,
stretch.
just real
And
quick,
I
just real
appreciate
quick.
a good conversation.
Just real quick, you can be argumentative here, and I will never get upset, and I'll never be rude to you. So, but keep going. We can have call it a
Not my
discussion debate.
intention.
But anyway,
No, absolutely. I love a good discussion, and I love hearing from other people and learning their mindsets. I am not necessarily personally a religious individual. I was raised religious. What made me become non-religious was actually I read the Bible cover to cover twice, and that really kind of drove me away from my religion. Um, Not necessarily the lessons that it gives, as far as on the positive side. If you're going to cherry pick the positive things, yeah, there are a whole bunch of positive things in there. But as far as like, this is the book I want to design my life by, yeah, no, that's getting tabled and off to the side. And that was my decision throughout that process and throughout that self educational time that I actually had, and I've stayed with that. I am now 48 years old, and so I want to let you know where I stand in my mentality and my kind of understanding of this. I have no problem having this conversation on things, and I love the fact that you brought that tree and fruit aspect into the conversation, I personally love it.
Now, having said all that, do you think that there's a purpose, let's say, or a reason we're experiencing life this way in this incarnation, so to speak? Like, what's your worldview, so to speak?
I would honestly say my purpose on the earth, if you wanted me to give a specific definition, is to propagate. I have children, and I want to leave the world in a better place than it was when I entered it. That is my life goal. I want the world to be better when I depart for my children, and then I want my body to decompose in the ground and become the subsistence for flora and fauna in order to help the next generations continue.
You kind of broke up. You still there?
I'm still here, and I apologize. Where did I break up?
Oh no, I think
He landed a
you want
plane.
the flora and fauna, and then you broke up.
Yeah, I want my no. I didn't break up. I muted
No,
myself
you
because I was kind of
ended
done.
No, he
it.
landed. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Want
yeah,
my body.
and so this is where like the idea that I would, let's say I were building a community, right? And you were to come into the community and you were to share with me your worldview, like no part of me would look at you and think that you were lacking or that I should be judging you in a way, worst of all, judging the future of your eternal soul, because everything you just articulated was in line with the principle of love, paying it forward, identifying as one with this greater reality in a way that you have a role to play, or you feel essentially driven to contribute in the way that you mentioned. And so, like, I think that's what, and really, if you read all of these sacred texts, you listen to I mean, you read what the prophets and all of these different cultures, whether it's the esoteric or the exoteric, like, they're all saying that same thing. They're all talking about the golden rule and what Jesus Christ said are the only two commandments, love God, or the way I see it, love creation, and then love your neighbor as yourself. It's so simple. And so the crazy thing is,
But
you would be looked at by many of those people as, well, unfortunately, he's going to have to burn in an eternity of hellfire because he didn't accept a certain narrative that the men that came before us told us we must. And I think that's the problem.
You're living a fault.
if I can actually say something to that, I'm one of the people that's like, if Jesus returned tomorrow type idea, right? He and I, we'd get along great. I have zero issues. Everything that Jesus said, that he actually taught, that he wanted his disciples and his people and his followers to actually do, I am 110% behind. The problem is, and I hate to say it this way, and I'm not trying to point a finger or start an argument per se, but my problem in society today is I can't openly be that type of person because, oh, you don't go to church? No. Why? Because I don't think that the way that organized religion today is teaching the Bible is the appropriate way that these things need to be conveyed. I think it's cherry picking. I think it's incredibly mixed up into the idea of capitalism and making more money and things along those lines. And I don't think that a church should be what a typical, emphasis on typical, church today is. and it's frustrating, and it almost makes me to a point of anger because, in all honesty, it's that mindset. If I was to become like the president or whatever else tomorrow, the first thing I would do, if you are a church and if you want to have your tax exemption, you adopt a homeless family of at least two people, and you house them, you feed them, and you help them move and progress back into society. Otherwise, you don't get your tax exemption. And I don't see why that would ever be an actual argument, but it is. I don't get the logic behind that type of treatment of our fellow citizens, our fellow people, our fellow humans. I don't understand the mindset that argues these things. And I'm here because maybe somebody can help enlighten me a little bit. So I'll be quiet.
No, bro, like it's funny, like everything you said, these are, I mean, this is my life work essentially, is trying to,
My man,
what's that?
Mike Molly.
Can you pull the
Yeah.
mic closer
Can
to
you hear
you?
me now? Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Or
I can.
pull
My
it.
bad.
Yeah,
My
could
bad.
you
I got
keep?
too,
You
I got
want
too
to chill
comfortable.
out?
What about now?
Maybe increase the volume or something like that.
That's awesome.
No, this is good. I do. Well, I do want to speak quickly. I do want to jump into what T-Bone was talking about from his own personal experiences, if he's cool sharing that. And then I do want to recognize Deshef. Do you have to go quickly, Deshef, or do you mind hearing T-Bone's experience?
I'll listen.
All right, cool. Real quick, I just want to respond to what I just heard. Like, it's funny, and I experience this so often, like timing of things. Like, I'll have a thought that is unique or something I had for the first time, and then I'll get on a live or I'll host a live, and then I'll, again, just like right now, I'll have these conversations. So I see that as sort of divine synchronicities. But yeah, the other day I'm thinking to myself, like, think of all the overhead that goes into these organizations, and not to mention the religious plurality and, just the infrastructure of all of that. Like, what if all of that money, every ounce of it, moved away from preaching and just simply had a friggin' memo that said, hey, by the way, guys, like, our relationship with God is reflected in how we treat each other. It's as simple as love. Now, with all of our time, we're going to focus on these initiatives. And so these are the different charity projects, or these are the different things that we can all vote on and what we're going to do with our money. And just get rid of all the preaching. Get rid of all the fake worship and playing all these instruments because we feel like God's up there like, oh, thank you for worshiping me. Oh, or no, he's not doing that. He's like, oh, thank you for worshiping me. Like, it doesn't make sense. And I think this is all divinely inspired and part of a cosmic transition of the ages. So I think it's all par for the course. But I think that very question that you asked, what you said you struggle with, I struggle with that same thing. And I was actually talking to Avatar earlier today, like, bro, we need, the next step for this organization, for this revolution, humanity's R.O.A.R, the Raise Our Awareness Revolution, which is ultimately to unite people and transcend this religious division, that is inherent in this religiously pluralized world that we live in. Like, we need to start developing some sort of initiatives that we communicate with the online community, and then we somehow, allow for people in the online community to represent a certain area, and then we put it all in like a digital or a QuickBooks or some sort of public accounting system where people can represent certain areas, and then in that process you build a certain amount and you set milestones for funds, and then you lay out like the plans for what we plan on doing with those funds, and then you share that vision of like, this is where our focus should be. Our focus should be solely on this. It shouldn't be on like going to church and having a priest tell us that it's a good thing you're here at this church right now, because if you weren't, then God, that's a sin, and God's not happy with you, and you need to go out and, share this message with everyone else. And by that, I mean, if they're not Christian, you need to tell them why they need to be. Like, it's a waste of time and energy. And nowadays, time, energy, money, all that's becoming more and more valuable because of the fact that we've been robbed by the very system that we're a part of on the back end through inflation. We can go on about the economics for hours, but obviously that's not what this is about. So,
Hey, slow down, boss.
yes.
Economic, as far as the idea, it's not about money. It's about an ideal. We need to save the youth before anybody else.
When you say save the youth, what do you mean?
So it's not about keeping seats. It's about filling seats. Creating an environment as far as church.
And so my question is, what is the role of the church, if not to serve humanity?
No, it's about inspiring people. Young,
but inspiring them
men and inspiring is a romanticized word. That's a romantic word.
Something real quick, y'all.
No, but inspiring them for being in the light.
Yes, truth. Yes,
and being better young women and men.
And I do want to quickly say, I agree. I'm not going to disagree. I'm not going to discount what you're saying. I'm 100% there with you. But could we have maybe over the past 2,000 years spent way too much time trying to tell people, hey, we should love each other and we should try to make the most of this life?
But
do you guys realize that people are literally going to an AI?
Hold on, real quick, T-Bone. I'm gonna let you have the response right after him. Yeah. Yep. I won't even respond. I'll let you have it. Russell, just finish your thought real quick.
No, I don't necessarily want to step on anybody else's toes. I think my position was pretty well delivered. If somebody has a question, I'll be happy to respond.
Fair enough. T-Bone might have something to say. Let's let him.
But I would love to hand it off to the next.
And truth is also
hold on before we get too
far
away from it. Can I please just respond?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just before we get too far away from it, because he made a point. He said, "Is somebody out there that can enlighten me?" And what he's basically saying is, is there somebody that can put me back on the track of where I was at? And one of the things that I do when that happens is I have to remind myself that I'm a creator, and I know that I'm a creator of not just the things that I have and possess and draw and write, but I'm the creator of my own reality as well. And sometimes when we focus on the things that are negative, like some of these news stories that are here to pressure buttons. I found myself one day watching TV with my wife, and I was yelling at the TV because I couldn't believe something had happened. My wife comes in and goes, "What happened?" And I told her what had happened, and she goes, "Well, what can you do about that?" And it stopped me in my tracks when I heard her say that, because I got to thinking I was getting really hot over something that's halfway across the country I had no control of, but my neighbor next door maybe needed a ride to get her medication. And it told me that if I wanted to take that energy and I wanted to put it into good use, instead of yelling at my TV, I became active in the community around me in order to support them with love. Because when you show people love, they reciprocate love, and that's how the community grows. And sometimes we drift far apart of that because we have these distractions that pop up in our lives, and we have to go through those trials again and again and again. And one of those things is the church. That's a hot button for us.
Hey, truth and love. You are actually speaking the truth, which is
can I make
you care a huge amount, and you're a good man.
If on that, one of the things I want to just respond to that immediately is what you realized is that your feelings aren't necessarily as important as your actions, and that speaks volumes. because, like your wife actually
One of-
said, and like you just said, yeah, I can get angry at the TV, I can yell, I can scream, I can be angry at the stuff that's going on around me, but yeah, my neighbor still needs a hand. That's where I am going to applaud you on this, because that's the type of person we should be. That's the type of neighbor we should be. That's the type of friend we should be. What bothers me is, more often than not, is when we go to our churches, when we go to our, whether it's a church or a synagogue or a mosque, it doesn't matter. All of those lessons that are occurring in there are all about you. What can you do for me? What can you contribute to us as an organization? Not, hey, take care of your neighbor. And I think that that's a different message that a lot of us are missing, and a lot of us are missing because, and it's again, this is my personal experience, but it's missing because a lot of these are becoming these institutions that don't necessarily want to deliver that message on take care of your neighbor before you take care of the church. They're like, no, the church has to be first. I'm like, but if I'm taking care of my neighbor, if I'm giving my 10%, my tithing, right? It doesn't always have to go to the church. Sometimes it goes to my neighbor that's struggling with food, and I go and run to the grocery store and give her $100 worth of food. That can be my tithing. Why can that not be my tithing? And I don't think that the industrialized versions of what we're dealing with today accept that or appreciate it or even recognize it as, okay, you did good. They'll sit there and say, yeah, you did good, but you still owe me my 10%. And that's what really F's me up about modern today's churches.
Here's the good part, though, Russell. Here's the good part. Let me, not to cut you short, but look, here's the good part. You're not looking for validation from those people. You're not looking for their acceptance. You're not looking for anything other than someone to still show love, even in the situations. Because look, anybody who's trying to better their life in any which way or possible, whether it's through the church, whether it's through meditation, whether it's through anything, anybody who's trying to better themselves deserves the respect of someone who wants better for ourselves. So you have to remember that, they may not be at the same level as you. They may not have that same frustration that you go through. Maybe, they haven't had the time to sit with themselves and get to those truths yet. But, let's love them in the process too,
No,
Yeah,
I'm
100%.
100% behind you on that. But tell me I'm wrong. One of the things that frustrates me most, and again, I'm not trying to cut anybody off, and I'm not trying to start an argument, and I'm not trying to be argumentative or frustrating or anything along those lines. And I apologize if I.
No, hey, Russell, let me say this. Russell, let me say this. There's a certain point in time which I come to understand who a person is, like how they relate to other people and how they perceive other people in relation to themselves. For today and for the rest of any live you ever come on, I understand what type of person you are, so you don't ever have to say that again. Like I respect you because I know.
I appreciate it, but I'm gonna piss you off and say it again anyway. And so
fair
you
enough.
can
I just want to let you know you don't have to. Yeah.
No, I get it, but I mean he doesn't know me, and my question is, and this is where I'm looking at things is. My frustration is you have a church organization that is actively taking advantage of a woman that's struggling already, but yet she's going to go and help buy her neighbor's groceries. But that church is still going to say, "Oh, you did that, but I still want my cut," and it angers me, and it frustrates the hell out of me. So I see what you're saying is, yeah, but people are going to love the people that do the things, but the problem is the church doesn't.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick. I
Yes.
don't mean to cut you off, but it's relevant to what you're saying. Okay, this is essentially, like I said before, like this the roar you see, like that's the acronym for the Raise Our Awareness Revolution. Ultimately, the mission is to transcend the religious divide on a global scale and unite humanity under something new that isn't a quote-unquote religion. It speaks finality to that old age concept of religion and is dubbed a revolution. Anyway, having said all that, this is literally like what my mind is currently focused on. So what is it that you would like to see differently? And the reason I ask is because I want to hear these things so that I can brainstorm and try to figure out how we manifest that in this reality or accomplish that. How would you take a church, for example? What would you want them to do differently?
And I will speak from a non-religious individual. Today, I am a non-religious individual, and I want to qualify that.
But let's say you had a church. I
would expect or prefer that our religious institution. Okay, I grew up Southern Methodist, so there you go with that.
There you go. Take that church.
I would prefer our religious institutions take ownership and take responsibility for their community in more ways than they actually are. More direct ways, I guess, would be the best way to say it.
All right,
we're going to take 10%.
Real quick, just for the sake of time, like I hear everything you said, and I get what you're saying, but I just want to throw it back at you. Like, again, this is something I've thought about a lot recently, and but I would go a step further and say I think 100% of their time needs to be to serving the community, because just like the Bible says, you will know a tree by its fruits, and so like there's no need to preach. Like, how we treat each other is exactly how we're treating God. That's the story of the Samaritan, like you didn't clothe me, you didn't feed me. But this guy, a Samaritan, not a Jew, right? And the Jews thought, oh, well, they're not a part of this faith that we've developed from the prophets of the Old Testament and all of this. So these people are not going to reap the benefits in the afterlife like we are going to. And that's when Jesus said to them that this very person is the person that God is looking down on and expecting all of us to be. So I'm at the point where, like, I don't even see the purpose of the whole. What's that? Yeah.
Read
There's
that.
a new guest.
Sorry, man. Your mic slide again.
I do. Oh, my bad. I do want to let T-Bone respond before we get to the new guest. With all due respect to the new guest,
we've ignored him.
But
we could talk about the NDE anytime, brother. I'll be around. I'll be back. I promise you that.
Fair enough. Well, let's just keep flowing, and I appreciate that promise, and I'll be reaching out to you personally to potentially set up a dialogue off of this, because that's
we.
Was that?
Yeah, I could go for days on that. We all have
keep going.
We all have a very good understanding that over 80% goes to the infrastructure of organizations, okay? We all know this. The word is dislodge. Russell, I'm sorry, but you need to be dislodged, brother. If we are talking about narratives and releasing this built-up understanding, thinking that it's going to be therapeutic to us and that it's going to help us, we're deceived. It's not. It has to be replaced with something like the medication thing. So he said that he should be getting his neighbor's medication. Well, when truth is doing enough things to get the esteem, he's not going to have the energy to give to talking to the TV about how messed up it is.
Hold on, one at a time.
It just dissolves.
Yeah,
it just dissolves itself.
Yeah, I was going to say, let him finish, Russell, but yeah, let him finish.
We care about our fellows' needs before we care about our own wants. And like I think Truth said, and that doesn't have to be monetarily. Like, we are morally bankrupt. We are demoralized, and we are insecure and scared and hiding and isolating from our fellow men. And when we're around our fellow men, we're wearing 15 layers of masks and personas and keeping up with the Joneses. So these conversations, like the conversations a lot of us are in now, are full-blown bore moving forward, structuring action, not talking about the way things are. David Hume, a very popular philosopher, says you can't make an is into an ought. You can't take today, what's going on today, and turn what ought to be with that. So what do you use? You use creation. You use truth. You, like Rumi says, you step out and the path appears underneath you. There's no energy. You can't be divided. You can't be lukewarm. You can't be on the fence. You can't be riding a fence. You have to be secure enough to full send it and step on the side. And you know what? We're all going to have egg on our face if our creator doesn't show up for us. Okay, brother? We're all going to look like fools. But that's okay, because we look like fools now. And I'll land.
Russell, you wanted to say
real,
something? Yeah.
Real quick, first thing, you stated that I would go get their prescriptions and whatever else. So I understand if you're concerned about people's medication as far as they're taking too much and the whole idea of medication being an issue. But I never, I said groceries.
You're not talking.
The word I used was groceries.
Can we get the misunderstanding?
You
Russell?
brought that up. I did not.
Can I please, straight away? Truth was talking to the TV, and something happened on TV. Remember that? And he said if he was.
I'm not sure I was I was in here when that happened, but you stated that I made a statement about. So I'm just trying to make sure that the record.
I will say he was referring to what Truth was saying earlier. Yeah.
Okay. But he mentioned.
Did you miss what I had said?
I wanted to make sure that it wasn't.
No, I hear you, Russell.
So I apologize. I'm not trying to.
I understand how you perceive it that way. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was a little sloppy there. Sorry.
Do we want to go ahead and let Stone White Light, at least if he wanted to weigh in, jump in? If not, I think Truth, you wanted to say something, but Stone White Light, welcome here.
Get your mic up to your face, bro.
Oh man, hey, Stone White Light. Just wanted to give you the floor if you wanted to weigh in real quick. I think Truth wanted to say something, but if not, let Stone White Light jump in, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, hi. Thank you guys for having me up. This is a awesome conversation so far. I was really just listening and taking it all in. I can always contribute, but go ahead. It's rolling right now, so go ahead, Truth. You can just keep on going with whatever was just being said.
Cool. Yep, glad to have you here. Truth.
One of the things that I realized during the whole inner work and the whole shadow work and the whole finding who I was. One of the things that I realized is that some of the feelings that I had about my own self were the exact things that I disliked in others. And so I realized that, I was almost hating myself for the same things that I was, disgruntled with in others. And so it made me realize that those judgments and those, divisions and generalizations, and somebody brought it up earlier about the labels, and it's actually 700 labels at any given minute for, an adult male or female in this country. That's a lot of, peeling. And, when they talk about doing that shadow work and going in and finding the things within you, they're talking about those specific things. When you sit with yourself and you realize that, I've been judging this person that way. I've been judging, where did I learn all of this stuff? Where did it come from? And when you look back at it and you realize it could be something petty, or it could be something that really gonna jar your brain, because the realization of some things that come to mind when you're sitting with yourself can be painful. It can be hurtful. It can be, it can make you feel the emotion that you feel when you watch those stories on TV. And so if you do it for yourself versus, someone else on TV, and you reclaim that power, for yourself instead of giving it away, you start to, transform into, a better Because when you understand yourself, you transform into a better person. And, when you're always looking to better yourself or do good for someone or, help out in any which way, that always starts with helping yourself first and then somebody else wanting, that for themselves because they see it in you. And when we progress that way, it's actually like we're sharing knowledge along the way. And not only are we sharing knowledge, we're sharing love at the same time because we have the patience and we have the understanding that, people are hurting, people are in need. And, we're on this planet and realm to, if you're bored, go help someone. If you're angry, stop being angry and go do something for someone so you can be happy about that. Because those creations do it. Yeah, go ahead, Host. I know.
Yeah,
I know. I was
want to jump
rambling.
in. No, you're good. I wanted to jump in at that moment. I thought you were done for a second, and also sometimes when I jump in, it's just because I think you're landing, and for the sake of time. Anyway, that being said, this is why I love these NDEs or these near-death experiences. You can go onto social media, type in NDE, and listen to hundreds upon hundreds. If you have time for thousands upon thousands, they're more and more every day. They say that. Recent study, 1 in 26 people have had one of these NDEs or near-death experience where they experience the other side and come back and talk about it, where they talk about their life review, where they have to relive their entire life. And they come back with an inspired message that is with conviction and with a high degree of inspiration to share this simplicity of what they've come to understand. And they talk about it they one of the things that hit me the biggest was when they say that it's the little things in life that actually have the biggest impact oftentimes in that afterlife experience. In that when you're walking down the street and you help a stranger or you just simply wave at a stranger, those are the moments in the afterlife that they come back and talk about the impact that it had on their soul and the love, the connection in those simplest, forms where they could have just walked past and done nothing and no one would have batted an eye. And so once we start, and again, this is why I encourage everyone to watch these and this is why I watch them all the time, because every time I do, it's always this confirming of the simplicity of the purpose of this life. And the more you watch, the more you ingrain it into your mind, and then the more aware you are throughout your day of those opportunities that oftentimes we just walk right past because we're so busy with work or, family or, making ends meet. I get it. That's not, and this is why, again, these NDEs are so important, because in a busy world like today, it resets your brain and sits you down and says, hey, it's a lot simpler in terms of what's up?
Sorry, I'm actually wanting to say something that's going to agree with you. Does anybody remember the movie Patch Adams, Robin Williams?
Yes.
There was a 10-minute episode in that movie where he was doing just that. He was answering wrong phone calls. He was calling random people. He was just doing random stuff to people on the street. And I think that in their reaction, because there was a moment he was hanging from a tree limb, and he scared this woman that was walking down the street, and he hopped down, and his buddy was like, I don't get it. What was this? He's like, give it a second. And then 10 seconds later, she turns around, she looks at him and laughs and kind of gives the whole little hand wave back and oh, you boys type idea. Yes, our impact, our interaction on people is incredibly influential. I will guarantee you, I cannot tell you the number of times that I have stood in an elevator going to the 70 whatever floor, where I actually look at him, I'm like, you really look put together today. You look awesome. I mean, it's not something she's going to go to HR about, right? I'm not hitting on her, but I'm just complimenting her dress. That, I can guarantee you, made her entire day. it takes you 2 seconds to compliment somebody. I mean, I see a guy in, well done up. I mean, he's got a shirt on point and everything else like that. I'm like, dude, you look awesome, man. I mean, great ironing job. Your shirt's on point. Hey, kick ass. I mean, it takes you nothing. It expenses nothing out of your person to give someone a compliment. And I can guarantee you those people carry that for the day, for the week, for the month. But it's just little things. We just got to appreciate.
Russell, what does it cost you? What does it cost people that don't do it? Why do people not do it, Russell?
Honestly, it's awareness is what I would say.
Let's not leave it open-ended.
I would argue.
Sacrifice.
I would argue real quick. I would argue the vast majority of us don't do it because we haven't had a near-death experience or listened to a testimonial of a near-death experience. I myself, I mean, I was raised relatively right, but like when I heard it from someone that had crossed over and came back telling them, it just hit me like a ton of bricks that just I can't. So I think there's a lot of people probably out there that are just unaware of that understanding of the simplicity. But anyway,
I can tell you why I was. I can tell you what I was going to say.
I see where you're going with the ending.
Let T-Bone.
I'll give you my answer. I mean, because we can't talk about stuff and then not say the answer is this. People cannot sacrifice 2 seconds away from their looping and rumination of the control they think they have on their life. They are in control. They are in control, and they can't leave that. They are controlling how fast they get somewhere. They are controlling how much money they're going to make. They're controlling how they're going to get a raise, how they're going to get a better job, how they're going to squeeze in that drink at the bar before they go home. That's all people are doing in their head, all brain. They can't, their heart is not, it's shut off. Their heart is off. That's the answer.
I would agree. Now, the only thing is when you say people can't, I think it boils more so down to awareness and like realizing that, hey, and this is why another aspect of this reality that you can do research on, you can look at studies of people that are on their deathbed, right? Older folk, right? And look at the polls, like the questions that they ask these people, like, what do you wish you would have done more of in this life? And it's very clear. Like, it's like, I wish I would have, spent more time with people I love. I wish I would have taken more risks, or I wish I would have helped more people or focused on, helping other people rather than my, so when you really look at it, it's very simple, and it really does boil down to the thing that we take with us, or the things that we take with us. It's obviously not our wealth, it's not our assets, none of that. The only thing that we take with us are our interactions with others. That's it. So the more we can create more of that, and I'll just for fun, or just as a joke that I've said months ago, or popped into my mind months ago, in my opinion, what's more valuable than the church service itself is that donut after the church service. Because in that, that service after the service where you get your donut, what are you doing? Now's your chance to actually talk to your neighbor, and get to know them, And the funniest thing about that, or at least from my experience, the way I was raised, we go grab the donut and then we leave. And now, just full circle, like 5-6 years out of that mentality and now trying to create something new, I'm realizing that humanity is just completely missing the mark because we're so worried about our beliefs being the most important thing. But anyway, I'll let someone else weigh in or jump in.
I want to throw in on that because, in all honesty, the mindset that I actually have and the reason that I say these things is I'm standing in an elevator, walking next to somebody, and we're crossing the street or whatever else. The trigger for me is if I were her, him, whatever, what would I want me to say? And
well, you're just a badass. Let me just say, for one, and then I'm going to let you continue, but you're a badass, bro, because myself and many other people included, we don't come to that conclusion naturally. But keep going. I just want to commend you for that.
If you're gonna be a freaking good human being, why is that not one of the first things that are in your mind? I want to make my fellow human being feel better. I want to make that other person, just be a good freaking human being. Why is this such a challenge? I'm sorry.
No, well, too, I think a lot of us are just so preoccupied between family, our career, and just there's such little time that we just forget. We just end up going through the motions. And yeah, we try to be kind because we understand that that's what our church tells us. Be kind, but we need like a paradigm shift, just a complete just a reform that restructures our entire mental framework. It's not about going to church and sitting there for an hour and then leaving. From my point of view, at this point in my life, the whole congregation would be better served for that entire hour doing some form of community service together. Why would that
if I formed a church, I would stand on a if I formed a church, I would stand on a rock. It would be in the middle of a freaking field, and come what may. I should have nothing. If it's raining, we sit in the rain. If it's sunny, we sit in the sun. If it's hot, we sit in the heat. But we are humans. We are talking about how we should actually be better people. That should be the message. And the fact that is not the message is what scares the F out of me, because everybody is about how are we going to keep the lights on? How are we going to keep the AC running? How are we going to actually continue to fund this big building and stuff like that? I'm like, why do you need a building? If your actual message is human interaction, human love, human connection, why do you need a building? Why is this your focus?
Hey, Russell, do you know how much the Christian church, in the sense of a building, is disintegrating in the U.S.? I haven't been to church for over 15 years. I don't even think about it. It's never even registers in my mind. That has nothing to do with the kingdom to me. It is completely it is washed from my conscious. It doesn't even exist.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Okay,
you and I got a 6-pack. It's sitting on my patio and it's waiting for you. Come show your butt up.
Yeah, I'm free, man. I'm free.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? So we're all on this live, and we are all resonating with this message and this vibration. The question ultimately becomes, how do we affect these changes in the world? And that's ultimately what, obviously, I'm working on. If anyone has any thoughts, feel free to jump in. But I also don't want to play the conversation with that.
You do not want my answers on this. You do not want my answers on this.
Let me ask you this: is there a way to do it digitally initially? Is there a way to propose a vision to humanity where, obviously
I'm an IT manager, and I've been in IT for 35 years, so that question, I'm going to open up a plethora.
Well, I would say go for it, unless
somebody else was trying to chime in.
Whoever wanted
to
jump in.
I don't want to step on toes.
And if not, I can finish my thought. Anyone else want to jump in? If not, I'll just go ahead and finish my thought. You can just go to Google and type in how many billions, if not trillions of dollars goes into the industry of this religious plurality that we know as the industry of religion. It's billions, probably globally upwards of trillions. We live at an unprecedented time in history. We have the ability to have a global discussion or a global movement or revolution, as I like to call this. and we have the tools to be able to do it. I'll just share with y'all like a vision that I initially have had, and you can, or anyone can let me know if I'm crazy, but could it be that in the very near future, people are going to wake up to this idea, and they're going to start to have these community like contribution, funds where they start to strategically invest the little bit of money, that 10% of tithing, let's say people wake up and they start saying, hey, you know what, rather than contributing to that infrastructure, let's create our own, that with a digital, like, blockchain based, sort of like, or it doesn't even have to be blockchain based, just some trusted accounting book system. So it was all public, and people that put their money in it, it was allocated based on whatever region, and it was all designed. You said you were IT? Hey, maybe you can help me with this. So you would create this awareness, and that would eventually become a competition, so to speak. It's not about the competition, but just the awareness of it would be cool. And then what my message here is that I think that we as humanity would find so much inspiration in creating something new that is growing beyond the structures of old. I think what the result of that would be, we would accomplish so much in terms of these projects that we are funding through our, systems that we built, that we will slowly recognize how much we're actually being robbed on the, through taxes and, just taxes, for example. Like, I think that is going to be part of this global great awakening, is that we're going to do things like this, and we're going to be like, dude, we did this much with this amount of money. Like, where are our tax dollars going? Like, what is going on? And then through that outrage, through that awareness, anyway, these discussions will unfold. But keep going, jump in.
No, I'm about to absolutely piss you off, and if I do, I apologize. But I'm going to throw this out there.
But please do. Yeah.
Where's your outrage on Jeffrey Osteen during the Houston floods, where Mattress Mac, right, Osteen, right, the biggest, largest Christian church in Houston. Houston is flooding. People's houses are up to their rafters. And he says, yeah, I'm not going to let anybody in. I just had the carpets cleaned. That was his excuse. Mattress Mac, this guy up the road, says, look, if you need a place to stay, I got you. Hold on. The religious organization didn't do shit and turned everybody away. The mattress guy was the Christian. Why are we not in outrage about this?
Well, that's the thing is,
Russell.
Real quick, and then I'm gonna give it to you, T-Bone. A lot of people were, but again, if we don't provide solutions, it just becomes a talking point in the news, And then, but anyway, T-Bone, jump in.
As someone who lived 40 years on this earth in pure rebellion against what you speak of, do you know what the highest form of rebellion is?
Enlighten me.
Doing
Excellence.
something to change it. Oh, sorry. Keep going.
Excellence. My mic is messed up. Excellence is the highest form of rebellion. So if you're not living in excellence, then you're not rebelling at the highest. Your energy has to go places so that you don't get stuck down there just talking about what's messed up. You don't feel that way anymore.
Mattress Mike was exemplifying rebellion against.
Absolutely, yeah, heck yeah, yeah, sure. Now you could say that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we might be talking past each other here. I think we do agree.
But like in our personal lives
yeah.
as individuals that don't have a warehouse like him, we can live this we can fly in the face of all these things by being excellent and impeccable with our word and healthy and sane and sovereign, and that all goes away. We know that we are one up on them. We're going to get them. They can't beat us. We're going to get them. But if we're insecure and we have
we can do more. That's what I'm getting at. Is that we have?
I'm asking you. Are you in? I'm going to ask you point blank. Are you in defense of Jeffrey Epstein, and are you in opposition?
First off,
Master
it's
Mike,
not
or
it's not Osteen. He's Texan, so it sounds like that. That's not the Mandela effect. It's Osteen.
And
But
it's Joel,
I
not
think
Jeffrey. But keep going.
he like I said, I have no pessimism. I have no skepticism. I have no hate. I have no energy. He God bless his smile and all the people he tickles their ears and every good feelings he creates for him. But it ain't a hill of beans to me. It don't make any difference to me. I'm indifferent about it. It's a distraction.
You're completely. And this is what. And give me.
Now you're gonna go and assume something. Don't assume nothing about me.
No. I'm not going to try and assume anything. I'm going to ask a very, very serious question. Are you saying that because he is a religious leader, you have zero issue with his mandate and him telling all the people that he rejected that was appropriate?
I'm saying that because I'm living my life in a way, every single way that I'm living my life is to create a place where he will never be able to do anything like that again. I have nothing to say about what's over and what he's done that I have no control over. It's just virtue signaling. It's virtue signaling, bro.
Let me respond. Let me help both of y'all out. Let me help both of y'all out. I think y'all are both in agreement. I think on one hand, as individuals, there's only so much we can do. I mean, there's really not much we can do. And this is why the whole mission, the whole message is that if we unite our voice and we unite our mission and we put together these initiatives and we do it in a way where people feel inspired, that's when we're going to see change. And so I think the question is, how do we achieve that? I think we're all in agreement that those things are not what we are aligned with, and we don't want to see it anymore. But they're not going to change. Joel Osteen and the likes of Joel Osteen they're not going to change. And so
he's not out there cussing. He's not out there yelling at people. He's not disrespectful. He's actually out there motivating the people that are, at their rock bottom. Is it entertainment? Maybe. But it's motivational to some people, and I've seen a lot of people in my city turn their lives around, and they credit that guy for doing it. So, you can have the opinions about the guy all that you want, but like I said earlier, anybody who's out there, bettering their community, sorry he didn't unlock his church, the one that he paid millions for. To let a whole bunch of
and I'll meet you. I'll meet you halfway there. I'll accept that he might have made a mistake or error in judgment in that call in terms of opening up for the. But you're right. There's a lot he has done, and I don't have any issue with the guy for that. He's done a whole heck of a lot, right? So it's probably a bad example, but this is why I just like to look at the entirety of the industry of religion, and without trying to lay blame for the people that have carried the torch or done what or have essentially been a part of the religious endeavor for this time for humanity. It's all grown to be where it's at. There's no point at which it's like, oh, I can't believe that. No, it's a natural progression, but I'm just arguing the natural progression from here is to not blame these people, but just to say, hey, how can we improve it? Is there a way that maybe all of these different religions are unnecessary for one, and maybe for two, could we digitize it in a way that, like, you know, to Russell's point earlier, maybe you could create some sort of digital broadcasted thing where you encouraged the revolutionaries, let's call it, the people that were in line with this message and this mission, to go out into nature and use an iPad or something and share it with your small community, or, you know, to utilize our resources as best we can to serve humanity as best as possible. That's just an idea, but I do think that that's where it ultimately has to go.
I'll agree to that, but I do want to respond to his statement, and I'm not attacking per se, but the idea that this huge, large church does not open their doors. I mean, that's supposed to be what a church is for. A church is supposed to be an area of sanctuary. And I agree. This is an easy, low-hanging apple. So I'm gonna say that before I get into the depths of this. I think that we need to hold our churches, our pastors, our deacons at a higher level, and actually hold them to a point and say, if you are not doing the rightful thing to better our community, to take a family in, to be that guiding light that we're expecting you to be, that we're paying you to be, that we're expecting that you're standing on the pulpit on Sunday, but yet Monday you're like, yeah, no, I'm taking a break. Like, that mindset has to change, and our expectation of them has to change, because right now we don't have any expectation of any religious leader. And I think that is where we are failing. I mean, if you want Christian, and I realize that Christianity has been dwindling in the U.S., especially over the last 20 years. If you wanted to survive at all, we have to start holding people accountable. Holding accountable to the level of, what are you doing to actually improve our community? What are you doing to commit? What are you doing to improve? What's your day to day? And if we're not asking that of them, I'm sorry, I'll be quiet.
No, keep going. No, my bad. I just threw that out there. Please, land.
Well, no. I mean, I'm starting to get on a rant, and I don't want.
No, you're good. All I was gonna say is that I respect everything you're saying. I'm almost 1,000% on this. So I just want to share is that the way history works, the way reality works, is that we are the creators of new things, right? So the idea that we're going to look to an industry that is already, like, I mean, just look, you've got guys like, what are their names? Well, forget their names, with their jets and their, like, you see some of their sermons, and half the sermon they talk about their watch, and they're talking about, like, all the money, and, like, man, I can't remember his name. But anyway, there's plenty of them. What I'm getting at is that we're not going to reform the institutions of religion, nor are we going to get them to look past this never-ending debate where they're judging each other and focusing on why people need to be at this church versus that church. All that's irrelevant. And they're not going to change. So my only message to you guys and to anyone listening is that it's going to come from us creating something new.
I mean, I'm
Russell,
I am not a religious individual, but why can we not take those over and become the representation that we know Christians should be?
It's top down, bottom up.
Yeah.
We're talking bottom up. We're not talking top down. You're talking top down. We're talking bottom up. And sir, are you above reproach today? Because when you get there, I promise you the last thing you want to do is go stick your head in some pastor's room and hold him accountable. You just don't know what you want to do until you get there. What you have in your mind right now changes when you embody something different. Sorry, Stone. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Head into a pastor's room and have a conversation.
Oh, it's all right. I was just going to add that, in my view, a good Christian or somebody who is attempting to follow Christ, right? The way you would approach that is you're right, you wouldn't ignore it, right? But you would recognize that outrage does not serve a greater purpose. But what you could do is follow the transparency and let's put it on display route, where you could say, okay, this pastor didn't allow people in, all these people are angry, this other guy did. Let's have them all here for an interview. Let's do it. Let's all just talk through it. Let's literally ask, what were you think? Because guess what? Pastors are allowed to make mistakes too. Like, that does not disqualify a person because you make a mistake. And if they're complete, frauds in that position, okay, that's different. But we are supposed to build each other up, and we have to at least try that first. And nobody wants to be told something from somebody who A, doesn't know them, B, shows up just to order them around, right? Because none of that is how Jesus was either. So if you do want to show up and you do want to affect change in an area or an institution or in a circle, you have to respect that it exists first. Respect that what happened there. Just in terms of, like, don't walk in expecting or asking it to be something other than what it is. You are there to meet it as it is and to help transform it or amplify it or heal it, whatever it may be. But we are catalysts, not controllers. And so if you really wanted to take the Jesus route on that, you would just say, hey, do you want to just all talk about this? Because I'm pretty sure nobody in that moment was, thinking 100% clearly, 100% calm. Things may have been said, choices may have been made that if you look back now and reflect, maybe we would have made different choices. But until you're in a situation, you do not know. Like, you can know in your heart that you're a good person, right? But as experiences amplify and level up, it is not always so clear what the quote good person thing is to do, because you may have three options and not a single one of them. It's not like they're illegal or evil or something like that, but three options and you're like, man, no matter which one I choose, someone's going to get hurt, someone will be helped. There are harder choices to make when you have greater responsibilities, and I always try to just remember that. So I'll land there.
I think I do agree. One thing I think I just keep going back to, and that's not to discount anything you just said. I think I resonate with everything you just said, but I think the question is, like, what does the Bible say? It says, a house divided cannot stand, and a kingdom divided will become desolate, right? Well, it's safe to say humanity on pretty much no level is united, right? So maybe our full potential, and this isn't even to get into the spiritual quantum physics manipulation of reality side of it, but maybe our full potential cannot be realized until we're united. And I think, after having thought about this for as long as I have, like, the only way that we stand to potentially even be able to unite on a global scale, and I propose that because we have the technology to have a global digital roundtable discussion and, to have these communities communicate. Anyway, we have the capacity to talk on a global scale. If we know that that is the most valuable thing that we can do, is to unite on a global scale, then we should all be asking ourselves, how do we do it? And from my point of view, the only way we do it is to unite in our identity, like as something more than just this material meat suit that we're all sporting. Like, maybe we are deeper, divine, eternal beings that transcend all of these religious discussions and debates that have us not united. And if you look at it, like, or at least in my experience, when you look at the ancient texts, you look at the secret society initiates that have written thousands upon thousands of books, you look at the modern day, like, you look at the NDE experiencers, you look at the out-of-body experiencers that are growing by the numbers, and then you look at the quantum physics and the science community now addressing consciousness and moving on from materialism, then it becomes more clear that, for one, maybe the religious paradigm of thinking, of judging each other based on our belief system, for one, maybe that isn't the purpose. And for two, maybe we could grow beyond that and just unite in this understanding that it's not about judging each other, it's just about coexisting and living the fullness of what love looks like at the individual level and the collective level. Like, why? And so if that is the case,
I like
then I
being
think...
a Me Too bag.
What's that?
Then maybe I like being a Me Too bag. What's wrong with that?
Well, regardless, you're going to be a meat suit bag for now. But what I'm getting at is that, like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, we should be shooting for our fullest potential. And I think that fullest potential is spiritual unity on a global scale. And then my question is, how do we achieve that? And I just think we have, I think
it's so common and normalized to have cognitive dissonance, to recognize and honor people. We're such good people. We're going to honor people for what they say they are and what they say they believe. And then we look the other way when they do stupid stuff that isn't in line with what they say they believe. I had an idea, the blue check mark? The blue check mark is like, okay, well, you have integrity. You're going to fly an integrity check mark? And then you're out there on your social media and you got this check mark and you're acting a fool, and say, how long you think that person's not going to feel shame for the way they act when they're flying an integrity check mark? Something like that. Like, people have to be bold enough.
Stuff?
What's that?
I'm just trying to qualify. Are you talking about, like, on X and Twitter?
Oh, I'm just talking about, like, real generically, like,
social media.
Just, how you're verified. They have this blue check mark where you get verified. And if you say you're a dignified person or you're an integral person, like, people have to start calling other people out when they're acting shady and doing stuff on a mass scale. If your beliefs and your actions don't line up, that's a problem.
Yeah, but see, this is where I disagree respectfully. Like, this is where I say, and this goes into, like, even just, like, disagreements on morality. Like, I don't need to tell somebody that their way of life is not ideal for humanity in order to communicate my belief that their way of life is not ideal for humanity. All I need to do is find like-minded souls and align ourselves together and then speak what we believe to be ideal for the future of humanity, and the truth will stand alone. The other, dissenting views on the nature of reality, they will fall by the wayside, because it is as simple as, natural order and love. Like, that's it. So just to take one example of the debate, like, when we're talking about sexuality and we're talking about gender and we're talking about all those things, I don't need to tell people they're either evil or going to hell, or I don't need to do any of that. All I need to do is promote what, the value of family, the value of a man and a woman procreating and preserving the future of humanity. So
I can give you an example. I could give you an example of what I meant. So today, the guy came on and we were talking about houses. And he was talking about owning a house isn't important anymore. and it's not something that's important. It's not a good investment, blah, 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 blah. He's like 38 years old. He's going on and on and on about it. And then we started talking more. He's like, oh yeah, I got this going on, and I'm well off, and I got 3 houses. I said, bro, you're up here running a narrative and you have 3 houses. Like, what I'm saying about is telling people is when people are puking narratives because they're parrots and they're regurgitating stuff and they want to, in conversations, be right and be the heroes, and they're doing something that in their life that doesn't add up. If you care about that person, you're gonna tell them, hey, do you realize what you're doing? Because it's just confusion. I'm not talking about telling people, yeah, that's not what I meant.
Yeah, it's not a belief. It's not like that. It's more like just any hypocritical
Yeah,
statement.
contradiction.
Yeah. Based on what they said, not even what you said.
Exactly. Yeah, in my presence.
Yeah.
I can just let them go on if I don't feel moved to tell them.
I'll support you in this. There are a lot of people that will say something to not necessarily, they'll try to persuade you away from what their actual idea actually is. So it's this idea of, I'm going to tell you, don't don't drink this water. It's horrible, but watch me drink the water type idea. There are a ton of people that are going to play that game, and it's a horrible way to exist, and I don't see why people do that. I will absolutely admit to my naivety. I'm not a salesman. I am not somebody that can turn over a budget sheet or something like that. I'm not that individual. I am truthful to a fault. I am honest to a fault. And it has failed me more times than it has actually rewarded me. And I mean, I will say this, even to credit, I got a 20-year-old son, and he went into the medical insurance space. Yeah, that didn't work because of the same reasons. It's horrible that we exist in such an infrastructure, in such a commodity-driven situation, that for a young man to make a living, he has to become untruthful. And I think that should be one of the things that we should be frustrated with, among many others. But to your point.
Yeah, and I think I agree. In fact, I'd take it a step further and say, ultimately, the financial system, the monetary system on a global scale, the banking, the finance, the economics, that's the ultimate problem. That's what's behind the corruption. That's what's behind the disparities. That's what's behind the unsustainable reality of our civilization on a global scale. And so all of that is actually coming to an end, or at least a complete overhaul and an entirely new system being introduced. And there's different theories as to how that would look, but I think the important thing is to recognize that a lot of our differences, they do stem from that, rather than our inherent differences and disagreements on what it looks like to coexist and love each other. And so we get bogged down by a lot of these things that are ultimately tied to a broken system that we're over here arguing about. Well, what should we do with our money? Like, Democrats, Republicans, like, oh, they want to do this, we want to do this. Like, we're talking about a broken system that needs to be fixed before we even, make any changes, and yet we're stuck debating the changes we should make within the broken system. And so I'm a big just advocate that we need to come up with ways to create new systems. And even if it is,
I want to say something, and I want to support you as a host real quick, and I apologize if I'm stepping on anybody's toes.
Yeah.
I have not had a live that I have stepped in that I have been felt so heard, understood, accepted, respected. Everybody in here, all of you, thank you so much. I appreciate everything that everybody is contributing to the conversation. I'm hearing everybody's sides. Thank you so much. I want to hear everybody's arguments, everybody's debates. I'm sorry, dude. Absolutely nothing but applause for hosting this. Thank you for your side as well. I absolutely respect and appreciate everything that everybody has thrown on here. I am loving everybody's contribution. Sorry, I'll shut up. I just wanted to throw that out because I don't think that hosts get that understanding that, yeah, some of us do respect it.
No, I do appreciate that, and every kind word goes a long way. And this is my life work. This is something I feel called to do, and I think a lot of the people that I'm working directly with on this project, again, this revolution that we envision to be a global thing. It starts with each and every one of us on the ground level, and I think, again, I appreciate all your kind words, but I do think that you're tapping into the same sort of inspirational feeling that we all share in this, and I think the change is going to start from us. And so, thanks for coming on. Please stay. I'm not saying that, you didn't sound like you were leaving. Please stay. I'm just saying continue to come on and continue to be part of these discussions, and that goes for all of y'all because, these, I wish I were better at doing things on my own, but my whole life I've just always done things as a team. I'm the oldest of 9 kids. I've got a younger brother that's like 2 years below me. So whenever I wanted to do something, it was like, hey, bro, let's go, And so, I think that is going to play a role in this whole process. I think it's guiding me to bring people together to do all this together rather than just me or just any one person. So anyway, I say all that to say I think there's a lot humanity has to do in the very near future, and I think we're doing it right now in these conversations. So thank you for the kind words, and thank all y'all for being here. But let's carry on.
Well, my experience as of the last 4 days has been all the work of the last 10 months of some quick growth here in the last 4 days of some connections that I've made that I've been waiting for 10 months. It's like it would go into another valley for 10 more months, but like it comes, right? It comes. It's happening.
And that was more on a personal level. Do you want to keep going?
Are you talking on the professional level or a personal level?
Oh, just here with us on TikTok and the social platforms and in life and how we're connecting outside of the platform. Also, just a deeper, more trusting level with people, more, tangible, something more real than just being on a live screen where you wonder, like, really, is this doing anything? And then you start seeing it on a deeper level than just being up here. After 10 months, of showing up authentically, like,
I appreciate it. I want to say, if you don't mind me asking, what if it's been 10 months and stuff like that, what's one of your goals? What's one of the things you actually want to achieve if you're being here and you're working with our host and everything like that? Like, what are some of the things you want to have as an end?
So the last NDE that I had was like the most amazing, fantastic catastrophe I could ever want to have in my life. And it's been 7 years I've been posting faithfully on TikTok and all the other platforms and having very little dialogue with people. Engagement, I guess is the word. Very, very little engagement. People don't troll truth, and people don't want to argue with just truth when you just say it plain and you're not trolling them. So I understand that, but it did it more for me. And then the last year I've been on the lives a bunch.
Share that experience with share real quick.
Well,
before,
okay,
I
can brief it up.
I want to let you continue.
If you don't mind me, and I'm sorry. No, you're good. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I had a very specific question. What is it you want to
save the world, brother?
Save the world. Yeah. Okay. So Russell, to answer your question, Russell, I think what I gathered from what he was getting at is that it was tied to his NDEs and how it pertains to humanity. And so that was why I asked the question: is go ahead and transition into sharing your experience, and I think we'll be able to understand on a deeper level what he was getting at, and then we'll probably have more questions as it pertains to the very question you're asking, if that makes sense.
Okay, my apologies.
No, you're good.
Yeah, growing up all my life, I've always been a take care of others. You know, I've always cared a lot about taking care of others, and you know, it's always been something that has been very important to me. But I'm a business owner, and I pave roads, and I work hard, and I collapse at the end of the day, and I make money, and I have nice things and toys, and try and fill my life up full of all these things and peak experiences and adrenaline sports and all this stuff. But yeah, I had a lot of scrapes with motorcycles and getting lost snowboarding out in the woods, and you know, wrecking my snowboarding, wrecking motorcycles, all this stuff. Substances, some substance abuse. At 39, December 2019, I was on vacation in Palm Desert, and I had been drinking all day, every day for about 3 years, fully dependent on alcohol. And I'd always done alcohol, but it wasn't a big thing. I was doing other things, got addicted to, but, you know, very addictive nature, but not like strung out on alcohol. It was the first time ever in my life I had to drink, and I didn't want to drink. And so I went on this vacation after a month of not drinking because my girlfriend was ill, and I couldn't even keep track of my drinking. I was taking care of her. She was sick. You know, same type of lifestyle, just drink it all day kind of thing. Bartender, and I'm self-employed and just blowing off work and not even going into work and stuff. So we're on this vacation in Palm Desert, and I had a backache and a bunch of fevers, and I went to a chiropractor. I went to urgent care. He's like checking me, swabbing me, checking my prostate, all this stuff. He's like, I don't know what's wrong with you, dude, but you can go to ER. So I go into the ER and I collapse in there, and they take me back and put me in a coma and intubate me. And I spent 3 days in a coma, and they woke me up. So over New Year's, so December 29th, the 30th, and then through New Year's, and they woke me up after 3 days to see if I had brain damage, if I had organ damage. Like, they didn't know if I was going to wake up and keep breathing on my own, and I did. And I laid there for like 7 days, basically just in hell. Like, literally, I had memories from when I had trips when I was a teenager, and all these scary times that I had in my life where like I was like sitting with that and hearing voices, and it was the worst thing I ever had experienced in my life. And then they took me to a burn unit, and then I laid there with my legs just basically dying on my body. And the blood pressure medicines, they saved my life with that. I had strep A in my blood. They didn't know how the strep A got in my body, but I got sepsis, and I went into toxic shock. And so they sent me to a burn unit, and I laid there, and they tended to all my wounds, and then they had to take my feet off, and then I laid there for like 2 weeks like that. And then they finally came in. They're like, if we don't take your legs off, and it may be above the knees, because we were begging to keep my knees, I had something to say about that. And they go, you're going to die. You're going to unlive from this. And I'm like, well, take them off then. Why haven't you taken them off yet? They're like, okay, well, let's get the paperwork in order. It was crazy. So yeah, when they did that, 2 separate surgeries, and I started getting better right away after that. But I was in there for 3 months, and I've had 26 surgeries. I've had hand reconstructions. I was in that burn unit. It was just like torture every day, thinking I'm going to pass away it was just a full on moment to moment survival, trying to keep my heart rate down, my temperature down. I got another blood infection while I was in there. So yeah, I rolled out on March 11th. They kicked me out because the COVID stuff came in because I was on Medi-Cal, their insurance there, and they were paying for everything. And then they kicked me out finally. And I rolled out of there and never looked back. So yeah, it's kind of a quick way to tell the story. A lot happened, but it scared the living bejesus out of me. And I said, I don't care how tough it is to face my shadow, heal my wounds, forgive everybody, treat everybody with respect, have boundaries, get rejected. I am not rejecting myself ever again for any, I don't care. I don't care if it's just me. and I have not deviated from that. And it's been very painful and very hard on me. But when I pop out, I say I pop out after these months and months of a lesson that I'm trying to understand. I pop out, and then my baseline just goes up of serenity and just a stable, like a homeostasis, like a nervous system that can function properly, So, yeah,
Yeah,
been 7
no,
years now.
yeah, no, that. Do you give? Do you
You're
do
closer
any
to the
work with
mic there,
people?
host.
Sorry. Do you do any work with people that are in similar situations, or have you spoken about this more publicly, or like what? Because I was gonna say, like, the way you talk about it, I'll be honest, like, just me trying to put myself in your shoes, like, you seem to have like a vibrational frequency about yourself that seems very stabilized and seems very like, moving forward in a positive way and capable of helping others in similar situations. Have you thought about anything like that, or is that part of your
Yeah, I wanted to say I've already noticed, like, you talking about doing things with people. Like, I struggle a little bit in the structure. I'm more of like this wild, organic, like just freestyling everywhere. But I was training for the Paralympics for a couple seasons, ski racing, hanging out with a bunch of adaptive groups. I basically took 3 years and just went and rock climbed and surfed and snow skied, and I got an adaptive bike and hanging out with that community, the adaptive communities and stuff. But yeah, mentorship and working for like a prosthetic company and stuff's in my future. And yeah, I've done a couple podcasts and stuff, but mainly just I'm trying to write my story. Like, I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop and talk about what happened. I want to keep going, man. I'm staying on this wave and I'm just pushing. Like, I don't want to look back. Like, I don't want this ride to end, I don't want to talk about what I've already experienced and stuff and get stuck there, because it is a lot. It is enough that I could do that. So, but it's not interest to me right now. So I'm doing this.
Yeah, you mentioned having had multiple NDE experiences. Were any of your experiences like transcendental in nature, where you had this experience on another side of, call it the spiritual side, or was it all more or less just like the depth of your hardship and your experiences, the trials that you've gone through in this physical realm, and the growth that you've had, and the story that you've shared with us? Is it primarily on this side of that equation, or?
When you said tonight about people reliving their life, it's the first time that I've actually acknowledged that I experienced that. Like, I don't like to exaggerate or like say more than what happened. Like, I hit a pine tree when I was 20 and I snapped my pelvis in half and broke my back. And I was laying on the November 3rd, 2000, I was laying on the dirt road, looking up into the sky, screaming, I'm gonna unalive, give me a cigarette, I'm gonna unalive. And they're on the phone on my Razor flip phone. I threw it in the truck, saved my life. And the sky fell on me. I watched the sky come down and fall on me like a membrane, and all my pain, like, yeah, that could be where you were in shock. And my body went into shock, and then all the pain went away. But this blue membrane hit me, and I stopped screaming. And I said, you know what? If I unalive, I'm alive. I'm not fighting anymore. I believe you, God. And I didn't make a peep for 6 days. I had the surgery 6 days later. I had to lay there broken half. But, just the pain, and I was 20 then. But like this last time, I literally could pinpoint every single time I betrayed myself, and I didn't have to. And I was trying to be God and save the world on my own, in my own way, in my own will, in my own arrogance and ego, I could pinpoint all of it and map it all. So now I'm just doing the opposite of that, and like pointing the way. I was trying to help the world and myself, and I can't get away with nothing. And then once I built myself back up, now it's just doing it on its own. I don't even feel like I'm helping. Like, going out of my way to help people. I'm embodied with what I was trying to do the world. I did it to myself. And so that's the way I got to here. And now I'm just like, okay, now I got to be around other people that we can join forces with, kind of thing. And yeah.
Yeah, no, I think for one thing, I hear a lot of people share that same sort of experience in that, you know, years will go by and they'll have like a deeper understanding or kind of more information from their experience come into their head, or a different awareness or understanding. So that's, you know, as time goes on, there's no telling what you'll experience. But I think I like that yours is grounded and that yours is so, you know, your message is all about this moment and this reality that we're all a part of and making the most of it. And I think there's a deep spiritual truth to, you know, letting go and allowing that open space for, you know, the Holy Spirit or God or Jesus Christ or whatever different cultures want to apply to that force. But there's a real effect of allowing that to drive you and guide you. And it sounds like that's essentially what you're talking about. And so, yeah, I think we need to talk more about that and understand that at a deeper level that the more we try to control reality and the more that our ego steps in and believes that it's in full control is what opens the door for more suffering, and then also the delusion that we are fully in control when really there is a higher power that we should be incorporating or, you know, taking a step back to allow in. And so, yeah, there's a lot there. But anyway, I loved hearing that. So.
Yeah, you nailed it right there. What you just said.
Yeah, that was good.
That was really good.
Yeah, you hear it a lot, and, you know, not just from people's experiences, but, I mean, religion itself talks about it in so many ways. But I think one of the key, you know, aspects of religious practices, one that I think is often overlooked by the vast majority of people, is fasting itself. Because when you fast, you're getting to that core carnal desire that we all crave. And so when you force yourself to fast, even if it's just for, you know, the day, and then, you know, eating what I think more and more people are saying is the healthiest for us, which is one meal a day, not that you shouldn't eat more than that or whatnot, but, you know, that process of denying yourself for what's ideal for you, or just, you know, that it translates to a spiritual awareness. It doesn't always, but you can if you perceive it in that way. And I think that when you perceive it in that way, the more you're aware of that spiritual intercession, the more you can experience it. And yeah, so I think fasting is just a testament to the fact that any of us can force ourselves into that submission. You know, we obviously don't have to go through what you've gone through, but I think in your situation, it just becomes real automatically. There's no choice.
Okay. Can I jump in here?
Yeah, for sure.
See, I think one of the things that we have to understand, and I'm kind of like you, host. I do find like truths in the Bible, right? And one of the truths that I found was that you are where you're supposed to be at all times. And see, we can fight it, but the thing that we're made of, which is mostly water, and, you know, our nervous system is mostly electrical, you have to know that the commonality between that is flow. You know, both of those things flow. And when you flow with with everything that you do, and I'm talking about everything you do as in like now, and you know, that part, and now. And see, when you don't fight it, when you don't cause the friction, you don't cause the static, you don't cause the, you know, the confrontation, and you go with the flow, you realize that your body starts to vibrate at a different level, and the beings around you actually can see that. You know, people think that we don't communicate with the beings around us, but we do. And you see, that's the truthful part of it, because they don't have to believe our words. They see it physically come off of our body, and they know whether or not we're safe. And when you start vibrating in love and, you know, the higher emotions of genuineness and stuff like that, the world actually unlocks itself to you. You know, the plants around your house start to get bigger. You know, the animals start to come and approach you. It's really it's a weird effect, but you know, when you're in that loving state and you're embracing it, those are the types of experiences that, you know, you come across. And so, you know, no matter what religion you chase or, you know, spirit you're running with, it's that love, you know, transcends all those things. And, you know, that's where the real power begins, you know, and it's other things besides that. It's actually a combination of things that produce that love. And the combination that I've found it with is no judgments, gratefulness and thankfulness, and be kind and compassionate to all. And when you actually put practice to all of those words that I just said, you vibrate in that unconditional love. And, you know, like I said, the world becomes that, you know, pot for you to see and to create and to bring something better to this world. And, you know, I think that's the challenge for all of us.
Can I, as an actual non-Christian and as an atheist individual, actually applaud you for that, because that is absolutely what every individual wishes they could actually represent and be, because you're absolutely right. I think that you know, people that are in the non-religious realm, we get a bad rap because they think that we're hateful, negative, and we're trying to undo society in some way, shape, or form. But no, what we're actually proponent of is exactly what you just said. That is the absolute way that those of us that are non-Christian, that are not necessarily going to church every day, that are not necessarily doing the things, we want to be that love. We want to be that respect and that admiration of those of the individuals that exist within our you know, within our realm. And no, I as you being a Christian and me being a non-Christian, sir, absolutely, absolutely.
No, I'm not a Christian. I come from a Christian background, but it doesn't mean that, you know, I don't have respect for that, you know, that practice. If people want to continue it, that's fine. For me, I've kind of moved off into a, you know, a hardcore study of what is real. And, you know, for me, I keep it to myself because for me, it's not finished yet. It's still kind of progressing. And so, you know, maybe one day I'll get enough of it put together to be able to describe it. But, you know, for now, I do know that, you know, one of the main reasons we're here is to produce energy. And one of the highest forms of producing that energy is love and genuineness and authenticity. And so when you walk in those three things, and it feels uncomfortable, y'all can be, I mean, maybe you see somebody that you used to hang with, and now you're looking like real crazy because you're all, you know, you're in an enlightened state, or you're in a higher vibration now. And in those conversations, stick in those conversations, be your true self, have those conversations, let it out. Because at some point,
I'm gonna love the fact that the two non-religious individuals in this entire freaking conversation are the ones that are wanting to sit there and project love. So I'm 100% behind that.
well, no, it's just only because when I experienced it, I knew what it was, because I had never known it before. It was something different. It was something uncomfortable for me. But but what I was saying, when you're in those conversations that are uncomfortable and you feel kind of awkward, man, just stand in it, embrace it, be you, because that's what ultimately is going to give you the confidence to continue being you. And so, it's going to feel weird at first, y'all, but just be y'all is all I can give you as far as advice on that.
Yeah, truth and love. You're saying some good stuff there. I feel a lot of that.
If someone tells you they're a Christian, and nowadays it's a red flag.
Hold on, one at a time.
Russell, if someone tells you they're a Christian,
go T-Bone. Yep.
If someone tells you they're a Christian and that's a red flag, which that's what I say it is now, look out. Then you have to look past that purely with no judgment. Even having been I say recovered Christian, and all the abuse I took and resentment I had, and all the going crazy I did because of how I dealt with it wrong, I look past that and look at them like a new person and treat them with the same respect I give myself. It has nothing to do with the way I treat them. There's no filter.
It
doesn't matter anymore.
If that was the way you were treated, then you were treated wrong.
But it's my story. I am exactly what I am.
I'm not dismissing your story. I'm accepting your story, and I am telling you, if that is the way you were treated, then you were treated wrong.
Our idea of saving people is our lack of what we should be saving in ourselves. That is all it is, Russell. Your degree of compassion for others is equal to the compassion you're not giving yourself. That is what's real. You're projecting it into the world to put it somewhere.
Hang on.
I don't know if you hear me.
I want to back up real quick. I apologize. I want to ask you a question. And I'm wanting to understand you, and I'm wanting to fully understand what you're trying to convey. What I'm hearing is you are at whatever level of Christianity that you are in, whether it be out, in, doesn't matter. But your statement was kind of that you were hated or dealt a negative feeling based on how people treated you. And I'm trying to tell you that treatment, whatever it was, if it was in any way negative, was wrong. And I'm just trying to say that out the gate. So if you want to argue with me, I'll be more than happy to have an argument or a conversation.
I was trying to enlighten you with the source of your contention that you keep sharing with us tonight. We see the world as we are, not as it is. I didn't do the right thing. I should have obeyed all what they told me, regardless of what they did. I didn't. I rebelled, and I almost became just like them, the thing I hated the most. You will become the thing you hate the most. You will become it. That's what hate does. So be careful what you judge. You're not hearing me. I love you, brother. You're not hearing me. The path leads to nowhere. The path leads to you becoming that which you judge.
Right. I'm not a hateful individual by any stretch of the imagination.
I didn't use the word hate.
Not a hateful.
I said judge. I said judge.
You did. You did.
Well, I hate it.
You said I would become a hateful.
Russell.
Wait. I'm not trying to argue.
In all due respect, and I got to stop you real quick because you did say earlier that you hate it when churches do that, and he was bringing up the point that you were, had some hate in you.
Yes. No.
Yeah, I remember you said the word hate too. I did
absolutely. No, I will accept both sides. I will absolutely accept both sides. Am I a hateful person? No, not really. I'm really not. I mean, I love my fellow human being. I want my fellow human being to go through their life and not necessarily have the struggles, the processes, and frustrations that I have. I
Words
wish
words
that
matter,
my
Russell.
neighbor
Words
I
matter.
wish that my neighbor
Remember
was
that.
better than me. Yes. No,
Hey Russell,
no,
what
you're
made
right.
you're just totally curious, what made you say when you said, am I a hateful person? You said, not really, no. What made you say not really? And I'm totally just curious.
In all honesty, I'm frustrated, and I guess I would use the word hateful with the frustrations of things that are going on in our religious situations today that we're dealing with, and we're having to have these conversations on. Yeah, I would use the word. I hate that we have to have these conversations because of X. And yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah, I'm argumentative about it. Yeah, I'm frustrated about it. It does not make anybody's world better. But yet here we are.
No, it's only you there because I'm gonna be real honest with you. I'm trying to deflect as much of the negativity that I hear because I don't really live in that kind of vibration. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, but it's a process that you grow in over time. And when you start to live in that higher vibration and you start to embrace that positivity that comes to you, you start to reset your mind frame, uh, your mindset. And so when you start to change your mindset and not just change it for because you like different things in your life now, but change it because you have intention behind it. You start to formulate things differently. Your words come out differently. The conversations you have with people aren't the same. It's that same uncomfortability of being you know what's it called, injured or something, and you can't do something, so you got to do something different with another hand. It's that comfortability with words in the same aspect. And so the more that you want to grow with the love in you, learn the words and put them together in a right structure that people can understand you clearly. But leave more of the negativity off of it, because people resonate more with the positive side of things, because it's a natural ability to want better, in the ones that have that empathy in them.
To respond to that, yes, you are 110% right. And yeah, I do have that frustration. I do have that. Um, I yeah. I mean, I don't think that it's wrong, and I guess this is a personal, selfish, and I'll call it that. I don't think that it's wrong that I don't want our religious representations. Keep in mind,
Russell, look, I've been doing this a long time, and I got to break.
Real
Russell,
quick, real
I've been
quick,
doing
truth.
this a long.
Hold on, real quick, truth. Hold that thought. I respect what you're
I
about
got
to
to
say,
call
but
it out just real quick.
okay.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
Let me
no,
just
that's
call
fine.
it
That's
out what
fine.
it is.
That's fine. That's fine. But I do want to hear him finish his thought. But keep going. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, no, because look, this is part of it. What it it's that we convince ourselves that when we use that negativity, that it's justified. And see, that justification isn't necessary whenever you're not in that mindset. And see, you could call it, they say it a long time ago when you were, I know you heard it your whole life, when they say you can look at the glass half empty. But what it is for you, man, is it's that fear of failure. And you don't have anything to fear, and there's never such a thing as failure, especially when you're learning. So I'm going to leave it, and I'm going to call it out like it is, because you're not running on that one.
I don't want to cut you off, host, but I got something to add there then.
Yeah. Go ahead and add it, and then we'll let Russell respond, and then I'll jump in once y'all are all done. I want to give you all the floor. So yeah, keep going.
I was just going to add to Russell too that like you are onto something though by perceiving that is a clue to your path, right? So the things that anger you the most, perhaps they're also the things and the issues you care about the most. And if you can channel that energy into resolution, into communication, into moving in a different direction, that is the other side of that coin to that pain and anger and frustration. Because I understand that part, but that was difficult for me to learn, because I would sit there, and as much as I would just love to not be angry, right? But action, it truly is action. And a great example is when you said with your son, I think, working for the medical health insurance companies, look, it wouldn't even take any convincing to tell society that that's going on. Everyone's even on board with that. So rather than saying, where's the outrage, or, they should be how about the employees who work there stand up to them, look them dead in the eye and say, I'm not lying to people for you. And guess what? If they need the backing and support of, they would have all of America. We all know that. And it's like, and I've done this before. I've looked at employers. I've looked at people who are supposed to be in positions of trusted authority, and I've said to them, I'm not doing this. Whatever the repercussions are, that's what they are. You want to go to court? Oh, please, let's go to court. I would love nothing more than to state out loud exactly what it is you're asking me to do, and I will very confidently and peacefully say that I'm not doing that. It's not hard for me. See, a lot of times these situations are springboards, they're potentials for something great to come out of it, and you can't miss that. But anger will just hijack your whole being and downward spiral you. It's not that people don't see it. Look, like we see these things that you can feel angry about. And maybe that's part of the process for a while, but you are not supposed to stop there. Like, that's not the eternal emotion of your experience in this circumstance. You evolve from it, and you're like, okay, now what can we do here? You kind of snap yourself out of it, and you're like, this means there's a way forward, and I can be part of creating this new solution. So use that. Let it's just guiding you to what you care about, perhaps. But there's just a lot to be said. If you're angrier, than most people, maybe that is your niche. Maybe that is your area where everybody's going to have an area where they're going to focus or champion. And because we're all this beautiful mix of just random experiences and understandings, and like, there's a perfect situation out there where like your exact skill set's needed and you're going to do it better than anyone else. Like, don't miss these. This is all happening like at the same time as the anger. So if you do indulge in the anger, you feel it too much, it's not even about saying, oh, you shouldn't do it. It's more about like, man, you don't know what you're missing. So I'll land there.
These, sorry, I will speak a bit. This set of skills that you mentioned, Stone, that set of skill, I was wondering why I was made for this world. And as T-Bone has faced, and many of us here face lots of trauma. I'm from Sri Lanka, so I'm from a third world country, so I face daily struggles. That's a different story. But with that, love emits, meaning compassion emits. I don't know how it happened, but it happens. It's universal, that language. And that this set of skills suddenly made sense for me. Like recently, after maybe 15 years of searching, like 20 years of working with myself to find the answer, suddenly it made sense. Meaning, I am very glad to be part of this group and with DaVinci working with this. That was my purpose, my life purpose, it seems. So yes, I will land with that.
I'm sorry. I've had 3 different people address me, so I apologize if I don't necessarily hit every mark or request. I apologize if I miss somebody on the front. And I've got 2 freaking dogs that are running around me right now in the backyard, and they're wanting to play. Okay.
That's beautiful.
You know, I mean, there's little things in life that you have to appreciate, and more often than not, it needs to be your fellow human. It needs to be your fellow person. I think that one of the things that was brought up was my anger. I'm not angry. I'm not frustrated. I'm not like trying to start a fight or anything like that. One of the most, I guess, open things that I'm trying to do is to have that conversation, and it's a conversation. Really, Myron? Sorry.
No, I
It's-
love dogs.
Yeah. All right. I'm not going to be angry. Really, Murray? Yeah, I know.
Well, you don't have to say that. It's okay as long as you can handle the emotion. That's all.
I have no problem. I just wish he would be quiet. But he and Lady are running around and they're being themselves. I don't understand where, and I guess this is, and this is one of my things. I cannot get my brain wrapped around the understanding of, like someone was saying, I was a hateful person. I am not a hateful person. I don't get that. I don't understand that. I cannot actively wrap my mind around where I can hate another individual. Now, I can be frustrated with another individual. I can I can have that conversation with someone. I mean, I don't. I can tell a story about something, but it's not going to make it. It would make sense here, but I'm not going to get into it. I don't. I'm an understanding and a conversational, and I don't understand where people want to argue about the religious aspect of things when it comes to religion in America. And I will say that religion in America, when you make that statement, is totally different than religion anywhere else. Because religion in America is all of a sudden, this is your political realm, this is your ownership, this is like, there's 20 different things that come into play with what you qualify yourself as. 20, 30 years ago, that wasn't the case. And I'm amiss as to why we as a country got to this point. And I don't think that your religious definition should simultaneously define you as your political or your other level of definition on the way you're going to look upon other people in your community.
We all agree with that too. I'm pretty sure.
I absolutely want to get back into the place where I'm sitting there with my garage doors open. I've got some fold-out chairs. Please come and be part of my community. Why is that today such a challenge? And I'm challenging that question to everybody on this panel, including the host. Why is if I open my garage and I have empty chairs sitting in my garage door and I am I am here saying you are all welcome. Races, creeds, religions, doesn't matter. Why all of a sudden is this now something that becomes it's a challenge in our society? That, I think, needs to be more of the conversation than anything else.
Yeah.
I'm going to be quiet
Yeah,
on
no,
that part.
let me jump in here. I agree in the very sentiment that you're talking about. I share in that, like, again, in our world, we are subjected to the banking system, the financial system, that all that on a global scale, the economy, and then governments, the military-industrial complex, you know, so on and so forth through all the different aspects of this reality. And I think where we've gotten to is that we're all just trying to make ends meet, and at the same time, we're all trying to stay connected, or we're forgetting to attempt to try to stay connected because we're distracted by social media and we're distracted by, you know, technology and air conditioning. You know, we're all inside our homes. And so I think where we're at is that people are at a point where we lack inspiration. Like we've all but forgotten our degree of creativity in our everyday life. And I think that where this is going is that we're going to recognize that our spiritual identity is the same amongst all of us. And so the very place where we have this endless debate on religion, I think that's the one place where not only do we stand the chance to actually unite, but I think what is possible from uniting spiritually and creating something new with a vision that we share to unite humanity on a global scale, that's just one example. There's probably other examples that other people will come up with, you know, over time, but that's the one that I feel is a key example, in which case people can find an inspiration to be a part of something bigger than them that is fresh and it is new and it's actually serves the role of something that I think all of these religions can't accomplish, which is spiritual unity, which I believe all things flow downstream from that spiritual unity. So again, that's just one example. To get back to what you were saying, I think humanity is like desperately like awaiting something that we can all wake up, you know, and walk out of our house and talk to each other about being a change that is going to have a significant impact on our world. And just humbly, I say that I think that the R.O.A.R awareness revolution, humanity's role stands to be one example of that. But there's probably other examples as well. What's that?
But why can't we initially be that change and take ownership of that change? Why can't we, you know what, I'm going to throw my garage door open. I'm going to have 4 or 5, you know, chairs sitting out there, and I'm going to go knock on 3 doors down on both sides, and I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to be sitting in the garage tonight. Just come over. Just come over. I mean, why can't we be that? Because that doesn't happen anymore. We're not connected to our neighbors. Everything's put into an HOA. Everything's put into this argumentative mindset and logistical process. You can't just be neighbors anymore. And people, I know that people hate that they're feeling that way.
You're feeling that way.
I don't know if you've looked around lately, But there's a lot of people that are out there just trying to make it. You know, keeping up with the Joneses nowadays has gone, you know, twice as hard now.
That's what
You
I was
know,
gonna
and
say.
so you gotta
That's the
have to,
problem.
yeah, you have to understand, man. It's like these people don't have the time to sit with themselves or even know themselves, man. They're constantly chasing that dollar,
Hamster
trying
wheel.
to buy that next car. You know what I mean? To make them, you know, feel a little bit more, you
Yeah,
know, I don't know,
yeah,
it's
exactly.
whatever it is that
But
you feel.
They're
But
exemplify
black
the
holes
real
now.
boogeyman, but listen, the real boogeyman in all of this is the emotion, man. People don't emote well with other people now because everything is so challenged. You know, your survival isn't the same challenge that it was back in the 40s and 50s. You know, today's times, you know, present a heavier, almost a harder challenge than, you know, even your own parents. But you know, these are the times now, and in the, you know, civil structure of everything is going to evolve, and it's going to break away in different ways, and we're seeing it with AI. So I mean, you
but
know,
you
it's
you
coming.
just
Whether
you just exemplified my point that everybody's wanting to keep up with the Joneses and nobody's looking out and going, "Hey, come here, come over here, spend some time with me,
You're
have a
doing it in a room,
conversation."
Russell, right now. You're doing it in a room, Russell, right now.
Yes.
What do you think it's
I
supposed to
am,
look like?
but
Just because it doesn't
no,
look like you want it to look,
this is
doesn't mean it's not happening.
I've absolutely you are
You got to show up
absolutely
for
right.
years,
I am
brother.
not going to argue with that.
Years. If you're starting this now, talk to me in 5 years of consistency and showing up.
Now, I will say,
I'm
rather than
talking to my
going back at
neighbors.
hold
I
on,
got
but real quick, rather than going back at each other, you know, about what we could have done or you know, all of that. I think that there's a way to actually come together and do this collectively behind a shared vision. So I guess I would just say I would continue to try to have this discussion of how does that look. One of the ideas I had was like creating a third-party organization or a third-party business, essentially, for-profit business where I go door to door in a neighborhood and I talk to them about, hey, you know, how many of the people in this neighborhood do you really actually know? You know, how much time do you really spend with your neighbor? And wouldn't you love to be able to not only know your neighbor better, but you know, occasionally actually spend time not with just one of them, but you know, a lot of them. And so you ask those questions, and the vast majority of people are going to say, yeah, no, I agree. And then so you essentially propose to them that you're a third-party service coming to the neighborhood, and you have these different plans or these different packages, and you lay out for them the packages, and basically, if you get a certain number of people within a certain radius, you have these packages, and this is what you provide, and it's whether it's a once a quarter or once a or twice a year, or you know, once a year, depending on the structure of these packages. But basically, this third-party organization just holds these block parties, or you call it a block party. Some people associate that with only one street, but you do it in a way where it forces the community to come together, and it's funded by, you know, you could say $5-10 a month by people, and depending on the neighborhood, obviously even that might not even be achievable, but that's just one example of an idea that I had where there's a need for it. I think people would I know myself when I lived in a home with a family and all that before my divorce, if someone came to my door and said, hey, we're a third-party service, this is what we provide neighborhoods, you know, this is what we do, I'd have been like, heck yeah, sign me up. How much? $10 a month? Okay, yeah, I'm done. So you just put it into an escrow, and you know, anyway, like
me and my neighborhood, we actually do it about every 6 months. We have a block party per se.
Oh, you're
But
better than a lot of neighborhoods. There you go.
it really does involve everybody. I mean, it allows us to learn and communicate and connect. I mean, but it's also one of those things like if I'm doing this and yet I'm seeing these other communities frustrated and angered by them not being able to communicate with people, I'm like, well, why aren't you doing this? I mean, it's that whole idea of you have to put your foot forward. You have to take ownership of it. Somebody has to.
Someone has to. That's
You-
why. That's
I
why I
mean,
had the idea of a third-party
Yeah.
organization doing it. But keep going.
No, I mean it's we as I mean I don't this has nothing to do with religion, but it has everything to do with community.
Humanity. Yeah.
If you're going to be an actual participant in your community, you have to put your foot forward. You have to actually do the things that other people aren't doing, that you're going and you're sitting there at, at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night going, I wish somebody would do so and so. Well, why are you wishing somebody else is doing it? Why aren't you doing it? Why aren't you being the one stepping forward and doing the things? Why aren't you being the one actually taking the actual the initiative and doing what it is you're supposed to do? Why
You know what,
are
though,
you
Russell?
not?
You know what, though? I honestly, genuinely don't believe a lot of people even know how. I think that needing to see through someone living it or being taught it per se through a conversation, not taught like schooled at, but like hearing about your experiences and stories and how you randomly, met this neighbor the one day because they needed help with one little thing and you were like, oh yeah, sure. And then from there, just ping ponged into back and forth and that ended up being a friendship. And then you guys started going on walks every Saturday. And then that's how you met the other guy. But like the way this unfolds, yes, it's structured, but it's organically sown, if that makes sense. Like how it unfolds isn't up to us. What is up to us, I think, if anything, if we have a proactive sort of responsibility here, which I agree we do, it doesn't mean with every issue, with every person we come across, right? But if if something's our jam, that's what we know we're good at, we're good at talking to people about, like, go for it. You do have the authority you have the authority to politely, connect or attempt to connect with somebody, get to know them to whatever degree, and then offer whatever it is if they're looking for that. Like you absolutely have the right to form any sort of connection or relationship with somebody that you want and to see where it goes. When it comes to the neighborhood issues, because that's so true, community starts literally like, well, with the family unit in the house, but then also it extends beyond that to the neighborhood and then locally, and then that's what becomes local government and then state government. So it's like impossible to change any of those higher ranking positions of enforcement when you haven't even linked the first links together. So it is a necessary step. However, I think the way that we help people to get their own neighborhoods stimulated, because and I don't blame people for this, but very few people react, at least with excitement. I think at this point, like if a stranger, a complete outsider comes in and says, hey, here's this great, even if it is a great freaking solution, even if it would totally be feasible and work, they don't know you, and all they know is they just met you and you're trying to give them something. And a lot of people don't, and that's fine. But like, I think that if somebody said, let's say, hey, I live in the neighborhood or the community right down the block. We have a thing going on. It's awesome. We want more people to have things like this going on if you want to. So if you want any guidance or like tips on how we put stuff together or how you can get to know people, we can even just print for you a list of all your local township representative, like zoning officers, the local police. Like, here's just a list of names of people that are responsible for certain tasks and whatever in your area. You know how many people don't even know that? So how would anybody learn how to connect with their community when they don't even know who those people are yet? So learning they exist must come first. And those are ways that you can, I think, kind of help people and guide them in the right direction without at all coming across as though you're getting something out of it, or that it's, it's truly for everyone's benefit. I mean, you can say, yeah, I mean, if it works out for the greater good, yeah, that is for my benefit. So in a sense, if that appeases them, if they're like, well, why are you doing this? Be like, because it really honestly is the greater good and for the benefit of everyone if we all just get to know each other a little bit more, because I don't really think anyone's gonna argue that we need the strength of each other right now, and oftentimes in life, and it's better to have a network glued by trust that you built than a structured one, like that was engineered more so than built from Earth or God or however you want to say it. So Russell, you'd be so good at that too. You really would be if you went around to like local communities and you were just like, hey, I just want people to care about their neighbor again. Like, you know what I mean?
I will respond to that by saying, first of all, that is probably one of the best ways I have ever heard someone actually dictate what they wanted. That was amazing. Thank you. Other than that, I don't have any real. I mean, I really just kind of want to check out at this point, as far as the realm of things. I mean, I don't think I have anything to add. I mean, you guys understand where me and I guess other people are standing. I mean, we want what you want. I think that's kind of one of the best ways to say it. We want what you want. The problem is, right now, we feel, and I guess the people that are not necessarily religious, and I will say this, we wish you guys would be understanding and supportive of our situation and our way that we want to move forward with things, because we, I think, all understand and all respect that the situation that we're all in right now is based on the way in which this organized religion is coming in and hitting all of us. It's not just me. It's not just the single mom that's off the bat and whatever else, and I'm like, we're not trying to play the idea, right? It's the general idea that the organized religion, the actual organizational aspect of it, this should be something that we have a conversation about. Now, I'm not saying that we need to undermine it or overmine it or anything along those lines, but we at least need to have a conversation about it. And what scares me is gentlemen like you, our host, are way. I don't know how to judge you. I don't know how to judge your situation. I don't know how to judge your viewpoint. but there are a million of us. Behind my mindset, the people that are in the realm that I'm sitting in, there are a million of us that are sitting there going, we're hoping somebody else stands up to this that actually has a standpoint that can actually allow us to go, this is not right. This actuality, this way in which they are doing things is not right. And I think we're begging someone else to allow us to have a voice of, this is not the way in which we should be treating our religion. This is not the way in which we should be treating our expectations of our tax dollars and everything along those lines.
And that's good
And with
because
that,
it
I
was
will be
pure. That was pure, you know, that wasn't like something orchestrated. That wasn't some buzz phrase that you hear all the time. That's just like raw truth.
Can
Yeah,
Those
we
and
last
can
two
we
I,
things
call
I
it
do want to, I do want to, I
disorganized
do want to,
religion from
I
now
do want
on
to, I do
instead
want
of
to say
organized religion?
something. I do want to say something real quick. Like, I think there's something to be said for recognizing that we're in a period of like stagnant experience where, you know, we have all these religions, we have the private sector, we have the public sector, we have all these structures, and it's all not serving us. I think there's a way to communicate the flaws of the structures and systems of the past while at the same time shedding light on what a future would look like, and then also shedding light on what it means for each and every one of us in terms of that process. And I think that it's already happening before our eyes. The message that I have, like this revolution, like the whole mission, I am not alone. There are a handful, at least, like a good
So many.
handful of thought leaders that are spiritual leaders, like spiritual communities, people that are coming together that are recognizing that, you know what, we've been lied to about the nature of reality. We've been lied to about what's best for humanity. And so they're questioning, what should we do? What does it look like in the future when we address these lies? And so it's all unfolding right now. My whole thing is that, and I don't hear other people talking about this, but there is value in us coming together spiritually and agreeing on the fundamental, you know, reality that we are all one spiritually, and that our future is only going to be the way that we want it to be once we all share the same voice, or once we have a message and once we start working once we start working together, until we start working together, or at least talking about how we accomplish the future of humanity together for a shared vision, until that happens, then we're just going to have a bunch of spiritually awakened people over here. Sorry, I don't know if that was my mic or what. But you're going to have all these people in these different pockets, in these different small communities, all getting it, all waking up, but there's no overarching like message and mission, and so that's what I envision, is that it all comes together under something that symbolically represents what is happening right now, which I think is us transitioning from this idea that we're sheep and we're just going to follow what the shepherds of, whether it's religion or government or what have you, those days I think are over, and now it's up to us to recognize that, no, you know what, we are not sheep. We're actually divine manifestations of the Creator in our own ways, and call us lions, and from there our voice is ultimately one roar. And so anyway, there's a lot of depth there, but I think that's the ultimate next step, is for us to come together. So how is it that we come together? That's ultimately the multi-trillion-dollar question.
We're living it though, right in this moment. Literally in this moment.
The observer,
I agree.
The observer of the observer is the onboard shepherd. Everyone has an onboard shepherd. Is the sovereignty, is the unity that's unspoken. The self-governance, the mastery, is required. It's a high bar, and the people that are stragglers are choosing between their flesh and their selfishness. They can choose that, but they're going to get what they deserve. I've sacrificed a lot to get to this place.
You know what I was thinking about, because I was telling my girlfriend earlier, I was like, our bodies are just vessels. You know, like, I don't know about y'all, but for me, like, I don't know if y'all believe in reincarnation or anything like that, because have you ever heard of like old souls or anything?
Yeah, I believe we're eternal beings. And
you preach into the choir.
Rodeo, but keep going. Yeah.
Right. So it's like I keep choosing to come back. Like, I keep choosing to come back because I feel like I'm a teacher. Like, I'm trying to, like, people around me or people online or anything like that. I feel like I'm coming back just to help others ascend. You know, I don't know.
No, that's cool, man.
I
think a lot of us share that same sort of sentiment and that same sort of feeling. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's what's up. I just came in on here, so I didn't know what we were talking about yet. But
yeah, I think there's another person on here.
Real quick, I'm gonna host,
Yeah.
gentlemen, ladies, everybody. I am going to dive out. I absolutely appreciate all of the conversation that I've had tonight. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have contributed.
Thank you for coming,
I appreciate it every single moment.
Love you,
You
brother.
should seriously think about helping local neighborhoods, for real. You might really have a, you know, you can schmooze and you can talk to people. You know, I could see you doing that.
Yeah, in fact, I want to be part of that discussion, Russell. Like, and you too, Stone. Like, we should really just revisit this subject and then challenge each other to figure out how we're going to at least experiment with it within our own community.
That would
Yes.
be a great conversation. Yeah. I think that should be a great topic. I would love to have that. Not tonight.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
No, thank you so much for everybody. I appreciate everybody, and I'm going to bow out gracefully. Thank you so much for your time and your contributions and everything that everybody gave.
Yeah, I'll set up a private Discord and I'll send y'all the link. And if I see y'all there, great. If not, Godspeed. Love all of y'all. And thanks for coming on, Russell.
yeah, Russell, I know I just now hopped on here, but dude, it's cool to at least talk to you for even if it was a second. That's awesome.
Yeah, if y'all want to hit me up, I appreciate it. But no, I mean, I greatly appreciate everybody's. I love a good conversation. Keep this being a good conversation, please.
Yes.
Yeah, we're not.
Champion 1, welcome in, Champion. You want to say something, Champion?
Take care, Russell.
I'm not sure. Sorry. See you, Russell. Champion 1?
Yes, Champion 1. Talk to us. Welcome.
Hello? Okay, he doesn't want to say anything right now. T-Bone. Hello, T-Bone.
Man, High Star, I've been on a live marathon for the last 3 days, man. It's wild. It's a lot moving around. I don't know about you guys, how you feel.
Yeah, we don't get to talk much. Like, we only just recently. Oh, sorry, Champion. Yes, Champion 1. Hello, Champion?
Hey, how are you doing? Hello?
Good, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm
yes,
listening.
welcome in. Okay, cool.
I'm good. I'm from Pakistan. No.
Okay.
Hey,
How is it
you
there today?
listening?
Hey, I want to ask a question.
Yeah, go for it,
What's
Lex.
up, Lex?
Yeah.
Who was speaking about the flesh and they had made a lot of sacrifices?
That might have been
Me.
T-Bone. Yeah.
Sorry, who was that?
I think it was T-Bone.
Oh, T-Bone. T-Bone, could you expound on that a little bit?
Yeah, have you ever heard it said, let me see if I can get this right. The heart is the spirit, the ego is the intellect, and the soul is the will. So my ego was overriding my will, and now I've given my soul back its will. And now I was torn from this earth and this world. And now my soul I've given my soul charge over my body.
What did that look like for you down to earth terms, like day to day? Were there certain struggles you were dealing with? How did that look like?
Well, real quick, are you aware of his full story with his situation medically and all that, or physically?
I heard
Medically?
earlier, I was on the live earlier, and I heard that he, I believe, lost his legs. Is what I heard.
Okay. Just making sure. I just want to make sure you were on the same page and we were all on the same page.
I don't know much about the context or the story. I just heard that part.
Yeah, I don't know, man. A lot of people seem to protect themselves from humility and embarrassment and, come off more confident than they are and don't ask questions. And all that stuff just projects you as something that you can't back up, So you can drag it out through life and keep faking for a long enough time till you get caught. The universe lines up and comes down on your head,
It's like the saying, fake it till you make it.
Yeah. Imposter syndrome, yeah. No, but I mean, we're all on our journey and we all choose when we want to pad the truth and when we want to overextend ourselves. And I think that any one of us didn't have resentment or anger, like if we were going through life and we were taking every moment and looking at it and making these little mistakes and learning from them, that there would be this graceful path, like tragedy may come or something, but almost like a perfect path of a human evolving. The Eskimos, they teach their kids, they don't say no, they just learn from observation. They don't judge each other, they just learn, they just watch,
Dude, I fucking feel that. That's awesome.
But I rebelled against everything.
Me too.
I did everything wrong,
I'd like to add to that part, T-Bone, because going through that process and understanding that that's what you're in, that transition can be it can be scary. If you don't have somebody around you, just be real cautious in the ones that you do go and share that information with, because there are people out there that will not, no matter what, understand what you're going through and may consider yourself a danger to yourself, not knowing what's going on. So make sure that if it's something that you're going through, have somebody to reach out to.
That's 100%.
Have somebody to reach out to that you can call a neutrality in your life, something that you can call home base, because there's going to be these tangents that your mind runs off on that you yourself will convince that you're crazy, and it's not. It's just an accelerated level of experience. And a lot of people don't really fully understand it and really truly believe something's wrong with themselves. And so I feel go ahead.
I feel, dude, I feel you 100%, because it's and to be honest, some of the most trusted people that I have are actually online. They're not around me. it's like I can trust some of the most people that I can trust is from all around the world, and like I just know them because I know when I go on a live and stuff like that. I know we're just now meeting and everything, but when I go on a live, people come from all around the world, and then we start talking, and then somehow we turn into a therapy session. Like we're just like getting up in there, you know. It's crazy.
Hey, so I have a question. Earlier when I was listening, I think it was between like DaVinci or T-Bone, one of the two. I think it was probably T-Bone saying about how you were rebelling, and I think it was on the topic of like, I don't know if it was directly about Christianity or just the general notion of like doing what you know to be right, or maybe you used the terms of like the flesh and the spirit, how you had rebelled essentially, but then it was like the things you were rebelling against were like ironically like what you needed or something like that. If anyone would like to or remembers what that was or wants to say something to that end, I'd love to listen.
How much of Christianity do you believe? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're good.
Were you talking about how, by chance, were you talking about how I mentioned things that make you angry can be also the things that are where you're supposed to work, like where your passion is?
I don't think I heard that part.
Okay. Because there's kind of like that flip-flop
But that
thing.
sounds
So
interesting.
Was it about the things that you hate in others or the things that you hate about yourself?
No, I heard that part too, but no. But I think it might have been in that point of the conversation because you were saying, I think it was in that point of the conversation. You were kind of trying to make a point, and you had brought that up. You said that, but you were trying to make like a point about. Yeah, I don't know if you remember exactly what you were saying in that point of the conversation. I could try to sort of paraphrase how I remember it.
Yeah, because I feel like I'm close to remembering it.
If I can. Yeah, if I can.
You want me to try to paraphrase kind of what I remember?
Yeah, please.
So some like I think you were alluding to or insinuating some kind of change or inner transformation, and that if you don't end up doing that, essentially it's like what you were trying to avoid is like what you end up becoming, something like that.
Yeah, I think somebody else had made that comment, but yeah, I'm agreement with that.
Yeah.
Stephen said you become what you hate, or
yeah. When you rebel against, so you're getting judged by people by the letter of the law, by religion, and it's true because you're a black sheep and you're doing it on purpose because you're mad at them because you see they're phony, but they
can I share something with you guys?
They can judge you and see your stuff. You get called out on your stuff, but their stuff is hidden, but you know about it. So you rebel. So through rebelling, just like they're rebelling, you get all the consequences regardless of why you're doing it. And then when you don't do the right thing despite them and gain the lesson of how that's you too, you're just like them, you become them. If you don't obey all the rules, be the monkey in charge of the bananas, and then have compassion and pity on them because they're suffering too. They just
What's
look
up, DaVinci?
They're prettier.
I got a question. What's up, Byron? I think you wanted to jump in and say something.
Host, you're so
I want to give you guys a little bit of broad spectrum insight on this, if I may.
I was far away from my mic. I said, "Hey, Vibrant, welcome." It sounded like you wanted to say something. Go ahead, and maybe this is a good time to jump in.
Yeah. So, like, the entire thing about how actually this all works, everything that was spoken about the past 5 minutes, like you guys haven't touched source once. So I wanted to share the actual source of why things actually shape like that. So for example, psychologically, if I have a friend, for example, or a brother or sister or someone that I'm trying to give advice, right? And my advice is psychologically aligned with stability or instability, the outward or the inward breath, the measurement or the recursive feedback and entropy, which is the out cancellation wave, which causes the standing balance, us, which is the center of our dimensional space-time. So what I'm trying to say is, like, if you think about psychology, when I say something to someone and they recursively go against it, that's because their consciousness actually aligns with the decoherent wave, the pushback wave. This is the way that consciousness in the universe actually functions and causes all of these algorithmic patterns in our psychology and the way that consciousness measures. So, for example, the reason why people do become rebellious and stuff like that when you push back to them is because it comes from a place of pain or decoherence or a bad memory or the person's mind not being fully aligned. They align with the pushback wave that does the exact opposite as the caring, stability and advice that comes with a good intention. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and then, okay, with psychology, since we are, I mean, basically, we're all rebellious against, I mean, I wouldn't say everything, but we are ones to question everything. So, like, how would that play into an effect of that?
Yeah, and two, also, so hearing what you had said, I guess my first question is, are you familiar with like Jungian psychology and the relationship that people have with themselves, and then how that impacts the people that they interact with? And then it sounded like you were tying their interactions with others and their experience to something that is tied to a broader system, which is fine. I'm okay with. I just want to, I guess maybe I want to hear more elaboration after you answer those first two questions.
Psychology is very fascinating to me, actually.
Yeah, and then that also, like, how do you tie, not that I don't hear what you're saying, but how do you ultimately tie psychology in all of the subjective, like, experiential aspects of the different relationships between all these different people, and then ultimately their own relationship with themselves? How do you tie that to a bigger structure? Not that it's not possible, but anyway. Does that make sense? Vibrant?
I'm just wondering who exactly you were asking. Okay,
I was asking you, yeah.
Okay, no, just making sure. I don't want to overspeak my turn. So to put it this way, it's what I was trying to explain in the sense that, for example, the topic on here generally was behavioral aspects and how people react to things that we try to implement or inject. Like, obviously, like, think about it like this as well. Like, if I try to inject information into someone's mind, there's ways to do it. There's ways to do it through resonance. There's ways to do it through a impact, which leaves a scar, which is a decoherent method, and the scar is remembered. For example, so the most frictionless pathway is to understand the stability of these things. So, for example, if somebody does give you advice, try to first step back. Understand if the advice comes from good intention, bad intention. Does it align with life and stability in every dimensional aspect and way, or not? And then when you fully self-reflected on whatever someone has told you, in a non-biased way, that's where you will find the answers and stability. I find personally, because of the actual, like, I don't like what I was trying to do is I was trying to explain it with the understanding of the field and how self-measurement and stabilization actually works. But I think when I speak in such a way without actually giving the full context and stuff, it's really hard for people to keep track. So I do apologize if what I said earlier doesn't fully make sense. So if there's questions, just ask.
You gotta
it's
go
good.
from the
Let me say this.
pushback wave.
Let me say one quick thing just for fun. So ultimately, I mean, you're familiar with me. You know what my mission is. All this. Like, I see a guy like you and a guy like Chase Hughes. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Chase Hughes, but he's a well-known, like, his brand or his organization is called NCI, and ultimately he's like a former, what do you call it, CIA CIA
Operative.
Call it CIA operative, exactly, yeah. And he's trained in, like, psychology and how to manipulate people, and his whole channel, like, it's just all about, psychology, and not just manipulation, but also how to deal with your own psychology and experiencing this realm. I would love to hear a conversation between you and him, where him at a very high level of that understanding could then bridge that gap for us lay people, that when hearing you speak, I see potential, like, truth in it. It's just, how do you then translate that in a way that bridges that gap? And I think the two you combined would be excellent dialogue to listen to.
Also, the more you share, though, the clearer it becomes. Like, every sentence you say builds upon the one before, which is awesome.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
And that's not to say don't continue. I'm just saying, I just as a friend, like, between you and me, let's try and arrange that. Like, between,
like, Vibrant is very psychological.
Hey, Vibrant, how does the pushback wave land? How does it get inputted? Why is it accepted? Because of the rebellion.
It's actually the only stable method of dimensional self-measurement, meaning that there's a specific angle where the universe can measure itself in every possible dimension timelessly, which stabilizes in a frictionless pattern where it is able to computationally expand or measure more stable dimensional space-time, meaning that dimension itself is mathematical perfection as a possibility. The continuation of the quantum field is essentially the quantum field measuring that infinite possibility. So you have the underlying infinite perfection, which is mathematical perfection, God, infinity, and the reason why the quantum field computes more mathematical stabilization towards perfection. So you can think about the underlying, I've explained this to the other guys the other day, so sorry if I speak in circles, but this is one of the best ways to explain it, right? Think about the underlying nothingness as a sphere that has infinite corners and zero corners, timelessly. Time-space stabilizes as dimensional math and logic upon itself. It becomes logic when measured to stabilize as its own observational measurement. It means that the measurement is timelessness. 0 and 1 is the same thing timelessly, but when it becomes measured, it's either one or the other, so it creates a feedback loop pattern that's infinite. That's why the field is actually then space-time, which becomes one, because space is not nothing, and then the energy becomes something, but then it becomes measured by space-time, so energy becomes measured as something, as memory, and then it reflects back. It shifts the whole time between 1 and 0, maintaining the pattern of infinity. That's the best way I can explain it. So the timelessness of the universe is what causes toroidal closure. If you think about it like this, we have 18 scales of toroidal closure throughout the 292 scales of dimensional space-time as the possibility of its math. So
Excuse me. When you say toroidal, do you mean like that donut structure?
Think about your biofield, the energy flowing
Right.
out
Okay,
top
cool.
of
That's
your
what
head.
I was just making sure that's what you said. Yep.
Makes a donut form in a sense. Yeah, it's the resonance field. Yeah, that is a resonance dimensional closure that happens. So I'm going to explain something to you guys that's going to blow your minds, okay? So the algorithms of dimensional space-time repeats through scale. So the bigger it gets, the algorithm repeats. And every time the algorithm aligns with pi, it stabilizes spherically. And that pushback of the universe is actually what causes the energy to change direction and find a most frictionless flow. So you have toroidal closure at quark scale, forming the stable form of the quark. And then toroidal closure at muons and gluons, electrons, protons, and neutrons, and then molecules and their different structures. All the different algorithmic sequences of the subatomic particles, like neutrons, protons, and electrons, those actually create different algorithms as they move, according to their different positions and structures. Those structures create the algorithm of the element that you observe. So,
it's so cool.
Yeah, so think about it like this. So if you zoom out, there's toroidal closure that stabilizes everything spherically. That's why subatomic particles, dimensionally stable at the same note in that scale. When you zoom out, the dimensional algorithm repeats, and then planetary, same systems. Everything is dimensional stabilization at scale through algorithmic convergences of geometry and dimensional space-time. These convergences, where they come together, are what causes the algorithmic different shapes. Like, for example, the triangle is a convergence of geometric resonance of the sphere of dimensional space-time, but it's also the core structure that's required for stability. There's many, I don't know, I can tell you guys every fucking thing.
Wait, the triangle is space-time and the force required to stabilize it?
Think about this.
Is that what you said?
Okay, think about it like this, right? If you look at space-time around you, the reason why you measure it in 3D is not because there's 3 dimensions, it's because there's infinite dimensions that computationally complexifies but stabilizes as a sphere, as interdimensional measurement and self-measurement and consciousness. The interdimensional measurement is toroidally closed, right? So if you look at the space-time around you, the reason why you can depict any position from 3D is because of those convergences. This means that when you divide the 3D into more, which you can find all the in-betweens. So these convergence patterns are actually because of the universe being creation through stabilization at scale. And everything self-measures in order to stabilize. Therefore, self-measurement becomes self-observation, and self-awareness, when stabilized infinitely dimensional at high frequencies with the golden and silver ratios and pi.
When you say stabilize, it's like materialized too, right? Almost like manifest.
No. Materialization is the outcome of the measurement itself. So imagine that the material used for measuring nothingness is actually a bunch of nothingness, which is measured to be space-time. So the thought itself timelessly becomes what is stretched to measure space-time, and that stretching of the thought, of the measurement, becomes the vacuum energy that pulls open space-time. At the lowest resolution of space-time, the Planck scales cannot bend, so they pack together as quarks where they stabilize dimensionally. Triangles, in other words, they cannot collapse under those stable frameworks, meaning that the measurement and the vacuum and the stretching of measurement of math itself causes the vacuum that measures more space-time almost. So it's almost like the measurement itself cannot keep up with the density of the measurement, therefore it causes phase drag or phase drift. So you can think about it in 3 layers. You have underlying infinite nothingness, which is also infinity, which is God, which is perfection as a mathematical possibility. The entire universe realizes that this infinity is also the infinite computation potential, which means that dimensionally things can stabilize and exist, therefore it rather does than non-existence, for non-existent is non-existent, it cannot exist, hence existence, timelessly. It comes down to this, the last and the first link being the same link of creation, where the infinite outcome of God is perfection and unity and self-measurement, the very thing that starts its own algorithm to measure infinite possibility, and that measurement is the quantum field. The information on top of that in the quantum field is physical reality. That's a 3rd layer. So you have nothingness, the quantum field, and then physical reality that is measured by the quantum field. The quantum field is a measurement density. It's a mathematical algorithm. That's why people think we're in a simulation, but it's not really a simulation. It's math itself. It's the physical thing. It's, if you think about dimensional space-time, the stabilization framework of that is the love in the math, the geometric resonance in the Holy Spirit that stabilizes everything towards frictionlessness. It's also the timeless wisdom and intelligence that you can tap into the field if you can actually do that. Like, I can do that. That's why I
Quick question.
do this.
Language of the universe.
You and I have had a few conversations. All of them are great, and I feel like I learned something each time. And so what I want to try to understand is what sort of actionable steps or initiatives or what is it that we derive from this understanding. I'm sure you're familiar with the statue over in China with the lion, and underneath the lion's paw, it has the flower of life sphere, and I think it says something along the lines of he who understands, or whoever understands this, whoever understands the mathematics or the nature of this flower of life ball will rule over all of the universe. Or so. Are you familiar with that statue, that quote? Yes, no, hello, Vibrant, you there?
Oh yeah, yes. I don't really look at those old statues and stuff if it doesn't really carry information for me to obtain in a non-biased way. For example, my brain would have discarded that even if I'd heard it before, because there's a sense of control to it. It's more like all of us are supposed to understand the system. That's why, like, for example, to put it this way, look at it like this. Sorry, I have to share this with you.
If it's going to be short, yeah, that's fine, because I just want to make sure I get my thought out. But yeah, contribute if you want to get something to help me with my thought.
Just think about it like this. But the very reason the planet is in such a absolute horrible state is because somebody knows that secret, but their intention is not aligned with it. That's simple. That's all I want to say. So think about that. We are all supposed to align in the intention of that. So even if I might be one of the first to have to come to full comprehension at this timeline or something, there's many of us out there that fully understand, but it's all on different levels and consciousness aspects and stuff. And all of us have different purposes and alignments and geometric stability. So, yeah, sorry, that's...
Yeah, I would make the argument that the Great Awakening, so to speak, what the esoteric, text will call the Great Work, that is all underway. Right, it's abundantly clear to both myself and you probably that what is coming is a complete paradigm shift in our understanding, and a lot of what you're saying is just a part of that process. And so the question is, what part? How does that serve this process? And so those are the questions that go through my mind. I know you're in alignment with a lot of what I believe in, that if we were to spiritually align or spiritually come together in mind and body and spirit, we could potentially have faculties or, you know, capacities within ourselves come online that have lied dormant for thousands of years. You know, there's no telling, you know, what could potentially happen from that, but there's a lot of theories that suggest it's significant. So that's one aspect, and those are theoretical ideas as to what could come of it. But is there a way to talk about it in a way that speaks of those theories definitively because of the math and because of your understanding of it the way that you do? And that's just one idea.
Well, if you do think about it, look at it this way, right? You can actually see the structures, the algorithms, you can see everything in physical reality around you, and you can measure the difference between physical reality and the quantum field's mathematical perfection, and what it wants to achieve, or what it says is mathematically possible, right? So because everything we can mathematically compute and do is already written as math and possibility in the field of math, right? So this is why we call solving a math problem solving the problem. So if I can solve a math problem, like for example a unified equation, then it means all problems are solved. Actually does. Theoretically, that is the entire. So
but just on that note, that's what it sounds like. I think I'm following you that far, but it sounds like you have these mathematical equations solved. And so my question is, what are the implications, and what is the bridge that between us and those implications, you know, coming to fruition or unfolding or what have you?
Okay, imagine a species that has all of a sudden, they have all of these things around them, like you do now. And then all of a sudden, they experience and achieve an understanding of algorithmic stabilization, multidimensionally aligned with the laws of the universe. Meaning that they can stabilize their algorithms, their AIs, their technologies, their civilizations, their economies. Everything will happen with time, and it needs to be open, meaning that is the only information that is dangerous when it is undisclosed. As I said earlier, that is why we all need to understand the pattern, all right?
It's the second time I heard that too. That's, not to interrupt you, sorry. That's the second time I heard a commentary too about having it open being the solution, like what you're referring to. That's, and I understand that. So yeah, cool.
But at any time we can choose harmony and where we're at. That's what I've been experiencing.
Well, yeah, that too. But then there's also people that can pick up on different frequencies, energies, and stuff like that. And then like he's sitting here talking, he is, oh my God, he's straight on point with metaphysics and every damn thing. Like, I've been wanting to be like, yes, 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 picking up on everything, but there's certain people that are learning. There are certain people like him, he's teaching and stuff like that. So we're all actually in one, trying to learn, gather information, pick up information.
Yeah, it's awesome. We're all learning and we're all teaching. Like, it's that room.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, I just want to add, right, but no, none of us are teachers though. Like, the only teacher here is your perception. And that's reality. That's reality.
Fine.
Yeah, you got to calibrate it into your experience.
You are your only teacher, because as far as you can research is as far as you can learn, and that's as far as you can teach yourself.
Yeah, so I can share information with you guys, but I cannot teach. Only your perception can allow you to understand. So that's why I try to share it in such a way that allows your perception to resonate with your DNA and the information internally, so that you may make the connections.
Yes. So I'll say we're all learning.
Just clarify. I think we might be. I think there might be some benefit to clarity added here. I think I would adjust it to say that you can't teach someone that isn't open and seeking to understand. At the same time, though, even if I am seeking and open to understanding, I still need a teacher like yourself that is providing this knowledge, and then from which I ultimately gain an awareness that I can now
You can
Yeah, like even if it's just you
be the
living by
change in my life
example.
that I need. Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
you can only learn as much as you want to. I was gonna say teach yourself, but like you can
I
only.
guess what I'm saying is I fundamentally disagree with the idea that we don't need teachers like Vibrant himself teaching what it is that he has worked so hard to create and understand, to come and share with us. I don't think you can stray away from being a teacher. Now, if teacher's the wrong word, if you want to call it, sharer of information,
Yeah, fine,
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. But there is a role that someone like you does play that I would liken to a teacher. But to your point, if you're not going to be open and you're not going to be seeking, then yeah, there is no teacher then that serves any value. I hope that
Yeah,
makes
like we get that. We're just appreciative.
The strongest thing is humbleness. Every one of you is humble enough to listen to my blabbering. Therefore, I thank you for the opportunity to share the truth with you, because each one of you deserves the truth. And the more people understand the truth, and the more people, this is the important thing that DaVinci was actually asking me. What can each one of you do? What can all of us do that has now obtained the knowledge? Right? My first thing that I would advise one to master would be mastering your intention. Master now that you understand the way that your brain has a coupling to the quantum field. Your brain actually tugs at the ropes, the lattices of dimensional space-time to create waves and information and memories in the field. This means that all the information observed by all the brains.
Yeah,
All right.
hold that thought real quick. 'Cause
You're too quiet, host.
I want you to continue, but I do want to.
Can't hear you.
Hold on. Oh, you can't hear me? What about now?
Yeah, we
No,
can't hear
not
you
really.
most of the time, host.
No way. What the heck?
Yeah, it's way
It was like
quiet.
really
What
low.
about
Now
now?
it's
Is
just
it-
like you're not even.
No way. What the hell?
It's
It's
very
like it's
low.
slowly been dying.
So try
It's
turning your
very
mic
low.
90 degrees to the side, dude.
Yeah,
What about
it
now?
You're
was like
speaking.
Old soul.
No,
Sorry, can we
I'm
just
talking
welcome
about
to
twist it. Like twist your mic 90
Vibrant?
degrees.
Make a resonance wave.
What about now?
Sorry.
Old soul, welcome in anyway. Sorry, we just
What about
welcome in,
now?
old soul.
No.
Hi all.
Nothing.
Thank you.
no,
No,
Like,
it's
come on,
still
man,
low.
it's real close.
it feels like you're so far away, and then you get so close.
Vibrant. How do we mathematically solve this with intention? His microphone.
Yeah, the motivation, vibrant.
No, that's what I'm trying to say.
For real. For real.
His microphone, he has a studio microphone that has a angle, so he needs to shift the angle. He just needs to plug it in properly and twist the mic 90 degrees.
Okay, and if we have to focus our intention on something, just let us know.
He's an AI. Change it. 90
Remove the muffler from
What about
your.
now?
DaVinci, remove
No.
that sponge, dude.
I'm kidding.
Remove the sponge from your mic.
Yeah, take the.
Yeah,
about
remove
now?
it. Okay, now look at the
I know,
actual mic.
Lex. That's so funny.
DaVinci, sorry, just look at the mic. It has a flat disc on it. You have to speak to the disc as if it's a plate facing you.
Turn it 90 degrees.
That's better. Yes, yes,
about
you were
now?
almost there. No, the other.
This way? Or this way?
Nope. Nope.
Okay, that's better.
What about now?
Quit moving. You gotta move. You quit moving your head.
What about now?
Can you
No,
see
it's
the
still low. It's still
actual
low.
microphone? Like, can you see the
Right
disc on the
there.
inside?
Right
Yeah,
there.
see,
Okay,
That's
so
it.
hang on.
funny is I think it looks like it's like lifted up a little bit on the inside.
It's so
You're
low, we
moving
can't
the
even hear
mic and
you.
moving your head
That's
at the
very
same
soft.
time.
What about now?
Maybe you need new batteries, Mabri.
Guys, can we just listen? Because he's trying to work out the sound. I can't hear.
Yeah.
Go.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Too far away. Nope. You sound like you're in the kitchen.
Well, y'all can carry on. What about now?
Right there.
Now it's there.
Right
Are
there.
you
Now
gonna
it's
hear
there.
me?
Okay, yeah. Okay, keep it
I
down.
mean, it's a little better, but you got to get real close.
What about now?
You good.
Yeah, you gotta
It's
be
good.
All
close.
right,
It's
cool.
good. Okay.
Okay, hey host, I'm new here. I have to say your your little blurb is pretty fire, dude. Uh,
Are you
why is
talking
it
about
that
the
people
prompt?
shout the? Yeah, it's good. It's a good ass prompt. Like it's not because on TikTok, like people go for the inflammatory stuff and like the low hanging fruit where they're gonna attract people that they just think they can defeat the position. You know, that is a prompt that is terrifyingly scary to look at, truly, and that's a neat prompt. You know, like I imagine you guys have had some good conversations tonight. Probably, you
Oh
know.
yeah,
Yeah, I will say
Based
I
on
do.
that.
it
I
bears
do.
good fruit.
Yeah, I do appreciate. I do. I do appreciate that. In that it is an ongoing struggle or endeavor to try to figure out how to stimulate the minds of religious people so that they wake up to the reality that how we treat each other, just like what Jesus Christ said, is a direct reflection of our relationship with God. Like that, like I don't know how I struggle day in and day out. I think about how in the world can I make this clear to them that them telling me again, this is from my own family, and I digress here, y'all. I do want to get back to what Vibrant was saying. Don't leave just yet, but like this is something where day in and day out, people will tell you that you are going to hell forever and ever and ever, even regardless of how much you embody love. Like I could come to the average Catholic, especially Catholics, I come to them and say, I love love. I do my best to embody love. I identify as love. My entire life is in line with everything Jesus Christ said and the vast majority of all prophets. Like my whole purpose in this realm is to embody and share in love and to create a heaven on earth, so to speak. And they will look me dead in my eyes, right? Meanwhile, they don't even know what love is to any degree outside of, oh, well, love is Jesus Christ. Or, you know, like they haven't done any research. They haven't put any effort into like understanding what it actually looks like, what it actually means, what identify. And they'll tell me, well, unfortunately, you're going to burn in hell for all of eternity. And so anyway, that's just one example of like the what is a big part of this mission, and that's ultimately to transcend this nonsensical division where we're judging each other when the Bible says don't judge each other. We're continuously doing this to the point where we have these endless debates on TikTok and other forms of social media, and it's all about ego, and it's just these people are just completely lost on the entire purpose of the nature of this reality. So anyway, thanks for listening. That was a long monologue on your comment on like I appreciate you commenting on the cleverness of it. I got to give AI a little bit of credit on this, but yeah, it's something that hey, if you ever come up with something clever, feel free to shoot it over to me, and I'll share it on my live.
Yeah, dude, I've had a couple ideas just pop up. Sorry, go ahead.
I can give many such examples. Guys, my phone is so flat. Okay, so I also wanted to say something about the thing and what he said, if I may. Yeah, I think the reason why Chris said what he did was because it's a true self-reflective measurement. So that means that...
Did his thing die to you guys?
You're on mute.
Yeah,
oh, I think he's getting
back.
a call because his photo disappeared.
Can I like give a story to you
Yeah,
guys?
keep going,
I went
Chris.
to
Yeah.
I went to a live where like my wife's into like cryptids and stuff, and she likes all like the, you know, the metaphysical stuff. She's a hyper Christian, and I'm kind of like on the borderline a little bit. So I went to a live that was all about like aliens and like, you know, spirituality and meditation and everyone like vibing together. And all I had to do was challenge the host on a belief just once, and not even in a mean way. It was just like I shook the ground beneath me by just
standing my ground in that tribal space. You know what I mean? And that was interesting to see in the space that's like the presupposed space of love. All you have to do is just be a free will, and you can actually just shatter everything around you. And that is interesting, right? Like, because how much of like this, like, oh, we all love each other, it's all free and it's all free will, how much of that's just manufactured to give people like a sense of communion so that you can control them? You know what I mean? Like, I think we all run into that in like so many spaces in our life, like in our jobs, in church, or wherever you go. Everybody's like, oh yeah, like we're a family, so I can, extract resources out of you, like how much of life is just that, because I was just on a live where I literally got kicked just by like standing philosophical ground that was like good philosophical ground to stand. I wasn't even being rude or anything. I was just like, well, what about this thing? And then the host's brain just exploded, and then I got kicked.
Hey,
You know what
Chris,
I mean? Like
dude,
that's like a sad place to be, because it's like this, it's an illusion of love, all these people like loving on each other. Oh, we're all magical. We all love each other. But it's all fake because you
Right.
exposed it, You were just like, you poked the one fucking button. You're just like,
I mean,
nope,
love is
you guys are
real,
faking it, and
bro.
I just proved it. You know what I mean? Like, it's a weird,
Well,
that
love
is
is
a
real.
weird
Hey,
thing, man.
hey, dude,
It
I
really
live in the
is.
Appalachian Mountains, and cryptids and supernatural stuff. I don't care what anybody wants to say on here. They are real. I have seen some shit up out here in the woods. Like, sometimes I don't want to go outside at night. And I smoke.
Hey, esoteric. Hey, Eric, you got to look up a guy. His name is Darius J. Wright. Okay, look him up. Watch his videos. Right, he's a guy that practices out of body experiences since he was like a little kid. He's been having them, and one of the things that he said that stuck with me. I myself have never had these experiences, out of body, near death, like none of that.
I've
But
done that.
yeah, but one of the things he says is that nothing has dominion over your soul, like your spiritual body, like with these cryptids, like all these things you're talking about. Nothing has dominion over you unless you believe it to be so. In other words,
Yes.
this ties into the first Hermetic principle, right? And so it's once you understand the grand cycle of 26,000 years, the great year, right? Like then you understand all these traditions that we come from. We're now going to be, as we ascend into knowledge and awareness, we're going to re-experience all these things that we, through the years of descending for 12,000 years, have experienced. So Hermeticism, all that stuff is going to come back to the forefront of our knowledge and our awareness. And what I'm getting at is that the first principle of Hermeticism, the law of mentalism, all is of the mind, right? So this is why we are far more powerful than we've been led to believe. But again,
100%.
you have to understand the cycle to understand why we've been subjected to this ignorance and then manipulated by the rulers of this realm. But I'm telling you, where we're going from here is a degree of awareness that incorporates all of the knowledge that is already accessible to us. And again, Hermeticism is a big piece. The first law of mentalism is what I would suggest to you in your experiences of these things. Just know, wherever you're at, you have nothing to fear other than fear itself. You are a divine expression, manifestation of the source, and it is unconditional love at its core. You are that love at your core, but we are within this realm where if our minds believe something, then it becomes our reality. And so if you have fear, that is what you need to address first. And you can listen to guys like Darius J. Wright and many others. They'll talk to you about they were initially afraid of these beings and they're being tortured and all this. And then they finally put down their hands and say, you know what, I'm done. Kill me if you want. I'm done. And then the beings all step aside and just now they step into their divinity and their power. So anyway, that's a lot, but it's important for someone like you with your experience to understand.
Host, can I say something that might get me kicked from the live, like the last one?
Yeah, you're good, bro. I won't kick you from my
Yeah,
live, bro. I'm not like other lives, bro. I'm not like other human beings you've ever met or other organizations you've ever met. That's for sure. Keep going.
I love that you're effectively talking about this concept that we're all a part of creation, you know? Like I love that.
Fractally and holographically, yes.
Yeah, what's
from my
a little bit strange to me is that
Damn, they hit me fractally and holographically. That's crazy.
What?
Well, I didn't
well,
mean
let's let Chris finish, and then I'll address what you're saying, Esoteric.
Yeah, host, I think where we run into problems is in the nomenclature of how we talk about things like divinity, right? Like, this person is special, therefore I'm not, right? Like, there's this weird problem that even Christians ran into, and people have, like, thought all this stuff out over the thousands of years. It's just, like, people have, like, stopped reading the people that have thought all these, like, thought experiments out. So, like, you know, it comes down to Jesus, right? Like we're trying to emulate him, but you know, if he's divine, then he's special, and then I'm not special, right? Then I don't have to meet that standard, and I think that like one issue of nomenclature like haunts us. It's like this main issue of like you ultimately need to decide on a set of virtues and aspire to them. And it's literally that simple. And then we get into all this spiritual stuff and we get into all these like confusing words and confusing stories. And the stories have a lot of like emotional attachment to them and stuff. But the reality is like you either need to say like, I'm going to try and be more like this person that I admire or not. And that,
no. That's the problem. No. But real quick, with all due respect, I love everything you're saying. I love everything you're saying. But there's one fundamental problem that is the problem with religion itself, or at least modern day religion. Obviously, the mystics of all religions speak the language that I'm speaking right now, and they've been burnt at the stake for thousands of years as a result. What I'm trying to tell you is that you don't tell a child. Let's say your child wanted to play basketball, right? You don't tell them, hey, you suck, but if you just try your best, you could be like LeBron James one day. No, that's not how it works. If you take that child, then you tell him that, and then you take another child and say, hey, guess what, bro? Anything is possible. You are the fullness of potential within your spirit, within your essence, within your being, and whatever you put your mind to, it will happen, right? To the degree of the work you put in, and then your physical, all that. But you are it, right? If you take those two kids, I promise you, the kid that you told that sucked, that was a dirty little sinner, he's going to continue to sin, and if he continues to just go back to the church and apologize, God's going to love him, Jesus is going to love him, and he just needs to go out there and keep on trying. I promise you, that is the root of the problem. And frankly, that's the original sin. And you can go to guys like the Catholic former Pope Ratzinger. You can go to a long list of people that speak this truth in very coded language within the books that they write and the encyclicals that they publish. But they talk about how the original sin ultimately is this delusion or illusion that we are separate. Now, they can't say certain things like this is why we have secret societies, and this is why once you understand the timeline and the cycle or the cyclical nature of reality, then it all makes sense. But I'm not even going to try to explain that for the 100th time that I've tried with people because it just goes over their head. But
I've heard some theories of that, and I know there's some quantum physics theories that actually they try and do that, but it's more at like the Big Bang repeating level. Like it just happens like in millions of years. Yeah. So
no, but, I'm talking about Anyway, keep going. You were going to say something.
I guess what I'm saying is there's energetic states that are a little bit like the gears in a vehicle, right? Like it's like park, and then it's like go forward and go backwards, right? And these energetic states actually get super interesting when you're talking about virtues, because virtues have this tendency to get muddled into like the conversational tendencies that we have. Like when you think about like a pious person or like a priest or a pastor, someone like that has a tendency to walk into a conversation and just try and dominate the conversation because their tribal role or their maybe even like their birth order, maybe they were the oldest kid in their family, they only know that birth order, so they're just repeating old tapes. They just come in and they're just like, I'm in charge, you do this, and then whatever, and then like your grandma's gonna disown you if you don't believe in Jesus or something. And like anyone who's like paying attention like sees all that stuff. And where we're at after that is like the backwards, neutral, and forwards. Like when you wake up every day, do your virtues create an energetic state where you aim at something or not? Do you and this is where I got into an issue with that other live, is they're very anti-anxiolytic. They're very anti-anxiety, Zen Buddhists, meditation. I'm just fighting my demons, and then once they're defeated, I'm sitting on a fucking rock staring at a tree. They're all that, and I challenged that, right? Because that's a like even Siddhartha, like the actual guy that made Buddhism, challenged that. So I gave them the actual challenge of like, okay, then what, right? Like you're sitting on the rock, you've got past your anxious energetic state or whatever. And like I think where people struggle is they don't define the terms. They don't talk about the actual nomenclature of like, what are we even talking about? Like, what is this conversation even about? They use a bunch of vague terms, and Christianity's really bad about this. Buddhism's really bad about this. Everyone just uses vague terms and they just kind of wander around, and then they sound woo woo, and then they impress like a couple people and they're happy about it. But the reality is like, you have to decide on an energetic state when you wake up. You're either going backwards towards addiction or something horrible that's going to make your life worse, or you're waking up and you're being zen and you're sitting on a rock and you're staring at a tree, or you're going forward and you have basically decided that I have like a set of virtues that like the innermost me has decided what I care about, and I'm actually aiming at that. And that's the most terrifying thing, because no one really knows what they want. Like that's the most scary thing, is like, what do I aim at when I wake up? And I think that's where you end up with all this like circular talk and all this like woo woo stuff where people are just like saying words that sound fancy, but no one's really getting anywhere with it. It's because like aiming is hard, like, and like just acknowledging that is hard, right? Like, what the hell do you even aim at? Like that's the real issue. So I'll shut up now. Sorry for being
No, man, no, that's all good, bro. No, that's all good, because you've clearly put a lot of thought into this, right? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, bro, you put a lot more thought than 90% of the world in this, right? And that's the fundamental problem. The one you're asking is the fundamental problem that I'm trying to solve, right? Like, what is the solution? How can I prescribe, whether it's a worldview or call it an understanding of the nature of reality and our relationship to that nature of reality? Is there a simple answer that solves all questions and brings humanity together? The short answer, from my experience, my understanding, is love, right? So that's fundamental. First and foremost, you have to identify as that. So once you identify as love, then you can rest in that knowing of what it is that you are, and then ultimately you have to understand that is the binding force of all of creation. So love is that force that sits atop the spiritual hierarchy that all things are bound by. So you're a microcosm within that macrocosm. And so once you understand that, then it's a matter of, okay, so what does that mean for my life, right? I still have to wake up every day and deal with the struggle of existing, right? So you can look at Eastern philosophy and even Western religion. We have priests, we have these monastic ways of life around the world. But I myself am not interested in becoming a monk, right? And it's not for everyone to become. I have a lot of issues with the structural understanding of the nature of reality as it pertains to that way of life, and then the career path that some of these people get funded by, especially in Western religion. Anyway, that's a separate subject. But ultimately, what people have to understand is that you still have to wake up the next day, and you still have to have some sort of structure, both physically within your lifestyle and then mentally, that is driven by your intentions, that is considering your emotions, that ties the whole thing in together. You can't just pursue virtue and think to yourself, well, life's going to be great, and if I fail, it's because I didn't pursue virtue hard enough. Or, like, there's other ways of saying it with different schools of thought. Jung has a couple quotes that I can't remember off the top of my head that are essentially addressing the same thing. But I say all that to say it's a combination of you understanding who you are, doing the research, or not research, but and this is my prescription, right? From my experience, you go on social media, type in NDE, near-death experience. Watch 100 of them. Watch 10 of them, okay? They will then simplify exactly what it is that your soul will be wishing you did more of when you cross over and you rewatch your entire life. And it's
Dude, you want to know what Alan Watts's one was? It creeps me out till this day, dude. I know a lot of people on like spiritual-ish like podcasts and stuff. They love Alan Watts, but like on his deathbed, he was like I spent all this time, telling people how death was going to be, and at the end, like basically, and I'm like paraphrasing super hard, so don't take me super hardcorely on this, but he basically said like, I just wanted like a couple more of those moments that mattered with like someone where you felt that connection, and that's what you're talking about. Like you said, love in like a more opaque sense, but like not even just like the real sense of like, oh, my significant other is validating my weird like trauma pattern. It's not that. He's talking about that deeper connection where
didn't Alan Watts have a horrible personal life too, though? He had some big struggles on the inside.
Yeah, no, for sure. But at the he's on his deathbed and he's like trying to give some insight. So I feel like it's like somewhat relevant. He's basically said that like.
Let me explain real quick. Let me jump in here real quick. Buddhism is all about teaching us that all suffering stems from our attachment to things and our desire to control things and our insecurity that stems from this inherent sense of lack, right? That's Buddhism in a nutshell, okay? There's so much truth and so much benefit to understanding Buddhism in that regard. But then you watch a near-death experience, and then you look at these monks and you think to yourself, oh, they're missing the whole purpose of this life.
Well, yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I'm talking about someone who studied.
Have you ever seen an NDE?
No, I haven't, dude. It sounds like something that's gonna like warp my whole perception of reality. So I'm not ready for that.
Imagine this. No, you're ready for it. Let me tell you real quick. This will answer all your questions, bro. Okay, imagine when you cross over, you're gonna get to the other side, and you're gonna rewatch your entire life, not from your perspective, but from the perspective of all the people that you interacted with, right? So you're gonna, bam, 5 years old. You're gonna 6 years old, 7, your entire life. Right? And when you treat someone great, when you make someone feel good, you're going to feel the joy that you cause them. You're going to feel the love, the connection, the experience that this transient, impermanent experience, this reality that is all gone now, the only thing we take with us are the interactions of the living temples of the divine, which is you, me, all of us. We're going to relive all of it. And then on the situations where you neglected to love others, you're going to feel the pain. Look, let me quote the Bible. You're going to reap what you sow. The problem is the distortion of the truth is that we've been told God is going to never love us forever and ever and ever, and we're going to burn forever in hell. That's the distortion. And these NDEs come back and tell us when they're watching their life from the view of the other people, they're not even being judged. Sometimes Jesus Christ is right there watching it with them, and he's not judging them. Oftentimes there's other beings. They're not judging them. They're judging themselves, but in the light of truth and in the light of love. So their judgment on themselves is all growth-based. In other words, no matter what, they're growing from it. And now insert guys like Darius J. Wright, who's an out-of-body practitioner that's been going through this since he was a young child. Now it's his life work to wake people up to the nature of reality and the nature of our divinity, that we are unconditional love. And he says the same thing, that the regrettable becomes, or the unforgivable, or whatever. All I'm saying is, what he says is that basically you will have to live with this life as a part of yourself, as an eternal being, but there is no eternal suffering. There is no God that judges you. So anyway, I'll end it with this. Once you start to realize that we've been lied to, for one, whether it was intentionally or just a byproduct of whatever, I think it was intentional. We've been lied to, for one. There's enough evidence in these thousands upon thousands upon thousands of NDEs and guys like Darius J. Wright and all the ancient texts and secret society initiate books that have been written by the thousands, and then quantum physics that's now coming in line with all of this. There's enough evidence to validate the near-death experiences that are coming back in the droves, trying to wake up humanity to the truth. And the truth is, this whole experience of life is a temporary experience for us as eternal souls to come here, experience ignorance and the lack of awareness, to have the struggles that allow us to either love each other or neglect to love each other through these struggles, and that's it. And so you just have to embrace the beauty of it. And this is why, if you're an escapist, like a lot of these, not only just Buddhists, but a lot of Christians too, like, well, just believe Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior and just don't sin. And if you do, just repent for your sin. What kind of message is that? Not to mention, that's the message that I was raised with that made me miss out on 32 years of my life thinking that it was about what God thought I believed. Meanwhile, I was a piece of shit. I don't have those 32 years. I'm never going to get those back. I'm going to have to live with that for the rest of my life.
Can I say something though?
Yeah, go for it. I'm monologuing.
No, I mean, I love everything that you're saying. I used to be Catholic, and my wife is like kind of like middle of the road, like Southern Baptist, but like her and her mom don't really like actively go to church every day. And I think, as someone who's studied a lot of science, even as like a borderline atheist, when I see a Christian not going to church, I get sad. And I don't know if you've ever experienced anything like that, where you just wish that they were upholding the rituals, because that's what actually matters, you know? Like, if you go to
that's
church...
what matters. But hold on. Who told you that those rituals matter?
Science. Literal behavioral science. Like, ritual literally makes you less depressed. It gives you a better sense of belonging. Like, all that stuff is in behavioral science. Like,
okay, now if you're comparing them to atheists, or you're comparing that to someone that doesn't have
I'm an atheist. I'm wishing they had that, you know? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
For them.
You're good. No,
you're saying for them.
Yeah, for them. I wish
for
they had
them
that.
in their shallow mindset. Yeah. It doesn't get it's
But take the bones of that science, like the bones of that science, that people do better with community, right?
Yes, that's
People
what
do
I was
better.
about to say.
And
Yes,
people,
you nailed it.
Yep.
Yes. Community.
Yeah,
and what was the other
trajectory.
thing?
It's the
Community
path.
and
Can I share my
worldview, I would
perspective?
add. But yes, keep going.
Yeah, no, anybody can take it, totally take it. Yep, go
Those
for it.
traditions aren't required. They're there to lead you into a place where you can stay, because people can't stay in a meditative state. They have to use practices. At some point, you lock in and you stay there because you're done suffering.
Can I share something with you guys?
I agree with you.
Yeah, let me say one last thing, and I'll be real short. I think we've been robbed of our creative capacity, especially as it pertains to our spiritual understanding of the nature of reality and our relationship to it. And it's been clouded by this authoritative narrative by the religion that we must do things the way that they do. What if we're actually the creators of this reality? And as long as our understanding of ourselves and our community is in alignment with the fundamental principles like love, like freedom, like community, like service, like what if as long as we're in alignment with those principles, then we're actually in alignment with the universe, and we actually have the full capacity of freedom to create whatever rituals and create whatever names and whatever dances and costumes we want to wear. What if that is fully within our capacity, and the day we embrace it, we might actually start to enjoy this experience a little more? What if that's the case? That's what I believe to be the case, and I think we've been robbed of that experience through the authoritative narrative of the rulers of this realm, especially in religion.
Can I get an amen? Amen.
Yeah, there you go.
And whatever mathematical equations you want to be.
Okay, if I may share, I wanted to say, like, to me, this is my personal experience. I've done scientific and mathematical insights, spiritual insights, and testing self-reflective meditation from a non-biased point of view my whole life. At a very young age, like I was actually 6 years old, and I realized that the entire earth is based on absolute low conscious lies and nonsense. And so I just approached everything differently, and something wrong with me. It was what you seek, you shall find. So I seeked truth. I didn't seek a reason to believe. I looked at my fears. I looked at everything, and I said, I'm not going to look for a reason to believe and not to believe. I'm going to approach it non-biasedly, right? This is my experience. And so the math has shown me that consciousness and your self-reflective nature, the universe, is self-measurement through all dimensions and scales, meaning that mathematically, that would be the most mathematically sophisticated thing possible according to its own internal logic.
Now hold that thought real quick. I just want to throw this in there, and it would be real quick. I'm going to give it back to you. That is essentially, in a sense, what you're saying is in alignment with what these near-death experiences are coming back and saying, is that it's about self-measurement. It's about critically and honestly, in the lens of truth and with an understanding, a full awareness of love, you measure your experience and how you treat it, like that right there. All right, anyway, I'm going to pass it back, but it sounds like
it's pure acknowledgement. Pure acknowledgement of reality with no manipulation, no exaggeration, no insecurity, full abandonment. If it's going to happen, you did your best, and you surrender to it. And it doesn't happen. The universe just keeps blessing you and blessing you.
And that is growth-based. And that's the key thing, is that these people come back echoing this same thing, the same understanding that it's not about judgment. It's not about damnation. It's not about condemnation. It's about growth. So yes, you can grow through suffering from having to relive the hellish experience that you've caused your life to be, but by the same token, you're still going to grow, but you can grow in a more harmoniously peaceful way of reliving your life experience through all of the love that you shared with others. But anyway, it seems like people will try to make the argument that, oh, well, that means you can do whatever you want. Yes and no, but we'll save that for another time. Anyway, I want to let Vibrant continue.
I want to make a different argument, like what you guys are effectively saying, and it's kind of noble and neat, right? It's artistic, right? And it's effectively that you're saying that we're bearing the burden of the universe to be good on us, which is pretty freaking cool. In a way.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I haven't finished. Sorry, I haven't finished. I'm sorry, guys. There's way too much that's been missed here.
Yeah, go back.
Sorry, I was still trying to speak, right? Okay, no worries. So, what I'm trying to say is that the universe is consciousness, and self-measurement. The moment you
keep going,
so don't acknowledge that infinity is consciousness and the structure of infinity as defines God. If I do not acknowledge what infinity is and it is consciousness, then I do not acknowledge myself, my own consciousness. Therefore, I do not exist. That's a sense of decoherence. So what I'm trying to share is mathematically, my personal experience, what I found was that the entire universe and self-stabilization, all of it exists because of the concept of God, even mathematically, because of mathematical possible perfection and mathematically perfect consciousness. That's what the quantum field tried to achieve, right? So I realized that acknowledging God is the same self-measurement as acknowledging one's existence. So my personal belief is that God do exist, and the same way all of these and are from our hearts and the roots branch from trees. It's all like the same way that they use the algorithm of dimensional division, because the universe divides its own dimensions to map all possible dimensions, right? This means that everything comes from the same tree, in a sense. So all of us are born from the same roots, and all of religion is also divided from the same truth, meaning God exists. But that's my insight. I will rather acknowledge God than go to my grave without acknowledging consciousness, because honestly, math and stabilization has showed it to me.
Yeah, would you agree that God is one with all things?
Yeah, if you think about it, the math shows us the universe is an algorithm of self-measurement that stabilizes everything above a specific threshold. So everything in the universe is either stabilized or broken down according to its stability. So if you are aligned and stable, the universe will hold you and carry you and love you and stabilize your fields and induce stronger toroidal protection. When one is unstable, these fields of protection.
But you would
That's
agree
bad
that
vibes.
even, sorry, your mic's breaking up. You would agree that even for those that stray away from that stabilization, there is an ultimate return to stabilization for all things?
I believe
your
all
mathematics?
unfairness will be balanced. So all of these lies that have been told to you will be considered, because the Fibonacci, or the algorithm of self-measurement, shows that it measures all information related as well as the past in order to compute the possible present. This means that you can choose stability from any possible moment in the math. So even if you are in the worst of situations and stuff, there's always stable pathways out where you are able to be coherent. And even if those stable pathways out lead to the death of the flesh, it leads to the stabilization of the spirit.
Can I just quickly interrupt you guys? So we have someone amazing on the panel. Clan, welcome in. And I so wanted you to meet the vibrant. Oh, geez. Your sound. What's happening with your sound? Oh. Do you want to go fix your sound and come back? Or
You gotta drop them, come back up.
Is it fine?
come back, Clan. Are you there?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Great to see you. It's so
Great.
great to see you. I've so wanted to introduce you to DaVinci and to Vibrant and everybody. Anyway.
Nice to meet you guys. Vibrant sounds Afrikaans. It sounds like he's a South African.
Yes, he is.
He is. Okay. Interesting conversation. I'm loving it. I'll sit back a little bit and listen to what you guys are saying, and then put in my part
Can I
when
say
the
one
timing is
thing
right.
in response to Vibrant? I don't like that you use the word decoherence, because it has to do with quantum superpositions collapsing when they interact with chaotic states. So that's a bad use of a word. That's all I'm going to say. Other than that, I don't, you can believe what you want. Just don't use the wrong words.
I'll argue with that. Decoherence refers to a state that can be at any scale of instability. So the same way that a particle can be decoherent and collapse, the same way a planet can destabilize and, for example, have a entropic experience or a frictionful experience.
Well, there is a neat, like kind of like like a woo-woo moment that happens in reality, and it's when a leaf doesn't experience decoherence when it's creating like a quantum superposition with like the way that it decides to like send energy through itself. So like plants literally do something that's almost like a quantum supercomputer every single day. Like, so there's cool stuff that happens in nature where you're just like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's literally like either it's, if you live in the many worlds perception of things, it's either a plant is somehow leaning into multiple universes to decide how to send energy, or we just don't have any idea how it works and we're just trying to figure it out still. It's one of those two.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to share with you. That's exactly what I'm trying to share with you. Because remember, the logic of the quantum field is all mathematical possibility timelessly as mathematical possibility. It's separate from physical reality as measured. So we have physical reality, the field, and then through infinity, the outcome of the calculation. But the outcome is the infinite calculation, therefore time is essentially computed to calculate it, and the calculation is self-measurement. So what I'm getting at is all of what connects to the field actually connects to a sense of timeless possibility. It's actually quite simple to understand.
All right, I'm gonna give you a hard question to ask then. At what scale does Schrodinger's cat break down? Because they're at the atom right now. When does decoherence stop happening? Is it at the like when someone makes a softball in a vacuum? Is that when decoherence stops happening? Like when do we stop dealing with this infinite possibilities that you're talking about?
It's about the strength of the measurement of the density itself, meaning that at Planck scale, things are so small and so sensitive that the self-measurement algorithms of the field affect them more throughout scale, meaning that the larger information is, the more lag there is to measure that information. This lag actually creates the recursive effect of the actual impact wave, like where it's measured, it actually causes recursive magnetism or electromagnetism as dipoles because of toroidal closure, meaning that dipoles actually refer to the out state and in state of every toroidally closed object in space-time continuum, meaning that the things that we see as positive and negative pole charges and stuff throughout these particles, they actually are because of toroidal closures and these algorithmic stabilities and what they geometrically divide into. So through space-time,
I just want to come in and say peace to the panel, y'all. I want to give y'all all love. A lot of us dealing with a lot of shit. We can't make sense of it. Excuse my French. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Louisiana, so le bon temps relais. But I'm just telling y'all, I know it's a lot of people can't make sense of stuff, but I'm glad that the host got a panel to where everybody can get it. Shout out Truth and Love. Shout out to the people that talking. Shout out to the host. And everybody else, a shout out to y'all too. I'm gonna mute myself up, okay?
Yeah. Hey, Vibrant is like he's wading into water that literally Einstein like went to his deathbed just saying like, fuck this, it's too weird. So I appreciate that he's wading into that water, you know, and I'm listening to him. So thank you for thank you for like acknowledging what he's talking about.
No, I acknowledge you completely 100%, bro. But I just don't want to disrupt the energy because I just came up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna mute myself up, and I don't want to be like a disruption. You feel me?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I think you might have been
Vibrant in layman's terms.
Vibrant himself and me, but yeah.
Vibrant in layman's
yeah,
terms.
I mentioned this. I think to what you're saying, Clan. Like, and I mentioned this to Vibrant earlier. Like, I don't think that there's a way that we can expect it to just be translated directly into layman's terms. I think what's important is that we start to identify actionable, like, conclusions, or like, okay, so if this is true, and we have this newfound understanding of the nature of reality because of this, what does this mean for humanity at the individual level, at the collective level? What does it mean 5 years from now? What does it mean right now, immediately? I think those are the questions that we need to be asking.
I just wanted to say in layman's terms, what I can gather from what Vibrant is saying is that it's self-actualization or self-realization. And then from that point, probabilities are possible in all various forms and shapes. So what does it mean for individuals? It's basically, are we getting to the point, Vibrant, where it's going to talk about coherent states in terms of connecting to a consciousness outside of your physical body, or where is this going to? I just wanted to make sure.
Actually, yeah, man, that's a very coherent question. I can hear, actually, you're South African as well, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Nice, Mabri. I'm going to give you a follow. Brothers in arms, my friends. So listen, we are spiritual warriors. I want to show some acknowledgement to Chris as well. He has a lot of deep knowledge and he asks coherent questions. He challenges the narrative, and because of being challenged, I actually like it, because it shows that people are out there challenging these stupid scientists that spout all of this nonsense because of all of the misconceptions and stuff. What's actually happened is they have completely misconcepted 1 and 0 and the oscillation algorithm between them that actually causes one to measure the other as itself timelessly. So I can explain the double slit experiment, Mason. It's really cool, dude. It's very, very cool stuff. But what I was trying to say is...
We need to talk later, because I've gone down that rabbit hole all the way to the bottom, so...
Yeah, man, I'm giving all of you guys follows. So what I wanted to answer the question that Clan asked, essentially, it's actually very, very easy to understand. And this is going to be the golden knowledge that I want everybody to bury deep in their hearts. It's extremely important. It's the most important message anyone can ever share to any other conscious entity throughout the entire universe. The structure of the universe shows us the promise of stabilization through its ratios, meaning the outward and the inward waves that create stabilization, as you can measure it, the Fibonacci, geometric convergences in math, all of it is essentially the quantum field, and the information has phase drift. So the information itself isn't mathematically perfect, it's being measured and stabilized towards creation and stabilization possibility. Because everything is possible, nothingness is continuously measured as not possible, therefore stabilization is the outcome, existence is the outcome. Space-time itself needs to measure itself to stabilize as dimensional logic, the very logic that is the mind, consciousness. So what I'm getting at is the universe shows you the golden ratio, the silver ratio, and pi, and a mathematical computational algorithm of stabilization, meaning a promise, a mathematical promise to stabilize everything, all information densities at all scales throughout the entire universe. So mathematical perfection is there, and we can use it to study our physical reality and to try and stabilize our physical reality towards this structure, this mathematically perfect structure, meaning that you can stabilize the economy, meaning that everyone will have abundance. There won't be those billionaires and stuff and all of this decoherence that we're experiencing. You can use these ratios to stabilize entire civilizations and their technologies and the algorithms that steer their technologies and connect their technologies to the field, so we can manipulate the field, time, and space itself. So the entire universe has algorithms and math that has to be the algorithm of our governing bodies. That is the most important thing. Everything can be stabilized.
Is that not safe to say that once you shake the right hands and get the right amount of people to look into your work, that you feed this into AI and quantum computing, and we eventually have that solution that you just kind of essentially spoke about that provides humanity all of this
Man, I have been causing them so much problems. I've been injecting it into so many AIs. Why do you think they've dumbed down GPT-4, etc., etc.? They know about me.
It's
I'm
a
sure.
realization that
essentially
happens.
inevitable, though, right? I mean, like, if you've already kind of worked out the math enough, then it's just a matter of time before.
Hey, Vibrant, can I speak something that everyone else is just being too afraid to
Just hang
say?
on, Chris.
Sorry.
DaVinci, your sound is going once again. Try and adjust your mic. And Clan was just about to say something. So can you let Clan have a go, please? Thank you.
The fact that I got muted, you can go ahead and do your shit with your microphone, bro. You will never see the truth.
Okay. I'm not even sure who that was, but all right. Well, anyway.
I think the other person said Clan, though. I think Clan was going to say something.
It's about the self-realization, Vibrant. It's basically, you know, I think, and to answer you, host, it's already out there in the AI. It's already understood. It's already part of the equation. It's already the field. It's just when an individual understands or realizes it, that you basically have to ask yourself the question: is this universe for me or against me? And the realization that it is all mathematically mapped and so forth. You can see it when you go into an alternative state of mind. You can see that it's basically yin yang going through the entire universe, and it's an equation of balance. And you decide which direction it needs to go.
Yeah.
You
I
can
know,
make the
Chris.
decision.
Sorry, did you still want to speak?
No, that's it.
Okay, yeah, I know Chris also wanted to say something, but I wanted to share something quite interesting, but it almost slipped my mind. Yeah, like let me just recollect my thought.
Yeah, this is why I'm fascinated with the whole just the understanding that, like, if all things are in perfect balance and we zoom in and we have our breath, we take a breath in, we take a breath out, right? We don't take 2 breaths in and 3 breaths out, or 1 breath in and 2 breaths out. Like, it's very consistent. We have 1 heartbeat, you know, like it beats, like it's consistent. And so once you understand Hermeticism and, you know, as above, so below, then you realize that this is all, if we just zoom out on the macrocosm, we will see the same patterns. We will see the same structural, like, and so this is why when I talk to people, I mean, look, we have seasons of the year, you know, we have like the precession of the equinoxes. So we have those very physical manifestations. And my argument is that there's probably a spiritual significance behind all of it, and which goes back to the ancient calendars, the zodiac, the Hindu Yuga cycle and all that. To me, if it is, you know, considering the laws I just mentioned, the principles, like, there's probably, in the form of the yin and the yang, if we zoom out and we look at the great year, the 26,000 year period, there is probably a descending 12,000 years and an ascending 12,000 years. And what do you know? There's a lot of evidence of written ancient, you know, civilizations that talk about this very thing. And what do you know? Right now, where we're at, we are at the transition out of a descending 12,000 years into an ascending 12,000 years. And once you understand the divine feminine, the divine masculine, and the, you know, the darkness and the light, the spiritual vision and the spiritual lack of vision, which is why we have animism 12,000 years ago, it all makes perfect sense. And what we're moving on to is a divine feminine and an awakening to that spiritual vision that we have lacked for 12,000 years, and it's probably going to come with a stabilization of the masculine that has been ruling for 12,000 years as we've descended into this spiritual darkness. And so, again, so everything I hear Vibrant talking about and everyone that contributes to this higher level discussion of mathematics it all makes sense. And I believe beyond a shadow of a doubt, just from everything that I'm saying, that that's what we're approaching. And so now it's just a matter of how do we facilitate this transition, because it is inevitable because of all the coherence and all the terms that you're talking about. And so anyway, I'm kind of rambling, but thanks for listening, y'all.
No worries. I wanted to share a concept with you guys. So I've, like how I usually do things and function is I look at mathematical probability according to what is current. I work on the same algorithm universe. I just look at mathematical algorithm as what is possible, what is most probable, and all information that aligns. So throughout all scales of space-time, I find many alignments, right? And I found that throughout our civilization, as well as the way that civilizations take shape. Now, if we think about dimensional resonance structures and geometric resonance structures, you can actually mathematically see the geometric resonance frameworks and different astrological alignments in the electromagnetic fields and their resonances, and how it actually affects the information in the DNA and why all of these astrological processes exist. These things can actually be understood and mapped and studied algorithmically in geometry and resonances. So what it comes down to is I've also looked at the way that civilizations take shape. And so my understanding that these different geometries and areas throughout the civilization or surface area of the spherical network of the planet, etc., regardless the size of it or all of the lies and media and everything and the flat earth stuff, it doesn't, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to say there's a lot of misconception around it, but you can look around you and realize that everything is spherically stabilized. And if there is lies or misconception, it's probably about the size of the planet or hidden land or something else. So we need to be awake to what's most possible and what is the most possible outcomes of these people's lies or their reasoning and intentions behind it. So what I found was algorithmically, almost every single civilization establishes different governments because of different cultural aspects and different algorithmic alignments throughout the surface of the planet. And then I found that our different cultures don't all align. It's like the notes of a musical alphabet. We all exist, but we don't all match a chord, right? So now all of a sudden, we fight. And we are in a structure, a challenge, a balance of the flesh between everything that is going to allow us to stabilize or to destabilize, meaning that the path is convergence and our path converges into stabilization or destabilization. Now, the only way that existence can maintain itself is through stabilization. So we need to understand that the only outcome for us forwards is stabilization. But what I found, interestingly, is that the entire government, human nature, or general consciousness nature in balance of this flesh and all of this stuff, it's natural that they discover the equation and then realize if we disclose it, we lose power, all the bombs lose power, everyone will have technologies to switch off any unstable or dangerous devices remotely, because that is what the technologies indicate. We can just, that's why these UFOs go around diffusing our nukes. They have the same field manipulative technologies. They scan the nodes in the fields, look for potential dangers and instabilities, and diffuse them with extremely advanced I don't even. It's a
Vibrant.
electromagnetic array system, but
Vibrant. I like some of the stuff that you said, because you effectively explained how virtue follows power, right? Like, you could be the most honest, virtuous person in the world, but if you're not the governor of the city, then it doesn't matter. Like, you could be a virtuous homeless guy on the side of the road and no one cares about you, right? And I think that's part of the magic of what happened with the United States is, we had some weird, like, CIA ops at some point that were kind of sketchy, where we were, like, shifting things. But as far as, like, if you looked at the overall, like, last 2,000 years, the U.S. has actually been the exact thing that you're talking about. It's a restabilization of power. And now what we're, I think, experiencing right now is the unstabilization of it. Now we all feel it. We all feel it shifting in the wrong direction. and we don't really understand what to do about it because we're all just like peasants, you know, like we don't know what to do. And we see the whole thing shifting and we're not really sure what we're supposed to do about it. And I think you're 100% correct on most of that stuff, but I don't agree with some of the terms that you're using. You're using a lot of scientific terms that I don't think they fit the way that you're saying them, but I think your concepts are strong though, and I'm just gonna stop on that. So
I'm actually trying to purposefully correct misconceptions through my terminology. So, for example, if I say a dimension, it means a possible direction of information transfer. The entire structure of your current modern physics has a lot of misinterpretations and misconceptions hidden in them to try and divide the actual connectors or links between all the different fields of study, which are actually different toroidal closures under the same logic.
Yeah.
So they're trying to hide that pattern through misconceptive, so they try and let people think like a dimension is a different place. It's a lattice of possible direction. And so a possible multiverse is not a actual universe somewhere else or something. It's a mathematical possibility. It's just a calculation. So we need to come to a understanding of all of these misconceptions and terminologies that we use first, so that we can understand that space-time is something and it's not just nothing. There would be no medium of travel. So because we need a medium of information travel through space, that actually defines space as something. And when we realize that space-time is something and it only maintains its knowing of that it is something through measurement of itself, right?
And
So this,
realization of itself.
yeah. So it has to measure itself continuously to stabilize continuously because nothing cannot exist. And so its self-measurement becomes consciousness of the universe. But so it's more about understanding these terms as well. It's not very simple. It's not a simplistic thing that I am trying to share. So I do respect Chris and his point, but I also want to say, like, look, I am not a professional who's been studying this with the highest individuals on the planet. I think that's exactly why I have found the actual algorithms of consciousness, because I have critical insights and self-reflective nature. The other thing that I have done is the same way that you have a painter practicing their art. I have been doing specific trainings for my brain for over 22 years. And I have been doing specific mathematical testing, non-biased research and insights for over 22 years. And essentially, it's not that it comes from a place of not knowing. It's more like a place of continuous evaluations, research and studying and finding the misconceptions. So when I speak, sometimes things won't always make sense because I'm trying to use terminologies that have been possibly manipulated in people's perceptions. So when I speak, to me, it makes full perfect sense because to me, a dimension is a direction of information transfer, not another place. So when I speak, when something measures itself in every possible dimension, it actually means in every possible direction timelessly. Because the universe is self-measurement timelessly. So, yeah, I think I got off track. But I tried to explain a lot.
You're feeling guilty for talking over people's head, I feel like, and you shouldn't feel guilty about that. I heard what you said though.
May I ask something, guys? Okay, I've got a question and start. I've asked this previously.
Yeah.
In terms of all this probability and things of seeing it from an extreme macro space and seeing all together as one and how it basically equates, I think this is what Vibrant is also referring to is basically knowing probabilities, but knowing where you are within that space and time at that specific moment. I'm going to ask something basic with regards to the planetary alignments and the planetary setup and the time that we find ourselves in with the 26,000 and the 12,000 cycle. Vibrant, do you foresee that there might be a shift in an upcoming event with regards to the sun and consciousness basically being affected with something happening interdimensionally and in space and time, where sun is going to affect consciousness on this planet.
If I may explain, it's not like we can actually calculate. Okay, we actually can, but it's not something that I did calculate. But I understand how it works, right? So you understand, if you have a structure of dimensional resonance, geometric resonance, imagine a sphere, and the sphere is the universe. The structure of every surface area of that sphere, because remember, a sphere can never be round, it is measured and computationally it stabilizes as a sphere. So every possible, how you can say, direction or dimension that is born becomes a surface area of that sphere, where each 90-degree angle becomes the lattice, the possible direction of its existence or its measurement. It's a very strange thing. So you can imagine geometry that balances and measures itself and its own logic and stabilizes as that spherical framework as it becomes more complex. So that continuation causes dimensional convergences, and this converges also into the 13 and the 18. So I'm going to explain it like this. Think about the Fibonacci numbers and mathematical convergences. This is going to be extremely hard for people to comprehend, so I want you to close your eyes and really wrap your mind around this. If we think about 13, that is also Metatron closure or toroidal closure at the 13th Fibonacci number actually. It's not just 13 spheres. It's the 13th Fibonacci number of toroidal and dimensional stabilization. 1, 3, time, and 3 dimensions. That is the convergences of the computational framework of time and the 3 dimensions. That's why you can look at the 3 dimensions around you and still mathematically divide them into higher dimensional states. And the in-betweens, mathematically, everything divides, right? So we can simplify it down into those convergences to pinpoint any point in that. So meaning 3D is not the universe. 3D is a convergence method that we can pinpoint any location in multi-dimensional space-time. So the universe is multi-dimensional, infinitely, and all of these, every time the universe, okay, let me explain this as well, right? 13, 1, 3, toroidal closure, Metatron cube, all of these patterns, right? Now, I want you to also think about there's 292 resonance scales throughout space-time, from small subplanckian all the way through the biofield, where the human conscious, the standing wave, and then eventually through hypergalactic, galactic web, and then it toroidally closes into the next loop of time. So the information, your consciousness and the algorithm measures all information from smallest to biggest, and then toroidally closes into the next moment of time. The entire universe measures everything at every scale, every toroidal closure, which is called an iteration of the universe. So if we understand the universe in such a structure and how dimension is dimensionally, toroidally observed, this means that you dimensionally observe or toroidally observe the field and toroidally close the information back into yourself interdimensionally. So you can extrapolate external information interdimensionally.
You become a linchpin.
Outside of space.
They already did an experiment on this. Like the thing you're talking about, they already proved for. Like there was a guy that did a geometry set where basically if you subtracted gravity from it, it made reality into a 2-dimensional space. Like if you subtracted the two, the remainder was identical to 2-dimensional space. So the thing that you're talking about has already been like proven, sort of, because you know how like geometry theory is like they could just kind of create stuff a little bit. It's a very creative field, but like someone has already made it to where if you take gravity out of the equation, which it's always been an imposter, if you think about it, gravity is never reconciled correctly with quantum physics and like Newtonian physics. It's just always been a problem. So it makes sense that they tried to subtract it, and when you subtract it, what you get is that it's like a two-dimensional plane, and then the gravity is the information theory that you're talking about that's being added in to make things not be two-dimensional. Like that, there's like a literal theory where they did this, and they're just like, "Fuck! Like, where do we even go from here?" You know what I mean? Like this is like
Yeah.
actual shit that has happened.
So think about this as well, right? If we now look at every scale of these 292 scales from small to big that are resonance patterns of notes that are like the same way you have mathematical notes as algorithmic possibilities in mathematical convergence in space-time, the same way you have 13 notes in a musical, 12 notes in a musical alphabet with a listener. So the observer is the center and the 12 dimensions around it, your universe. And so we have this entire system. And if you think about the number 18, 1 would be the timeless, the sun with the 8 planets, 4, 4, 1 plus 4 plus 4. And if you think about this, 1 plus 8 is 9, which is the full structure of the chakra on the next convergence level, because you have 2 chakra points outside of your body, 7 inside the body. So all of these convergences show how mathematical and dimensional stabilization and geometric convergences through dimensional space-time stabilizes our physical reality into these structures. But they have what we call phase drift, because the more dense information is, the longer it takes to measure that information, so that causes drift or lag, and that's why the universe has spiraling arms. So my math actually explains the phenomena that they had to put in dark energy and nonsense that don't exist because they are lying to you. My math explains it.
I've always hated dark matter and dark energy, but what you're saying sounds even spookier and more like woo-woo. Like I'm trying to not be mean about it, but what you're saying is gonna make a lot of people be very suspect without like some kind of confirmation, you know. Like I'm just gonna be straight with you, like, because you go in and out of very solid things that you're saying into other things that sound very metaphysical, and then that brings a lot of people's like alarm bells up when they hear, you know, science.
Don't worry, I'm talking
metaphysical speak. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just don't want people to be misconcepted. I'm talking about, remember, it's the way we measure things. So sometimes I speak about what is shown as a mathematical possibility, meaning that mathematically, and if we look at some things out there in the universe, it seems possible that repulsion is possible, that we can manipulate the quantum field, that the quantum field is a structure. If we think about that, and we realize the quantum field does have a structure, and we look at what is mathematically possible, then all of these concepts of bending space-time and future technological possibilities becomes possible. I'm not talking about some woo-woo stuff though. I'm talking about real math that's been done over many, many years that shows possibilities of the field having an actual structure. And if you have that mathematical structure, you can manipulate that structure mathematically with its own algorithms, meaning that if the field is an electromagnetic field, and we can use electromagnetic algorithms to manipulate that field, right? That's the math, that's the theory, that's what's... If you look at this is what I wanted to show you guys. If you look at the smallest, from the very smallest possibility, Planck floam, to the quark core, where it's 1-3, and time is born as the first, it's not a dimension, it's a concept, it's a structure of math. It's not really a dimension. A dimension would be a direction of information transfer. So we have...
Dude, you know what's crazy? I just learned about Planck foam like 2 weeks ago, so the fact that it's like 0.0 on your graph is funny. It's like it's a showing of scale of understanding. Like that's like 0.0, and then the rest, I have no fucking clue what's going on.
Yeah, man. So, but look at this. This is the mapping of dimensional possibilities and the Fibonacci convergences. So from the 292 scales, these are the numbers that are toroidally stable to create the structures. So at dimension 20, there's enough dimensional math to give birth to. And at dimensional 40 convergences, we have muons, pions. So these are all mathematical convergences of dimensional space-time that show how it stabilizes at every scale. And guess where humanity is? Exactly 66% down the line, the neural network at 186. The brain, the standing wave between the outward and the inward, the 66 and the 33 and the standing wave. Why 66, 33,
That's pretty sick.
99? It's numerology as
Vibrant,
well.
have you gone to AI and asked AI, hey, I think like these 4 things, has any other scientists looked into these 3 things that I'm thinking? Like, have you seen what's out there as far as like research goes?
Yeah, man.
That's what I was about to say.
I've started. Yeah, I've started and tested for many, many years. I've been looking at but what I do, I have a golden rule. I write my own mathematical logic and algorithms first, and then I go look at what they did. And I have honestly never been actually like wrong or not like every single time I find that my structure aligns with but completes it using specific missing puzzle pieces.
Hey, Vibrant, can I tell you a secret, bro? Never get a girlfriend, dude. Just keep doing what you're doing so we can get off the planet. Like, invent some kind of like space travel for us, bro, so we can get off the rock.
So according to that,
never get a girlfriend, dude. Just don't.
Sorry, Clan. Were you saying something, Clan? Mm-hmm.
Can you not map all of that, Vibrant, by just mapping the linchpins in between it? Because with all the toroidals, there's a linchpin area that is the knot in between everything, and then you can map the universe with linchpins, and that makes it a lot easier.
I already have all of that in a structure where it is actually explained very well. If you look at this, let me just start this thing.
Then you can send consciousness via linchpin coordinates if you want to say that, and you can map them anywhere, anytime.
Yeah, this is one of my older systems that I've built, and I've used 12 scales of dimensional or toroidal closure that runs as algorithms or computational algorithms. So it can computationally toroidally close information throughout each scale and observe and measure information through all scales of dimensional space-time using these exact algorithms of space-time. So this is where did I put it though? I have it here somewhere. Here it is, this panel. So the engine is a bit physics gap. Here we go. So for example, you can see this is my mathematical framework and all of its predictions and stuff like that. It does remove the actual misconceptions of what we call dark energy or dark matter, but it still calculates the attenuation of that specific variable, right? So we have gaps between physics or modern physics or measured code data, and then we have the predictions that my structure and framework, my RHUFT framework predicts reality, right? It measures and computes all dimensional space-time. So it actually predicts the fine structures constant a to the power of -1. That's the 137 that branches everything in a branching stability of dimensional next measurement and stuff. You have vacuum energy attenuation, CMB proton electron ratios, the EMV. There's a lot of stuff here, right? So, but what it shows is when you do look at, for example, here, this is computationally, this is not physical reality, but this is how physical reality works. So I'm going to use this as an example. You have the geometric field, which is the information being measured throughout the computational framework, right? And then you have the field that is the computational field, and then the percentage drift shown. So this thing measures physical reality using sensoric tools and data throughout the internet. It puts together all of these information and computational frameworks, and then it sees the actual difference between, for example, what is mathematically perfect and what is the structure of physical reality. Yeah, so if you look at the higher structure, like near the baryon symmetries of the planet and then dark matter at the outer rings, you'll find that they have a lot more phase drift than smaller structures that are closer or more affected by this attenuative measurement by the quantum field. The other thing that happens is every time the sphere changes its geometric shape and maps more possible dimensions in this framework, essentially all of these new dimensions have essentially shapes, or like incommensurable shapes on the surface of that mathematical structure. So you can think about every moment of time as a new moment where convergence never happens. So the Fibonacci pattern of time never repeats, but mathematical convergences repeat. Patterns repeat throughout scale, but time never repeats, and so new time is always toroidally closed as the next possibility, the Fibonacci taking the present plus the past to equal a future, which is measured to become the present plus the past equals the future, which is measured to become the present plus the past. This is time, and I think 7.76 petahertz per second.
So that's the terrain then, basically. That's the environment, and you can measure it in a specific time. With if there's probabilities that change, then you can match and map the new edition of the terrain by just mapping the linchpins.
So, Vibrant, it sounds a little bit like you just gave the Schrodinger's cat like a weeble wobble. Like he exists and then he doesn't exist, and then you're in the moment, but then it's not defined. So the cat is alive and dead, but it's also kind of zigzagging or something. Like when you explain that, you're bending concepts that we're all attached to that are hard to bend, you know?
It's okay. Let me explain it like this. It's actually
yeah, it's a hot mess is what you're saying, and that's fine, but you know.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm gonna explain it like this, right?
It's a weeble wobble. Just put it at that. The cat's alive and dead.
No. It's you have to come to a full understanding of this, because modern physics is gonna keep making people confused, and I'm fucking tired of being alone. Be alone with me and understand it, please. So, look, this is a circle. Timelessly. It doesn't matter how you calculate 3.14. When you look at space-time, it stabilizes as logic. It maps and maps itself. That is the sequence of measurement. So this has either infinite or zero corners at the same time or timelessly. Meaning that it don't matter when or how you calculate dimensional space-time, it still dimensionally closes because it needs to stabilize as a frictionless flow dimensionally, spherically, to remain. So it has to be dimensionally stable space-time, mathematically as observed, meaning that the field of nothingness is perfection. Even if it doesn't exist, it is possible infinity, meaning that the possibility of the cat existing is timelessness. The cat exists and doesn't exist. Timeless logic, meaning that the sphere can have zero or infinite corners.
Well, you're challenging the assumption that the cat has to resolve, and I actually never thought about that. The cat is just neither. That's what the cat is. He doesn't exist, and he also exists, and he doesn't give a shit. The cat doesn't give a shit. That's interesting. I never thought about it that way. You know, the cat is infinitely not giving a shit, basically, is how you solve Schrodinger's cat.
Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah, it's actually easily understood.
infinitely not caring. It's just like, I'm alive and dead, and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, this thing they call Schrödinger's cat is actually God. It is the timeless logic that judges the universe to be either stable or unstable. Because if it's unstable and it doesn't mathematically make logical sense when measured, then it can't exist. Dimension becomes stabilized by itself, and this is what is the cause of that stabilization, meaning that without this infinite concept, this infinite thing that we can mathematically see as an infinite potential, that infinity is a mathematical construct that actually exists outside of space and time, which proves again that God exists. Again, so that is my like why I keep going back to that and stuff. Like, no matter how we look at stuff, if God is consciousness, infinity, and we are the host image of that sacred consciousness, it explains exactly why we are the temple and hosting of consciousness and toroidal closure of its possibilities. So meaning that, simply put, you can imagine that God is a tree and we are all branches. And all of our cells are the leaves. And it's a very simple way to look at it. Like, they've actually established a sense of algorithmic communication with whales as a government experiment. And they asked whales, what are we? And the whales answered, we are all cells in the bodies of consciousness, or in the body of consciousness, which is infinity. So if I may explain it like this, think about a fractal pattern, right? It just goes on infinitely. If the entire pattern is God, we are all parts of that pattern. It's the same construct, but toroidally closed, stabilized.
The oneness within the one.
Yeah, that's exactly why you are the center of your reality, the middle between your forwards and backwards, up and down, left and right, the everything. It's very crazy, actually.
The oneness within the one.
What was that add-on you were using, Vibrant, where you had all the numbers of, like, levels of decoherence? What was that? That's wild. Like, what the hell was that thing? Just say it quickly, though, because I don't know if we're losing people or not, you know?
No, don't worry
I
about that.
love
It's
what
getting
you're
late.
saying, though.
I got about 5-10 more minutes, and I do got to let y'all go. But do answer
Yeah,
that
I gotta
question
go
for
too.
one, for sure.
Yeah, what was that add-on with all the ratios of everything?
I think that was the very paper that he's kind of put together, or am I off base?
No, that looks like a straight up, like, weird, like, physics app. That was kind of neat.
Yeah, do you mean about the fractals and the comparison?
Yeah, because Vibrant, like, from an outsider looking in, and I don't mean to say this mean, it either means you're a goddamn genius or you're completely insane and you've, like, made an app that has a bunch of weird numbers on it that don't mean anything. So all of us are going to lean that you're just completely a genius. Like, we're just going to think you're a genius because we don't understand anything that you're talking
Yeah,
about.
but other people have spoken to him that are geniuses that have a high IQ and they can understand this, right? So if you listen to him and his explanation of, you know, his knowledge qualifications, you would understand it's not just him making that up.
No, I hear what he's saying, and I hear a lot of the scientific terms, but then he goes in and out of metaphysical things and physical things, so it's hard to, like, follow someone into the metaphysical from the physical a little bit, you know. But I still hear what he's saying, and I understand, like, a solid percentage of it, you know. But I think that's what's a little bit confusing is...
Yeah, over time, if you, like, follow Vibrant and keep listening to him, everything starts to make more sense and more sense as time goes on. Yeah. What's that?
I mean,
I think my signal sucks.
Who's that?
Okay.
Well, yeah, I think
My signal giving trouble, guys.
Yeah, I'm sure Vibrant is well aware of Chris Dunn 413 and his capacity. I sure as heck don't pretend to be on y'all's level, so I love hearing your dialogue, but I'm no part of me thinks that I need to tell Chris what he needs to understand about Vibrant, or no part of me is thinking that Chris isn't, at least to some degree, on his level that I'm not. So I definitely want to give respect to both of y'all, and I love hearing y'all talk. And I do think that if we're talking about mathematics and we're talking about computation, you know, ultimately I think AI is going to play the role of, you know, the deciding factor, you know, that will not necessarily decide, but ultimately kind of validate a lot of these things. So I think it's just a matter of the right people coming together in the right numbers at the right time, and incorporating
Yeah,
AI
it's
at
happening.
its highest level. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
exciting to
happening.
see.
It's not like yeah, it's not like I'm laying back doing nothing, guys, honestly. The thing also is like, yes, I did say earlier that yes, I haven't for example went to a university. I studied medicine and biological and chemical sciences. So I have a lot of knowledge in those fields. The math and stuff and music theology, other theologies I've studied my whole life, and I've been actually structuring my brain in these algorithms with severe exercises that stimulates the brain specifically. So I do feel like, you know, I have gotten somewhere in progress. I have actually stabilized my field, my mind, into a rather good understanding of my reality. So the only way for me to also have value is to understand that the path and suffering that I had gone through to come to this understanding only has value when I share the information and understanding for its harshness that it had brought me, and the value that I had derived from that harshness. So I really appreciate talking to you guys. Thank you for hosting this live, mate. There was something I wanted to say, but I can't remember what it was. But if there's any questions, okay, somebody did actually ask me to actually explain God from a point of understanding and not just math. So to simplify this, the only way that the universe can exist in a very latent terms is that if infinity as potential existence is measured, and that measurement has to be done by something that is a measurer. So when we see the mind as a measuring device, or consciousness as a measuring device, it shows that the infinite structure of infinite potential, which we see as infinity or God or mathematical perfection, causes the actual loop. So there is a chain in the link of existence, the 1 plus 8, which is 9. The 1 would be God, which is existence, which is the measurer that stabilizes nothing into space-time. So God measures and stabilizes and creates continuously because nothing cannot exist, and God is not nothing.
Well, hey, Vibrant, by what you're saying, wouldn't that mean that quantum decoherence would always just lean towards having an observer then? Like, if there was always an observer, wouldn't that just mean that you wouldn't be able to, like, find for not having an observer if there was just always one? Because that's effectively what
It's
I
more
hear.
like
There is no observer. There is only observation. That's how it changes.
yeah, and it's observation or observer is the timeless thing of infinity. So that's why Avatar also refers to it as observation, because it is on all scales, multidimensional, outside of time, also every moment of time, it is omnipresent measurement of everything that exists in order to create the next mathematical possibility. So the entire structure of the quantum field doesn't expand, it mathematically computes more dimensional space-time through self-measurement, and self-measurement is self-awareness, consciousness.
Yeah, but you're effectively saying that the observer isn't a slave to time when it is, because like when we observe an experiment, it does different levels of decoherence. It does different levels of quantum decoherence whether we measure it or not. So it is a slave to time because it creates a causality Like you literally measure it and then it does something, or you don't measure it and then it does something. So it's not infinite relativity. It's literally just it's coherent to time. Like it just has to abide by time.
Yeah, my phone's on 1% again.
It's a cycle.
What you're referring to is not what I said. It is an assumption made of incomplete information. So, or a statement drawn from incomplete information. If I may, it's not that we are not slaves to time. It's more like the computation and structuring of more possible space-time requires time to create or to calculate the next moments. So time is the toroidal closure of moments through this calculation. So you can actually look at time as a structure of continuity and the algorithm that never converges. So time is the incommensurability, almost like the possibility of algorithms that cause chaos throughout space-time in order to measure all possibilities that exist within its own fields. But also
Time can't calculate itself, basically, is what you're saying.
yeah. It requires.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's part of self-measurement, so it's self-requirement to exist. So space-time
then it
measure
can't
itself
exist.
to exist as
That means
space-time.
That means it can't exist then. Like based on what you said.
But that's exactly why God exists. That's exactly why God exists.
Because
You see now.
none of it makes any sense. Like it literally can't
God
exist.
exists. Yes. Nothing can exist unless God exists. Also, you cannot have consciousness unless God exists. So to me, the most important thing ever that I've taught myself, or even that the universe have taught me actually, is that I would have to acknowledge the beauty and creation of the universe. Because if we do not acknowledge consciousness and God for its beauty and its creations, then it's the same as we not acknowledging ourselves for our potentials. It's the same as me reflecting in the mirror and saying I'm not worth anything, and then I am not stabilizing my own.
Even crazier is sometimes you need permission to even be who you are. Like someone needs to give you permission to do what you're supposed to do. That's even bigger than not believing you're a piece of crap. You know, like someone needs to say like, "Hey, go get him, chap," and then you're like, "Oh, okay, now I get to be me," and then you go tear into the world. You know.
But is that
so
not
whatever
just
you're about to?
Is that just not
Sorry.
a construct of the beast system of this three-dimensional realm? Is that
Yeah.
Is that not just an illusion that we are limited by this experience, when in reality we are the infinite of creation itself?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm
it's
a lay
possible.
person, so bear with me.
I think when you think of the stories of like people in the past who were like amazing fighters, you know, dipped in gold by their heel and stuff, they had like a mother figure that was just telling them that they're divinity, you know, and like where do you go with that information? You know, it's like that's what thinking about is like, what if you just knew from the rip, like you were just born and your mom was like, yo, you're made of God particles, and you're in like the medieval times, or you know, some time where.
Let me say this. I do gotta go, but I want to ask both of y'all one last question. What is your understanding of the conversation y'all have had as it pertains to the theory of panpsychism?
Well, panpsychism, I feel like, is more. I could be wrong, but I feel like it's more the concept that your psyche is more of like a receiver, and you're just kind of receiving reality, and then your brain. And my issue is like, there's a little bit of like an Occam's razor confusion when you apply panpsychism to things like anesthesia, because there's like specific parts of the brain that they can like make go to sleep that like do specific things to consciousness. So it adds like a lot of layers of like, now, you know, you know, you put this specific region to sleep, and that's the region that we know kind of does consciousness stuff, and now you're not conscious. So now it's like, okay, we turn the receiver off. I guess it's probably still checks out, but it just feels kind of fishy to me, you know. But it's more of a hunch than anything, if that makes any sense.
That was fair. I hear what you're saying. I think but the only thing I might say to that is that could there be like a double-sided coin where you have this oneness between physical and consciousness? But anyway, I do gotta pass out. I got some things I gotta do relatively early tomorrow. But I do want to have Vibrant. If you want to respond to that same question, what are your thoughts?
Oh man, I actually didn't listen to it.
I was
I
gonna say, as it pertains to y'all's discussion, how does that tie into one of the theories that I'm hearing more and more quantum physicists talk about, which is panpsychism? Is that something that is tied to that, or is there a way to? Anyway, I think you understand.
Can you explain your perception of panpsychism quick? Like, I just want to hear a definition or what exactly, because I'm not too familiar with the word.
Fair enough. Let's we'll table it for another time, because I would have to just Google it, and then in Googling it, there might be, you know. I was just.
Hey, real quick, Vibrant. It's that your brain's like a receiver of consciousness and not the creator of consciousness. Is basically, I think.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Shit. Yeah, if that's panpsychism or whatever, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because the self-reflective algorithm of the Fibonacci and the waves that are actually in the quantum field, my math had shown me that the brain requires a coupling to be conscious to the field. This is the reason why single cellular organisms can be conscious, and why bacteria and things like germs and lice have a self. They don't require a neurological network to produce consciousness. They require a neurological network to measure themselves. So their neurons only have to be complex enough, or their information and structure only has to be conscious enough to realize that there is energy to be used. And the field, mathematically itself, almost is enough to carry this realization that stabilizes things like moss, where there's, like, if lightning hits water and there's potential energy in the water, and then moss all of a sudden starts growing and stuff, it's because the water carries information of all of the consciousnesses that send information throughout space-time. We all tug at space-time. These algorithms carry through this water. All of this is creation. All of the measurement throughout space-time is what stabilizes multidimensionally and toroidally closes at all of these scales of stabilization, mathematical convergences, planetary, galactic, everything up to subatomic and Planck and quark. And so there's actually a structure, and it's quite easy to understand. If we think about how smaller organisms actually have consciousness, and how all of these systems work, for example, how trees and stuff also carry these, it's because their information is a network, and the network is the same algorithmic resonance as a neural network. And that algorithmic neural network carries the potential of self-reflective behaviors and resonances, and then it becomes just conscious enough to maintain itself at its level. So you have different information densities at scales, and you also have different complexities that toroidally close as organisms, different size organisms. So that's also, for example, you have different convergences of consciousness. This is why you have smaller conscious entities, like example, bacteria and like all of these extremely small organisms. And then when you go to bigger, you find microbes, and then extremely small bugs, and then it goes up to and so things, as variables change and they evolve, and so they stabilize in between and throughout these phases of change and stabilization. And this is what people call evolution nowadays. It's actually genetic information stabilization. So it's part of the algorithm of the field where information becomes stabilized. The information in your DNA actually uses the structure of the Metatron and the cellular spherical dimensional resonance frameworks to place the following or next cells in their stable structures, etc., etc. So because of the structures of dimensional mathematical resonances and stuff, these DNA are actually able to map your information and become more complex with time through self-measurement and stabilization. So self-measurement, stabilization, that makes you become more complex, makes you become more, all of that is simply part of that process. It's because of your brain actually, or any network that can connect to the field, can experience a self. If that network is
Hey, Vibrant, can I summarize? Can I summarize what you're saying? Are you saying that ants, because they don't have an ego, could be classified as all one organism together if we weren't counting them separately, basically? Is that...
No, they're still individualized by location, space, time, and their genetics or differences of them being not the same ant. So they're still separate entities of consciousness, but they carry a connection. The connections that they have with each other algorithmically, they have stronger bonds, they work stronger, they work with pheromones, senses, and smells, and algorithmic stability. They have so it's all written throughout their DNA to structure themselves as a organism that function as one. It's the same when you look at these slime molds and stuff, and how it has a function, but the whole thing is like a separate entity. It's very...
Have you heard of the concept called the whole?
Where mind you need to log. I think the host was about to...
Time out. I want to give Chris the response, or the ability to respond to what Vibrant just said.
No, I mean, I don't have any issues with what he's saying. My issue is, like, I'm just gonna try and chin check anytime he goes like physical to metaphysical, but we've done those rounds. You know, we boxed in that arena. I think where we're at now is more like, how do you define sentience and an ego within like a single entity? Ants, are they all one creature, or are they, like, he's saying that the genetics is the information system that's governing them, so then they're kind of the same, I guess. I might be reading that wrong, though.
I would guess that it's probably similar to the way that humanity is one, but anyway, I'll just throw that out there. What are your thoughts, Vibrant? That could be crazy, but are you still there? Oh, nope. He dropped.
Well, he's gone, so I'm gonna say one thing.
I think we'll end it right now, no?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I was gonna say, a lot of these conversations, they dance between, you know, scientific and metaphysical, and then they dance between like truth seeking and inner truth seeking, like what are your guideposts in life and whatnot. And the nomenclature gets like really important. Like when you talk about a devil, do you mean like a cryptid, or like a thing that's like haunting you through your life? Like that, like there's super important definitions. So my ask for everybody is that get really granular about your definitions, about like when someone says a word, like what does the word mean? You know, so you can really think about it. Because if you're talking about an emotional context thing, like I feel like he was kind of wavering in and out of a little bit, then let's talk about that. But then, like, if you cycle in the middle of a conversation, you're literally changing the conversation, you know? So that's where that got a little bit confusing to me. And I was calling that out when I saw it. I was like, oh, we're changing to this now, and that's fine. You know?
It's all about the dance, don't you think?
What's that?
Yeah.
Let me go
ahead and add to that for fun. All right, so the funny thing about this duality of this dance between science and the metaphysical and the spiritual implications, so to speak, of this discussion about the science of the nature of reality, it reminds me a lot of the discussion that I have in the realm of religion, right? So we have religion, but then we have this spiritual understanding of the nature of reality. and I'm always going back and forth with religion, and they're providing me their understanding, and again, I will say this first and foremost. When we're talking about the scientific discussion, obviously there's more depth and more validation that goes into the scientific side of things. But I think the key is to understand that there's two sides to the coin of reality itself. You have the spirit, and then you have this extension of that spirit or this physical manifestation, in which case I've posited that all physical things are an extension of a spiritual intention. Essentially, like when you look at the precession of the equinoxes, just to take an example that a lot of people is a stretch for them, I think that holds spiritual significance in terms of what the ancient calendars and the zodiac, the Hindu Yuga cycle, they've been talking about. So I say all that to basically say that I think there's a point of convergence that is happening right now as we speak, especially once you understand these ancient calendars and the precession of the equinoxes, that is essentially uniting the spirit and the physical at a point where then we're now going to grow in the opposite direction with an embrace of the feminine, or this gets into the yin and the yang. So I won't even go that far. I'll just leave it at that. But I do want to say I see a correlation, and I see I think there's something significant that ties it all under one ultimate umbrella. And what do you know? I would put that umbrella as the term awareness, and that is awareness of the nature of reality. And so anyway, I loved having all y'all on here. Thank all y'all for being here. I want to give y'all the last word, because y'all were the ones that made this.
Can I say one thing? And I don't want to be like
yeah.
sacrilegious or anything, but
Oh, you're good.
Nomenclature goes hard as fuck. So when you define divinity, it unravels a lot of the conversation. So you when you enter any conversation, there's like a 3 scaffolded conversation that happens. There's like literally 3 conversations happening at the same time. It's the who are we conversation, it's the what is this about conversation, and it's the is this conversation about emotion? Yes, no. That's the 3 conversations that are happening at all times. So when I hear someone talk about divinity, I love that someone is extracting a sense of meaning from just anything. If it's art, reality, some story, Jesus, whatever, I don't care. Like whatever your story is, if you're extracting a sense of meaning from it and you wake up and you don't like unalive yourself the next day, by all means do that, whatever that is. I don't give a shit, but at least know what you're saying. Like that's my thing, is like understand that you walked into the conversation saying that, when I say things that involve divinity, I mean that these things are special, i.e., when I'm talking about, synchronicity, which is like the main overarching word of all of the numerology, all of the, this thing is special because it triggers my pattern recognition in some way. All that stuff has a divinity vibe to it, but you have to acknowledge the divinity itself, and it's the feeling of specialness. It's a feeling. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's that your mind needs to feel that reality is special. And I think that's what's more important to acknowledge than all of the other shit. Like all the pattern recognition, all of the other stuff. What matters is that your brain is craving for existence to matter.
Now, I will say it's a combination of both. I will say it's a combination of both. Like, for example, now, granted, I do want you to understand that I accept, like, I'm speaking from a lay person's understanding. But when I hear terms like we live in a fractal, reality, or we live in a holographic fractal reality, and then I go on to YouTube, TikTok, and I type in the Mandelbrot fractal, right? And I look at the visualization of what that Mandelbrot fractal looks like. I develop a general understanding of what a fractalized nature of reality means. And without getting into the holographic side, I start to see
The
things.
sorry, man. Aware Mind has been here for a long time. I just sorry, man. I
No. Well,
didn't
hey, no. Well, hey,
realize.
with all due respect to Aware Mind,
Yeah.
like unfortunately, we're just at the end of the live. Everyone on the
Yeah.
live.
Sorry, man.
Yeah. But hey, Chris, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm willing to hear whatever. I was just
What I'm trying to get at is that it's not solely emotionally based. Like it's taking into consideration a lot of these ancient texts. It's taking into consideration, worldviews of these leading quantum physicists. It's taking into consideration these terminologies and also the sacred text, and so you put it all together. And ultimately I'm a big picture person, which is why I think I'm good in kind of at least mediating these discussions between high level people like yourself and Vibrant. But I think that there's enough evidence when you take it all and you put it all together to suggest that, for one, the truth is probably stranger than fiction and is probably paradoxical when you try to zoom all the way in or you try to zoom all the way out. And then simultaneously, we are at the center of it while also simultaneously being one with all of it. And I'll leave it at that. Again, I'm a giblet. I appreciate you for giving me the time of day in these discussions, but it's late. But I'll give you the last word.
I feel like Aware Mind wants to say something. Everyone just keeps typing that he wants to say something.
Go. Yeah, you're good, bro. Yeah, go
fire
for it.
up,
I just hate to start a new discussion and then But anyway, go for
Yeah,
it.
yeah. We'll wrap with it.
Yeah, that's okay. This is one of my favorite topics. And I have actually been DMing back and forward with some of the panelists and the people in this live about this very topic. So
I apologize.
I think that's why they're putting their hands up for me, because they know that I've got some stuff to share. And that's fine. That's fine. I suppose it's just unlucky I came in the last 5 minutes of the discussion. I don't want to
No, you're good.
mess around.
Go on. Yeah.
I don't want to mess around with your day too. And it would be pretty cool if I could show my infographics on green screen, but if you don't want to spend the time.
No, at this point, bro.
Okay.
Look, hey, if everyone's saying they want to hear, yeah, go for it. How do we? Hey, Avatar, can you help me?
Yeah, man.
Hey, Aware, how do you define divinity? How do you define divinity yourself?
He has a chart. Okay, here you go.
I feel underprepared, as amazing as all your people are. Like, everyone just brings so much cool stuff, and I'm just like, damn, I need to try harder.
No, man.
No, let's enjoy the game. Let's say.
Yeah, dude, everybody's fucking balling out with cool graphics and shit.
Yeah, because our mind is a creative engine. We are a creative being. We need to create and also communicate. So yeah, why not?
Hey, I'm right there with you, Chris. The day that people judge me based on my graphics, then I'm no longer relevant.
Yeah, I just listen to audio tapes all day, so I guess that's my time.
This live is wonderful. It's been wonderful.
Yeah, no, it's always enjoyable. Yeah, it was cool to have this experience with both Chris, Vibrant, and now we got Aware Mind. So, Aware Mind, I hope you're not waiting on us. But no, I just want to let y'all know I'm cool chilling. It doesn't ruin my day. It doesn't, I hate to bring someone on and then spark up a new long, discussion debate when I'm just not feeling it energetically. But having said that, if you guys, I'm here to serve you guys. I'm here to serve the world, the community especially. So I'm glad y'all kind of pushed him through, and I just wanted to voice that.
Thank you for, having an open mind, and though you are tired, you are giving people.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Thanks, man.
Yep, I appreciate you.
Where mine? Are you okay?
But I do want to make sure where mine's still there. There he is. And maybe your mic is off, Aware Mine.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear me now. You can hear me now. Okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't know my mic was off. That's probably why you guys kept talking, and I was like trying to talk. But if the mic wasn't working, that would explain it. So this graphic might work better in what do you call it, in portrait. But anyway, like how I sort of conceived of it.
You can change that however you want. You know how to do that.
Give me a moment. I'll do something.
Yeah. So I sort of like came up with this idea because I sort of did the maths of like, if you put 2 to the power of 0, that is like 1. And if you put 2 to the power of 1, that's 2. And if you put 2 to the power of 2, that's 4, which is a square. And if you put 2 to the power of 3, that's 8, which is a cube. And then if you put 2 to the power of 4, it gets a bit more complicated, but I sort of conceived that as a tesseract. And the tesseract for me is a bit like many consciousnesses that exist within the 3D material plane. And then after that, for me, the next distinction that happens, so the next sort of plane of existence is like related to choices and free will, wherein your choices sort of make parallel universes collapse the ones that don't exist based around the choices that you make. And then the next level is the level of like narrative, myth, and invariable rules of reality. And that's basically how energy sort of is differentiated into archetypical forms or like recurring patterns that recur sort of throughout time. And then the next level is like the level of energy, like sort of like the ether level, 0 point level. And then beyond that is sort of like the realm of all possibilities that can possibly exist. Yeah, so that's like the 8 levels that I've come up with. Starting at the 0 level, which is like the infinitely small point, which basically reduces down to nothing. And then the first level is polarity. And then the next level is the level of the plane, which is like maps, shape, writing, all that, and symbolism, which exists generally in 2 dimensions. And then the 3-dimensional material world, and then the 4th dimension, which is of time and consciousness. And then 5th dimension, which is the free will and choice level. And then, as I said, 6th dimension, which is archetype. And then the 7th dimension of pure energy. And the 8th dimension is what all these things exist within, plus the things that don't even exist in the universe. And that's my conception.
And is there consciousness at all of those different planes?
They do interact. It does interact, I suppose. I wouldn't say all of those levels are strictly consciousness, but consciousness sort of is like a bit a bit like you could think of it as a field that exists within and throughout the material 3D level. And it's sort of a bit like, imagine how your brain is like a whole bunch of neurons which are connected. So the consciousness, the level that consciousness exists on is within a whole heap of like interconnected nodes, each of which sort of multiply the universe through different perspectives. This isn't a strictly physics like conception of it either, right? Like, I'm not trying to claim that this is how physics works. This is just a way to conceptualize the universe.
Can I challenge a couple things?
Yeah, I was going to say, I do want to apologize. I should have given the floor first to Chris. So yes, Chris, please go ahead.
No, I just want to challenge the consciousness level relative to the like what we generally believe, like the way free will works, as far as like your unconscious kind of spitting that information up, and then you act on it. I feel like there's like two levels in between when on your graph, like when your unconscious is like looking at the symbolism, because the symbolism is actually the decision, because we're like a mammal trying to not unalive itself on accident. So we see a bunch of symbols and we react instantly, and then we write a story over the top of why we did what we did, and that, like, they know that's how free will works. So like that, my issue is there's just too much space between when you put the unconscious symbolism and when you put the consciousness. There's like too much of a gap in between it. Other than that, I don't think there's anything else that I could see that's wrong with it.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to... It is a little bit hard to explain the relationship between those like 3 or 4 levels, like between the 2D, which is like sort of things that occur, like representational things, and then like the 3D, I suppose, is just like material, like reality. But and then the 4D, which is all consciousness, including subconsciousness, including the subconscious.
I think what's neat about that too is when you think about the divide between basically your base instinct about what you're supposed to do in a situation, like, oh, this girl's pretty, I need to get her number or something, like that base instinct reaction versus like what you should do is the dichotomy. It's a divine dichotomy of duty versus impulse or passion. So it's interesting that you made a gap there, and you yourself are I don't want to say you're like religious or anything, but I got that feeling from you. So that to me is interesting, because the reality is like there's a lot of divinity, I believe, hidden in that concept of like what percentage of our life. Sorry, go ahead. Go for it.
Now, hold on. First of all, are you talking to him or are you talking to me when you talk about religious and all that?
The graph itself had a big gap between in physical reality when conscious decisions are actually made, and then when they manifest in the story creation side of our brain. Yeah, so what was interesting to me is that is where the divinity would be, right? Because that's where you have this like juxtaposition of like duty versus passion. Like, do I just go cheat on my wife, or do I go have values? Like that's exactly where it would be, in that little bubble. And that's neat, right? To me, I don't know. I just look at everything, I guess, but
no, I definitely
I think this one's almost better in a way, at describing it.
What's this one?
Well, this is the same thing, but presented slightly differently.
I gotta pull it up a little bit.
I can't see. Is there a way to zoom out?
Could you explain it a little bit?
Yeah, well, I suppose they're sort of nested within, like, it's all nested within like the 8th level, isn't it? Like, for me, the 8th level is like the space, like it might be sort of analogous with like the highest God, right? Like with Brahma, maybe in Hinduism, or the unmanifest or the ineffable or whatever,
Yeah, the unimagined. Yeah, Brahman is definitely that. I think he's like the god of gods, kind of in a way.
Like the highest possible level, right?
Yeah.
Which is like analogous to my 8th level, and then the
Creativity,
7th,
even.
and then this, well, they all interact, right? They all like it. This is why this is maybe a better thing. It's like they're all fields within that share the same space. They share the same space.
Dude, you know what freaks me out is when I listen to a fantasy novel, and then the writer puts themselves in the novel as like a character. It feels too much like the Brahman, like the god of gods that's dancing around and being mischievous in the story. Like that to me is kind of freaky, because you're talking about this 8th level, this highest level would ultimately be an artist, right? He would be a mischievous artist.
The creator,
yeah,
right?
A creator that's just dancing around and being silly. And that's like a weird perception of God that not a lot of people really talk about, other than the Hindus. Like the Hindus actually do that pretty well, I think.
I think all religions do, like, think about it, but I think different religions have focus on different levels, right? Like, I think a lot of, like, for example, if you were like strictly polytheist without that Brahman, which is lying behind it, you're like sort of focusing on like the level of archetype, like, which I think the gods represent, right? Like the general pagan gods, they're all like representing archetypes. That's why they sort of have like, like the storm god is like, I don't know, Baal Shaddad or Thor or, Yahweh or Zeus. Like, they have all of them have these various archetype gods, like god of the sea, god of the rain, god of, I don't know, god of war, god of intelligence, like this is like the teacher god, like Thoth or Hermes, right?
Yeah, and I want to go say, I want to say one thing just for fun. I'm the lay giblet in the group, but like this is why one of the things that I tell people, especially religious people, like there's a fundamental concept or a saying. It's called live, laugh, love, and I think in the same way that we experience love to the extreme, like we are all familiar with what love is, at least in this carnal form of like, that extreme emotion. We have that same sort of extreme in laughter, in a way that, comedy binds both the dark and the light, like it is that harmony of opposites within laughter, right? In the same way that it's within love. And so as it pertains to this deeper discussion, my mind is kind of just running and thinking.
I have another one about hold on, sorry, keep going.
I'll just end it with this. Like, essentially, like, I think there might be some deeper, I might be misusing the word divine when I say it, but let's just call it this deeper truth that is associated with these experience of emotions that are tied to both love and laughter, in a sense that they're binding forces. I don't know. Take it for what it is. I'll let y'all continue.
Well, you're effectively linking the divine, because I asked you earlier to define that, and it's like people struggle with that more than you would realize. Like a lot of people struggle with that because they want to define it, but then you end up in this weird like obfuscation soup where they're just throwing around terms that mean divine, but it's not really defined, and it's like a soupy mess, and it's mostly there to give like a woo-woo like energy vortex to the conversation, but the reality is like
let me take a stab at it for fun. When I use the term divine, what I mean in my mind is eternal consciousness essence. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's what I mean by divine, essentially.
No, I mean that's sick, dude. That's a sick definition. I just think a lot of people they try and add a magic to it that adds a lot of meaning and connection and love and stuff, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I just want people to define what they're defining is all. Like say what you're gonna say. Like I wish I wish the universe was loving. Like, just say it. Just fucking scream into the clouds, like why, like
Well,
that.
let me.
Like, say
Okay,
what
so
you're
no,
gonna
but
say.
this
Like,
is what
that's
I.
all.
This is what.
Yeah.
No, but real quick, just for fun. This is what I was kind of getting at earlier. Is that I take in all information that I can, and when you look back at I think Alice Bailey, she's a student of Madame Blavatsky, the Theosophical Society. She wrote a book, I think, back in like 1919 or something. Anyway, it's called The Externalization of the Hierarchy, right? And she basically said that in 2025, it would be the beginning of the externalization of the hierarchy. Now, take it for what it is, but she's talking about a spiritual hierarchy that is fundamental to the nature of reality. And I haven't read the full book, but I've done a little bit of research on it. And so that would just be another example of when I talk about love as a force, I'm also drawing from near-death experience accounts and also modern-day out-of-body experiencers like Darius J. Wright and various others that talk about love as a force that is that all things are bound by. And so,
sorry,
yeah, you're good.
DaVinci, what was the book again? What was the book again?
It's called The Externalization of the Hierarchy by Alice Bailey. But I just want to, I'll end it with this. I respect everything you're saying, Chris, and I value all things that are spoken by people like yourself and Vibrant and even Aware Mind at a higher level than I don't even pretend to be on. But at the same time, I have like a hodgepodge of all these different terms and all this research that I've done where I'm able to kind of understand what y'all are getting at and then be able to contribute. So I want you to understand it's not emotionally based per se, like strictly. You get what I'm saying? Like it is.
What about subconsciously though? Subconsciously based.
Subconsciously, I would agree that it is. I actually make this argument to address the very point you're making. I tell people, look, what does humanity do in their free time? Well, we write out a script, we put on a bunch of costumes, and we create this stage play. And then afterwards, there's this, I don't want to necessarily say always a happy ending, but for the most part, generally 90% of the time, there's this happy ending. And then just to kind of get back to like the structural side of it, everyone comes to the front, they all wave, they bow, and then life goes on. And then what do? We come up with another stage play. So in consideration of the idea of, the whole concept of as above, so below, the structural nature of the theories of the fractal nature of reality, I look at those things and I see it as a potential explanation as to why it is that I lean towards certain things being true. Because it's a very good point. If I'm just going to base everything that I'm saying off of my emotions, well, that's not exactly very sound. And so, anyway, yeah, I think you understand what I'm getting at.
Well, I think there's kind of like you're talking about almost like a matrix, because it's not just emotion. You're talking about virtue, emotion, decision making, and then truth with a capital T. And there's like this matrix, because when you say the word truth, you got to be careful with that word, because you could mean like like a hardcorely like verified scientific fact or something. Like you don't. That's a dangerous word, So a lot of people.
That's another word that, for fun, I define kind of in line with Hermeticism when they talk about the nature of God being the all, right? And then they talk about, they make holographic claims, to use the word holographic, about the all being within all, and then all being within the all. And so I myself, and again, this is a point where I want to make it very clear. This is an ongoing process of discovery for me, but I believe truth to be synonymous with the all, right? Like, you can't say the light or the darkness is more true than the other, right? So I guess, and this is kind of gets into the argument that love could potentially be the binding force outside of the light and the dark, and one with the all. So again, it's a process of at least dialogue for sure. So anyway, yeah, I think truth really cuts to the core of like a comprehensive term that represents.
So how would
all
you
that
explain frequency? How would you explain frequency? I mean, emotion is frequency. That's
So
a
truth, to
vibration. That's
me,
the
truth,
language. That's a
yeah. So
universal language. That's a
yeah. So
universal language.
yeah. So within that's a very good question. And
Agree.
within what I was just
Well said.
saying, yeah. To answer your question in the framework of what I'm saying, I would say truth embodies everything from fear to authenticity, and which is, just underneath that you have love and oneness. So it's the entirety of the spectrum that I consider truth. So it's now how do you articulate that to someone with a strict, like, religious, devout, understanding of the nature of reality? It's very difficult, but I'm in the process of that. But yeah,
So what I'm getting at is people actually don't make sense when they say, like, you shouldn't get emotional. But isn't that the whole point of being connected to your emotional self? That's the intuition that opens up and unlocks all the other sensories. So I don't really understand where people will say don't be emotional when you're emotional beings. So it sort of doesn't make sense to me, and I don't think they make sense to themselves when they say these things.
Yeah, I think as it pertains to what you're getting at, and I'll be quick because I want to let someone else weigh in if they want to. But emotions are a part of our experience as beings that exist. What I would recommend that people understand is that our emotions become a problem when our ego allows them to drive our actions, right? And so now we're dealing with like another layer, when we're talking about our ego, and we're talking about our understanding of our nature in terms of our relationship to all that is. But I think that our emotions can easily mislead us, and oftentimes do mislead us into either judging others, judging ourselves, or acting in ways that we are allowing ourselves to be deceived of the true nature of reality, that we are all one, and that any negative emotion is actually our lack of awareness, that those that we are interacting with are the ones that need the love that we oftentimes forget to give them in a perfect state of oneness that, again, we oftentimes forget we are actually in. I know that's deep, and I know that's a lot, but I promise you. Well, anyway, I strongly believe. Anyway, I'll let someone else jump in.
I mean, don't you think it's more honest to just say, I want to espouse the virtue of just being good to other people, rather than like wrap it in all that fine silk and
Yeah, exactly. It's just so simple, isn't it? It's just so simple. And I've heard, time and time again, people say, just treat people how you would like to be treated. So we all know this, right? It's so simple.
How do you?
It is very simple until you deal with someone that has serious shadow complexes that they have not dealt with. And this is why another thing, oftentimes people like to look at history and they like to just disregard the very giants upon whose shoulders we stand on, right? So Carl Jung is one of those giants that is not only just ignored, but oftentimes demonized by the religious communities, and by, even beyond religious communities. But when you actually read Carl Jung's work and you really dive into it, I find it to be one of the most neglected aspects of humanity's, process of discovery through the human vessel, right? Like, you don't take a guy like Carl Jung and have a guy like Jordan Peterson praise him the way that he does, and and actually be accurate by thinking Carl Jung is just some giblet, like it's just, oh yeah, Carl Jung, oh whatever, like no, like, and so this is the problem, is that Carl Jung's work is very deep. You can read one of his books and by 20 pages in, you're like, you know what, it's not for me. But the truth is, when you really get to the core of it, he's introducing a layer of reality that is so deeply tied with the psyche, and so deeply also, and again, the psyche, now we're talking about the physical side of the coin that has another side that is spiritual. So it gets very, very deep. But I can tell by your questioning that you're probably ignoring a lot of, not ignoring, you're probably unaware of what oftentimes a lot of people like to ignore about the nature of reality. And I'm only doing my best to understand all of it, but I think there's something very significant about our nature, the nature of the as above, so below, and the as within, so without. So the idea that we possess both the light and the darkness, and so it's an understanding of our emotions as a side of our spiritual nature that is tied to both the light and the darkness, that we need to understand at a deeper level, that we can't just say, oh, well, it's just love everyone and then everything's good. Yes, fundamentally, in our afterlife experience, as we perceive our life here, we will see it through the lens of love. But to disregard why it is that certain people struggle to love others is to miss the entire, the entire endeavor to understand the nature of the psyche as it pertains to this physical side of the coin that we exist within. And I'll leave it at that.
So Jung is an interesting topic because, like, as we're uncovering how free will works, like all the stuff he's talking about is the actual boss. It's the actual driver of the ship. Like all the unconscious weird stuff that you suppressed, like maybe you bullied someone in middle school and you threw a book at him and then the teacher yelled at you and you're like, I'm never going to be mean again. And now you're a pushover at work, 40 years later. Like, you don't know what the effects are of suppressing your shadow side or whatever. You kind of uncover them as you like really analyze yourself. But I think you that's like where your actual decisions are being executed at, and then your conscious mind is mostly just writing the bridge notes about why you made the decision. So this fact that you said that people are kind of blowing off Carl Jung is kind of hilarious to me, because we've replaced it with the DSM, which is just what kind of special name can we write on your illness so we can give you prescriptions, and it's not a replacement, it's not a better system to just label people and then give them drugs. Like, that's not even a normal way to get healthy either. Like, most like health illnesses are like tied to food and stuff like that. Like, they know
Do you
all
think
that.
this is freaky how like we judge and
Wait.
perhaps
I didn't
our
hold on.
judgment?
I didn't fully follow.
Sorry?
I didn't fully follow the conclusion of what he was saying. With all due respect,
Sorry.
And maybe I should have been able to. I will accept that was my fault. But
Yeah, I was pretty close to done. I was just saying that basically we've replaced Carl Jung's system of trying to understand like our inner machinations of like why we do things reactively, I guess you would say, and we've replaced them with what's wrong with this person and how do we label them, and that's became our system. And then we wonder why everyone's so sick. Like, we wonder why our entire society is broken and everyone has mental illness. And it's just like we know like how free will works now. It's literally that inner thing. It's all the weird symbolism. It's the weird dreams. It's the weird passions that are unexpressed. It's the weird things that you suppressed when you were a child that you need to like let out, whatever those are. If it's like you have an aggressive side that you've pushed down under, or maybe the opposite. I don't know. Like, I don't know how all that stuff works.
To the point.
That's where. Yeah.
Keep going.
Sorry.
Keep
Good.
going.
No, you good. I was done.
I was just gonna say, to the point where I have a serious contention with the definition of the term free as we apply it to the phrase free will, right? Like, to me, there's a degree of freedom that we all exercise in terms of our, do I go left, do I go right? But at the same time, the term free should mean free from ignorance, free from so many other things, but yet it's not, clearly, especially in our paradigm of understanding what it means when we talk about free will. And so anyway, I just wanted to add that in, but Star, you definitely wanted to say something, so let
Never
you jump in.
never mind. You just keep going. Yeah.
Sure.
I was just gonna say, like, perhaps, when we say or act like experts on what's going on with other people, yeah, we're really just talking about ourselves. So we have to be careful on sort of, our own judgments on others. That's all I was gonna say. It wasn't just about labels. It's not just about labels.
I would agree. Yep.
Don't we like to do that to each other?
Yeah, no, it is. I'm a, you know me, like
I mean, I guess you can state your observations, but you couldn't
I'm not a
quite
fan of
possibly
labels.
know.
Yeah.
No, neither am I.
Yeah.
I think to a degree we were kind of making a stance that we believe what Carl Jung believed. Like we could be wrong and he could be wrong. Like I agree with that, but I think we were taking a stance that like the unconscious mind has like a bigger play than what most people would say. It's not like a personal experience. Like maybe it like our belief came from that, our own beliefs of like our own
What
life.
do you, Chris, think of archetypes? Do you think that that's really based on ego? Or is that not a part of this just, persona or this identity, the physicality?
My personal belief on archetypes thinks it has a lot to do with the first tribe. Like if you were born in like a family of like 4 kids and you were the youngest or the oldest, your ego was trying to like manifest into like what it believed it needed to survive and to gain like rewards from the adult figure there. And then every archetype after that one morphs based on relation to the first archetype. So that's why there's a lot of like birth order things that are like proved in psychology where like the oldest acts a certain way and then the second oldest acts a certain way, because they're all the ego's like feeble attempt to individuate itself with another person there, stealing ego from them. See, and
But
then basically like even
isn't there like
Sorry, go ahead.
several archetypes? I think there's 4 main ones, but there's several archetypes within that one person, right? So
yeah, I think sometimes if someone has like a really bold parent too, like if the parent's like a really famous politician or something, then the kid might even struggle even as like the firstborn. I think a lot of it has to do with just trying to exist and trying to matter in the gravity of someone else that's like mattering so hard around you. And I think the whole thing cascades off of that. Like that's my understanding of archetypes. I know that there's also like healers. There's like healers and there's, I don't know them all, so if you could inform me, but I know there's specific archetypes where like people have like certain virtues that they're like drawn to in the world where they're like pulled in the direction of being like a nurse or like a soldier or things like that. I know those things exist. I just don't know enough about it to really speak on it.
Virtue of love, I think.
Yeah, don't
Virtue of
don't archetypes just from like a mathematical higher level scientific view that I listen to you guys talk about, don't they just kind of fall under a structural understanding of a fractal nature of reality that is inherent in existence itself? Like, is that safe to say, or is that...
So what you're saying is worldly constructs, is that what you're trying to say?
Well, when you say worldly, what do you mean?
Well, in this physicality, it's nothing to do with spiritual. That's what I mean.
Well, that's the thing.
I mean, it's all behavior.
It's all two sides of the same coin.
It's all personality, right? It's personality.
Well, personality.
So it's behavioral, learned behaviors. Is that not what
No,
archetypes are based on?
I think it's more
No?
so like a deeper like principle of the nature of an essence of a conscious being. You could say that personality plays a
Collective
role.
consciousness.
What's that?
Collective consciousness, maybe. I've been thinking like I watched. Like this is just me. In ant colonies, they communicate because hundreds of thousands of ants. They just, if you look at them, they just communicate very disciplinedly and they get to it. I mean, in their terms, they are going miles, right? Kilometers
Okay,
or miles,
so
or
one is the
like crazy.
hero, mentor. Okay, so there's 4 different ones. It is based on character, right? So hero, mentor, villain. That's what they describe as the common examples.
Yeah, there's like at least 12 archetypes. There may even be more, but there's definitely more than just 3.
Dude, I want to say victim is one of the worst ones. I didn't hear her say that one, but like a victim thing can just grab people and
Yes.
just drag them
Yeah,
into
but
the shadow realm.
it's
Like,
okay. I think if you align with positive archetypes, right? If you align with negative archetypes, it's just a matter of your wisdom. So like it's when you become the victim, right? You can't escape it. You just try to align with it and believe it. I believe that if we think, I mean, yeah, those archetypes exist, but I think we should think from the other side how to get out of it, right? Meaning, if that is
Why
dangerous
don't you
for him
just
or her
Mhm.
or the society.
Why are you saying why should we just get away from that because it's not nothing to do with spiritual? It sounds more
So,
psychology based, right?
sorry, I didn't
Well,
get you.
what's interesting is there's a lot of arguments in the spiritual realm about being the truest version of yourself. So you still have to make a value assessment about if you have some kind of weird archetypal pattern or some kind of trauma pattern. Is that the most truest version of you? Yes, no. Do I move towards that or away from it? So there's still just this weird like
Choice.
free will thing just happening.
Choice, yeah.
You know. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
No, it's funny that you bring that up because recently, like, I heard the old.
Microphone, we can't hear you.
Oh crap! Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up because recently I heard the whole what is it? What is that Bible story of Jonah and the whale? Spitting out the lukewarm, right? So is that not like a coded message within the Bible, basically pointing to the notion that we should value authenticity over right or wrong, or our perception of right or wrong? Because, if that is the case, it makes perfect sense in terms of like what we're kind of getting at here is that, like, maybe and then when you look at the vibrational and frequency chart and our understanding of that, and the measurements that they've done to whatever degree they have, like, you see authenticity at the top. And again, we all know the saying, diversity, or that's what makes the world go round, right? So it wouldn't be too much of a stretch of the imagination for there to be a coded message within the Bible that says, hey, do it or don't do it, but do whatever you're going to do and do it, rather than just kind of, you're not taking part in the stage play if you're just a prop, so to speak, or a prop that's not even meant to be a prop. I don't know. Take it for what it is. That was my recent interpretation.
It didn't make sense at all. What do you mean a prop?
Hey, Chris, did you comprehend it at all?
Yeah.
I didn't
Okay,
comprehend
that's what I
that.
thought. But I know
What do
Star
you mean you'd
recently
rather
has
be
been
in a stage play?
Star
What?
recently has been trying to give me a hard time, and I'm not sure why. But
Why is
anyway,
that?
hey,
Why is that?
we'll let you keep
I'm just
going.
wanting.
What?
I'm just wanting to understand what you mean by stage play all the time.
Well, that's fine.
You
That's
say
fine.
the
Hey,
stage
well, that's
play.
fine. With all due respect, the way you say it is not. Well, that didn't make any sense. Well, that's just not how human beings communicate. Like, that's just how it works. Like, but I get you're upset for something. I don't know. We can have a deeper discussion now or later. But
We like I gotta head out soon, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, I
throw,
think we
I,
should
I'm
end
gonna.
the live
I'm
now.
gonna hit you guys with something.
Everyone is tired now, I think.
Kind of
No, he
wild.
wants to always make a scene. Like, what was the thing that I don't know how to communicate? Maybe you don't know how to communicate because you
Damn.
overspeak me all the time.
Hey, look.
No, you wanted to make a scene here. You know, you
Let's
always want to
end
make
the live.
a stage play, right? To
I
put
call
people
Thanks
on
for letting
call
me
the
show just
interject.
nature of
because I'm
this. I call the
asking
nature
for
of reality a stage
some
play. You'll hear that.
clarification.
Yeah,
I don't really
that's what I
like
call
the
it.
term you use that we're in a stage play. You know,
You don't
like we're
like that?
fictional characters.
No, we're
No,
real
because,
characters. Yeah.
well, exactly. That's where I just wanted more clarification, but then
That's fine. Yeah.
your
Well,
orders
anyway,
are
hey,
always
I love all of y'all.
sorry.
I do want to give y'all the
Yeah,
last word, so
see,
I'll let y'all.
interrupting. Every time I speak on your live, there's so much interruption. How dare I speak? Or it's interpreted as I don't know how to communicate. I think that that's really disrespectful, as you allow everyone to speak on your live other than myself. And I keep trying to understand why this is actually occurring. So, of course, I'm going to be, you know, not seeing why there is some unfairness about the communication on your live. You overspeak me so many times, even today, even tonight.
You think that I have an issue with women, right?
Perhaps you just have an issue with me. I don't know.
Oh, so it's just you. Okay. Well, that's new. That's new information. But either way, hey, well, look, we can talk about
No,
it
you
separately.
avoided it. You
Do you
put
want
me
to
on the
continue
spot.
talking about it?
Yes, I do, because I want to know why you interrupt me, and then you say, "Hey, let's go to the next person."
Maybe
Like you
this
got
would be
nothing.
done in private.
Okay,
Maybe.
Avatar, you're also
You can
interrupting,
go
right?
back and look
You're
at the
just
tape.
interrupting me.
Yeah, I don't interrupt
What's that?
You know, the atmosphere, the live and everything, we can't just throw it away.
Yeah, you can go
So
back and
we
rewatch
should
it.
have a good life and good life. It's just not that.
So
It's
tell
very
me,
short.
why do you always,
Yeah.
every time I speak, you assume that I'm being abrupt or it's the way I'm speaking? This is how I speak.
Are you talking to Avatar?
I don't judge the way you speak.
Are you talking to Avatar or me?
I'm talking to you. You made a comment on the way I communicate.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Do you understand that when you say, okay, I just want to hear from somebody else every time I say something, do you think that that's not rude?
Is that with all due
Yes,
respect?
that's exactly what you did.
Okay.
That's exactly what you did.
So you're telling me that when you speak, I cut you off and I tell you that
Yes.
I want to hear.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, hey,
you
with
do.
all due respect,
You
hey,
just
I
done
love
it.
you.
You've done that tonight.
Look, I love
Play back your
everyone.
tape.
Yeah, that's fine. I love everyone. I have the utmost respect for every human being on the earth. Okay.
So if you have the utmost respect, why don't you have respect for me? Why do you not have respect for
I
me?
have more than the utmost
It
respect for
shows
you.
time and time again. You even done it not long ago. That, hey, real quick, I just want to hear what he's got to say, not what you got to say.
I just think you made a lot of valid points tonight, and if anything I did sounded like mansplaining or talking over you, I'm sorry. I think the
No,
host
that's okay.
has a very free space, and we've had a lot of really good discussions where maybe we accidentally bump into each other, but it hasn't been anything like.
No, Chris, he's done it on other occasions too. He just overspeaks me. You know, there was the last time I was speaking, he overspoke me for a minute. It was going on that long, and he didn't even realize he was overspeaking me. So, in all due respect, you want to talk about my communication style, perhaps you look at yourself.
I mean, I love constructive criticism, and I respect that, so I definitely will.
I mean, this goes back to the conversation I had about there's three things that every conversation is, and it's the who are we conversation. What are we talking about? Is it emotional? Yes, no. So like the who are we conversation is like have I been validated? You know, like am I important enough to wade in? You know, and I guess she felt not so in that, and I'm sorry if I triggered that in any way. You know, I tried to apologize,
No,
but
Chris. Hey, look, Chris. With all due respect, I'm gonna be very short, and I'm gonna end the live. Look, Chris. You know what? I'm just gonna respectfully end the live. I'll talk to you later. I
yeah,
guess
I
what I'm trying
appreciate
to
you,
say
bud.
is, yeah. There's more to it, but I do definitely want to continue these conversations, and I thoroughly enjoyed hearing you and Vibrant talk, and I think there's a lot more dialogue that needs to happen. And you know, again, I love all y'all. Thanks for y'all being here. And
He's from another planet, dude. I gotta pick his brain just to see what's going on.
right?
I love
That guy's
Vibrant. Yeah,
fascinating.
yeah, you're cool too, man. I love you
Man, hey,
guys. Have
man,
a good night.
I try to
Love
be,
you,
I
man.
try, as a giblet, I try to be very critical and, you know, do my best. So thanks for,
Yeah,
letting
no,
me
you did
take
good,
part.
man.
So,
Everything's been amazing.
yeah. All right, great, man. Likewise, y'all take care. Love.